They wanna talk about me, informers in the place wanna try and at me. I'm in the way getting tipsy, sipping on some Hennessy, women skanking round me. I know a lot of people doubted me, sitting at the dinner table eating their words quietly. I'm a man with a plan, certain minds can't fathom ambition quitting easy. They wanna talk about me, informers in the place wanna try and at me. I'm in the way getting tipsy, sipping on some Hennessy, women skanking round me. I know a lot of people doubted me, sitting at the dinner table eating their words quietly. I'm a man with a plan, certain minds can't fathom ambition quitting easy. They wanna talk about me, informers in the place wanna try and at me. I'm in the way getting tipsy, sipping on some Hennessy, women skanking round me. I know a lot of people doubted me, sitting at the dinner table eating their words quietly. I'm a man with a plan, certain minds can't fathom ambition quitting easy. They wanna talk about me, informers in the place wanna try and at me. I'm in the way getting tipsy, sipping on some Hennessy, women skanking round me. I know a lot of people doubted me, sitting at the dinner table eating their words quietly. I'm a man with a plan, certain minds can't fathom ambition quitting easy. They wanna talk about me, informers in the place wanna try and at me. I'm in the way getting tipsy, sipping on some Hennessy, women skanking round me. I know a lot of people doubted me, sitting at the dinner table eating their words quietly. I'm a man with a plan, certain minds can't fathom ambition quitting easy. They wanna talk about me. Informers in the place wanna try and at me.
You can go away now. Hello people. Where's my bit? There we go. Boom. Hello people. How are we all? I hope everyone's alright. This is all a bit weird. Never done all of this before, so getting used to some things and that, but I hope everybody is blessed. Where I'm trying, oh there it is, right. Okay, one copy, okay, boom, and then what I can do is I can post that in there. Join the chat. Do that like that. And then in here we can go boom. In that comment, this is where I'm definitely going to need a mod of some sort, I think, most definitely. But if you are in the chat, let me know if you can hear everything okay, if I am loud enough, if the music's too loud or quiet enough and stuff. Welcome to the Viewpoint podcast. And the new, I won't say the new version of Coffee Talk, but my version of Coffee Talk, shall we say, where we can come together and we can share our viewpoints. Basically, we can talk about stuff, levels of crisp, nicely. Let me see if I can do it from here. If I start it, does that put it at the top? I'm trying to see if I can pin the comment. You can start comments so you remember to discuss them when. Okay. Where can I pin it? This is where I wish I had. Oh, then again, hold on. Where's my iPad? I keep forgetting that I've got an iPad that I can use and stuff. But yeah, before I get to that, welcome. Welcome to the Viewpoint podcast with myself, Diligent Fingers, and the new version, my version of Coffee Talk, where myself and other guests, some regulars hopefully, will be able to come together and just have conversations about music, about life, about mental health. And I will put out the disclaimer that I am not in any way, shape or form a mental health advisor, like practitioner, psychiatrist or anything like that. I go through my own mental health struggles. I do go to therapy, I do go to counselling, and if there's anything that I talk about in my experience in terms of going to therapy or counselling that can help anybody else, then that's amazing. But you have to bear in mind that this is not advice, it is just people talking about their experiences and stuff, really and truly. I'm bringing it back, or at least I'm starting up my own version of, a Twitch talk show, group talk show, because I do miss Coffee Talk that we were doing on E-Town Junglist's channel some months ago. I think it stopped sometime last year, November last year, and because every Wednesday at around 5 o'clock it was a place where we could just come together and just talk about everything, anything and everything, whether it was music, whether it was mental health, whether it's life, what things that are going on in life and shit. Plus it was interesting to see and find like different people on this platform that could jump in and just have a conversation. And that you can jump in either on your phone just by clicking on that link in there. You can either jump in either on your phone or if you have got a computer, you can jump in through the browser from through your computer and stuff. If you have a way to connect it back up through OBS and things like that, then you can do that and shit basically. So yeah, man, and that it's just my version of it basically on my channel, and that, to be fair, and that. So yeah, yes, intense. E-Town said he was going to start it up a week or two ago in Gree's 3rd year anniversary raid. Fair play and shit. But yeah, and but well, with that being said, the question is going to be asked then, well, why aren't we doing it together? Do you know what I mean? If that's the case and stuff, because from there I didn't know he was going to bring it back up. From there, people can deduce that we've not spoken to each other for a bit and shit. And yeah, reason being, and this is, I'm going to try and be as neutral as possible with this. I don't want it to sound like it's anything horrible or anything like that, but for me, it just became very confusing in terms of what he actually wanted to do with Coffee Talk for me. And there was a few things that happened which I'm not going to get into, but for me personally, there was a few things that happened that rubbed me up the wrong way, which made me not want to do it with him anymore. And that basically I've explained my side in terms of a couple of voice notes and stuff to him, and I've not heard back from him since. So I'm taking that as in he doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't want to talk to me or whatever, that kind of thing. And we'll just leave it there. I wish him no ill will, I wish him all the best, and that I do still follow him on social media and things like that. I have seen that. I think he's joined up with Team Brisk now, and that I don't know if he joined up the same time as like Funky Nicky joined up, because I think Funky Nicky joined up a while ago and stuff. But you know, I see what he's up to and things like that. But in terms of us actually talking to each other or anything like that, we've not talked to each other for a bit, basically. And yeah, that's it basically. If people remember from like on the show, like one show, he would be worried about the fact that he's losing, you know, followers and this, that and the third. The next minute he wants to make this the best that it can, and it's his favourite time of the week and this, that and the third. Just a lot of conflicting things really. And for me personally, it didn't make it fun anymore to be on there, to not know how things are going to be from week to week, do you know what I mean, and stuff. And the ball has always been in his court. Like same on this channel, it's my channel. Like, you know, if I want to put more into it, like paying for StreamYard so I can do longer times, because for the most part, for the time being, the show's only going to go on for 5 hours. So whatever happens in those 5 hours, from 5 o'clock till 10 o'clock, that's how long the Viewpoint podcast is going to be, because you can only stream up to 20 hours a month on a free account. So things like that. There's things, for the time being, there's limitations that I'm gonna have to be able to work in, like only being able to have six people, myself and 5 guests, on the actual show or part of the podcast and stuff like that, you know. So until it does get to a point where I'm able to pay for, you know, the monthly subscription, if it becomes worth it in that way, do you know what I mean? Things like that, you know. Things are gonna be basic, and it's gonna be up to me to make it more than what it is. I have to accept that I'm not gonna get the same amount of viewers that I do from my DJ streams or my production streams or anything like that, but that's not the point. Like, that's not the point. This is a conversation, you know, and it's going to take time, one, to get it maybe to the level that like the original Coffee Talk was at, because I don't have the numbers that E-Town has and stuff. 2, to get people used to how things are on my channel. You know, I don't mind talking about religion, I don't mind talking about politics, I don't mind talking about anything really, as long as it just stays respectful. That's it really. We don't have to insult people for no reason, we don't have to minimize anybody's experiences or anything like that. you know. And at the same time, we don't have to chastise people for not understanding, do you know what I mean, certain things, and still asking questions. As long as things stay respectful and civil, we can talk about anything on here, you know. And that's not to say to go against, you know, how things were on E-Town's channel. As people have heard me say on E-Town's channel, it's up to him what, do you know what I mean, what is allowed to be talked about and not, and what's not allowed to be talked about. It has to be respected, because again, as I've said on E-Town's channel, you know, we are inviting you into our homes. I'm inviting you into my home when I switch on, start streaming and stuff in any capacity. I'm inviting you into my home when it is on my channel. So whatever the rules are on each person's channel, they're the rules and they have to be respected, you know. So I'm not doing this as like to just get it out there and just put it to rest or anything like that. I'm not doing this as a response to E-Town, to piss E-Town off, to upset him or anything like that. I'm not doing this as a way of trying to take what he has or take the people that he has, or, you know, the sub dollars or whatever it is. None of that. I really enjoyed the conversation that we would have on there. I really did look forward to it every Wednesday, and I want to be able to have those things back. I will say, since then, you know, in terms of my output on Twitch, my outlook on Twitch and the Twitch community and stuff like that, and my passion for it, it did change as a result of, you know, things like that. And, you know, my output and my streaming did slow down a whole lot and stuff. I might shut this window because it's making me come across quite blurry and stuff. And yeah, as a result, you know, it did kind of depress me a bit, not having that sort of connection to the community as a result of me and E-Town, you know, not working with each other anymore. It did sort of bring me down a bit, you know. So for me, bringing this back was a way of being able to have that connection with the community again, you know. And if it comes to the stage where E-Town does start it up again and he wants to do it on the same day, same time, 5 o'clock on a Wednesday and things like that, it's nothing for me to change my time and do it on a different day, so then we're not conflicted with each other. Because a dig at E-Town, this isn't to, you know, go against E-Town or anything like that. This is just me bringing back something that I thoroughly enjoyed. I didn't care about the numbers, not to say that it's not understandable in regards about caring about the numbers, but I didn't care about the numbers. And to be fair, it's easy for me to say that I don't care about the numbers because it wasn't my channel that it was on. But now that it is on my channel, I don't care about, you know, the numbers. I don't care about whether it gets big or whether I'm earning money from these particular streams or, you know, anything like that. And that's only because I'm not at a stage where Twitch is my full-time job like that. I want it to get to that stage, but doing this talk show, doing this podcast is not something that's part of the plan, shall we say, in regards to, you know, making it a full-time job. If it does get to that stage with, you know, the podcast, the Viewpoint podcast, amazing, you know, as long as it's not detrimental to the Forward Motion podcast, as long as it doesn't, you know, stop me from doing my production streams and things like that, as long as the music is still the forefront of this channel, then yeah, whatever happens with the Viewpoint podcast happens with the Viewpoint podcast, and I'm happy for it. But for me, it's being able to connect, you know. As an example, you know, the only times me and Kruger get to have a conversation, or at least used to be able to have a conversation with each other and chat with each other, hear each other's music and, you know, all that kind of good stuff, was through Coffee Talk on E-Town's channel. So being able to facilitate something like that again where, you know, myself and Kruger and others like Ashley Mack and, you know, other regulars that were on there, you know, can like chat again. Do you know what I mean? And keep in contact with each other, connect as well as connecting with others. I want to be able to facilitate that again if it isn't happening on E-Town's channel, you know. And also to be able to like find people within my community, because the other side of it was, you know, I'm coming onto E-Town's channel, which is fine, but I'm connecting with the people that are in his community. So this is a chance for me to be able to connect with more people within my community, and as well as building my own community. Hold tight, the Brew Crew and shit. But yeah, man, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's wholly, you know, the reasons why I'm doing this, because I miss things like that. I really do miss things like that. Yes, Catch 22. Oh, I've been lurking for a bit, but nail it. Oh, thank you, man. And that Rogue Storm. I've never tried a Jamaican before. Jamaican in terms of what? And that, because I know that this is going to be a troll, but I've got to give people the benefit of the doubt in it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna have to, right. Yeah, I used to do talks like this, and you were on one. Yeah, we chatted for a bit, haven't we? On your like talk shows and stuff, and I just haven't in a bit. Yeah, man. Sometimes it can be a lot to actually do them. The Jamaican drinking in your cup. Yeah, a cup of tea. It's not a Jamaican drink. Cup of tea. PG tips. T2 sugars, standard procedure. Yes, Needle knows. How's it going, my G? Happy Wednesday. Life gets away from you a bit, and then you look up and it's been months. Yeah, trust me. I'm already at the point of looking at like this year, like how are we in May already? Like, we're nearly halfway through the year and it just doesn't feel like it at all. Rogue Storm, does Jamaica have their own style of tea? Yeah, it's more the herbal teas like sorrel and ginger and things like that. They have, I think is it Gracie's? I think it's Gracie's, which is the Jamaican herbal tea and stuff. I've got it as well. I've got some sorrel and ginger herbal tea in the cupboard as well as honey and ginger and stuff like that. But yeah, it's more herbal teas in Jamaica rather than the Indian teas like PG tips. I think they're more Indian teas. And then in Britain, we add milk to the more Indian teas like PG tips, Tetley's, PG tips, Tetley's, Yorkshire tea. I think they're the top three. PG tips, Tetley's, Yorkshire tea. And then you'll have your own supermarket own brand teas and shit. Yes, Miss Chivios. How are you doing, my love? I hope you're blessed. Dr. Gang, on my way home back at some point. Bless up me. Catch 22, I did them regularly, and then look back and it's been over a year, and preach again. Yeah, how the fuck is it, mate? Yeah, innit? It has just gone so quick. Yeah, I drink Jamaican ginger tea. Nice. And Bildo, yes, Bildo. My Don, good to see you. I hope you and the family are blessed. Catch 22, sorry, not meaning to sound like self-promo. Nah, that's all good. You're talking about what you did. You're talking about what you did. What you used to do. To me. You're not saying like, yeah, I used to do talk shows, but they're coming back next week, yeah? Catch 22, twitch.tv/catch22.com, yeah? Words on wax, which Catch 22. Insight. Yeah, man. People can talk about what they're doing. Lol, I hear Yorkshire tea and my mind goes to the spiffing Brit. play Rogue Storm. I need to book a holiday. Work is getting stressful, so I can avoid responsibilities as project is fading, and I wasn't there, so no blame. Oh, that's a shame, man. Other people's incompetence leading to project failures and stuff, man. Well annoying. 12:30 meeting. Thanks for the straight talk and the laughs. No problem at all, Catch. Bless up for coming through, my don. And shit, I will post the link in the chat again if anybody wants to jump in. You can either jump in on your phone or via desktop through the browser and that. Once again, check your Discord. You need to click the link. I did check that and I was a bit confused because it was like, you need to click the link and actually pick your time and that, because I'm doing multiple streams. During those 4 days and stuff, so it'd be more a case of you picking the time that's more convenient for yourself, really. Isn't that so? You know, but literally, you just click the link. It comes up with the actual list of slots that you've that you can get. You connect by using your Twitch account, and jobs are good. Pick your slot. Bosh, jobs are good. I'm against signing up to that site. Why? What's wrong with it? What's happened? No, you know what? Go to your meeting, because I don't want to make you late for your meeting, innit? But go to your meeting, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. Okay? Go to your meeting, and we'll talk about it afterwards. I wish the chat was on a different side, because it just means that I'm looking at it. I'm looking somewhere else for the chat instead of actually looking at you guys. I prefer the chat on the left side of my screen rather than on the right. Isn't that? Bet, no problem. My only gripe is it's a little spammy. And I kind of like it, but it is my first time using it for my own event. And sometimes it's handy that it does just post it for me. Because sometimes I forget to mention it, especially with it being a fair bit away and stuff. But I do need to get it finalised so I can get the flyer done and stuff and really start promoting the fact that it's actually coming up. I'll be back in a bit. No problem, Catch. No problem at all. You can drag and drop your chat on the other side. Oh, I'm not using OBS. I'm on StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard and stuff. I've not got OBS open. Try and reduce the processing power as possible. If you have multiple spots coming up, it will just list a wall of text. Yeah, okay. See, that's not actually happened because I've not got any other ray trains coming up that are using that. This seems to be the only one for the moment and stuff, but yeah, I've not actually had that come up yet. Mischievous, I would love to do that raid one day. Yeah, man, you're always welcome if you want to jump in. Always welcome if you want to jump in. I wonder if you can actually turn down the slow down the frequency of how much it does post. The music isn't too loud for you, is it? You absolutely can. Wicked. That's cool then if you can do that, because at least you're not locked into it's just gonna keep spamming it every 5 minutes and shit. You just have to make the adjustments. Wicked. That's blessed then. Because as long as you've got a level of control that you can use, then it's the best thing. But not really. But yeah, I need to explain where the name The Viewpoint has come from as well, because I was trying to think of a name to use for, my own talk show and stuff like that. Spliff or Siggy. Spliff, no tobacco, so it's never a Siggy, and there's no tobacco in the spliff as well. It's ITAL business, straight italic. But yeah, June, actually next month, will be a year since I quit tobacco. It'll be a full year since I've quit tobacco, so I'm buzzing off that actually. I can't lie, I'm proper happy with that, to be fair. Proud of myself. You know what, I'll give myself a round of applause. You know what I mean? I say, you gotta big up yourself sometimes with that. You gotta big up yourself sometimes. You gotta be proud of your achievements and stuff. And that's like, if there's anything that I do actually want to talk about in this, is definitely like the current state of things when it comes to music, social media, and definitely how it's all like sort of affecting mental health and shit. And I say this as somebody who, for a long time, I'd say especially when my mum died, for a long time I became very cynical about things, especially when it came to like music scene and, you know, this, that and the third. And I feel like I'm coming out of it because I'm starting to realise, like, what's the point? Like, if I still want to be within this scene and that, then what's the point in giving into, you know, the more negative side of things? Like, for me at the moment, I wish there was a lot more of people celebrating what they actually like, rather than like the, you know, shouting about what you don't like highlighting the negatives rather than celebrating the positives and stuff, which is easy to do. It is most definitely easy to do in this day and age, especially with social media favouring that kind of stuff, like rage baiting. Like, if you watch all these videos like on Facebook of like meals being made in the completely wrong way and weird ingredients being added and all that kind of stuff, it's rage baiting content, because we all know that that's what people are going to comment on. Like, oh my god, why are you doing that? That's not how you make that, and all that kind of stuff. Like, because the more negative is what's being boosted, what's being, like, sort of glorified in a sense, it's easy to fall into that trap of like, okay, that's how we have to do things now. It's not necessarily in that, you know. And I'm trying to gear, like, I'm not even trying, I'm gearing myself, turning myself around from thinking in the more cynical ways that I was thinking before, because it just became very detrimental to me wanting to progress within music, do things on social media and things like that. Like, I become very, very quiet on social media because I was so cynical about. It's mad because we've been talking about this morning on Discord, actually. It's crazy and shit. Zion, I feel that I lost my mum last January. Sorry to hear about that, man. It's been nearly a year and a half since I lost mine. It'll be 2 years in June as well since my mum passed. It'll be needle nose, low hanging fruit. Zion, I agree. Celebrate the things that you enjoy. Stop trashing shit that you don't like. Let people be. But everybody is getting more and more toxic. I don't think everyone is. Not necessarily everybody, but and that's the thing as well. We've got to recognise, like, social media isn't everybody. It's just not. There's a lot of people that are not on social media, or at least don't use social media to the same extent that, you know, a lot of people do. And like myself, and that I'm, even though it's bad in terms of growth, and that I am a post and go. I post my thing, and that I leave it there. I don't even respond to comments, and not in a bad way, or I'm trying to be nasty or ignorant or anything like that. I just make my post and then I'm off doing other stuff. Like, I'll be on Discord chatting to people rather than being on social media trying to scroll through and see what's happening. The only time I'm spending any time on social media now is at night when I'm getting ready for bed and stuff. or if I can't sleep because my head's all over the place because I suffer with PTSD, then I'll be on TikTok looking for, like, scrolling through stuff that make me laugh, because I've managed to gear my algorithm to only show stuff that I find that's funny, like people doing funny animations and, you know, really creative stuff. I look, you know who I really love on TikTok? The chocolate sculpture guy. Fucking sick. It makes me hungry. It makes me proper hungry, mate. But the chocolate sculpture guy, oh mate, seeing his sculptures made out of chocolate is like, nah, how are you making stuff like that? There's a lot of creative stuff on TikTok that I end up just being like, yeah man, I can gladly, you know, doom scroll, as it were. But at least it's stuff that actually makes me smile and shit, rather than getting upset. Do not get me wrong, there is the political stuff as well, like stuff that's going on in Congo, stuff that's going on in Palestine. I keep that, like, that's the main place that I'm able to at least keep up to date with things that are going on and get more of a broader view in shit, compared to the skewed view in like modern media and traditional like mainstream news and stuff like that, you know. But that's my relationship with social media. I never used to believe that there was such a thing as being chronically online, but I do believe it now. I do believe that there's a lot of us that do spend way too much time on social media, to the point where they do believe that everybody is on social media, or at least everybody has the same relationship as them on social media, to the point where followers are really important to them and stuff. But as a person me personally, as a person who had 6k followers and then my account got hacked and I lost that account and I'm having to build it up again, I'm still able to get the same opportunities if I still put the work in as I was before. So those numbers don't mean anything other than the people that are, you know, actually like paying attention and want to know and keep up to date with me and what's going on with me and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot less than it was before, but at least now I can believe that, you know, it's a lot more focused and stuff. Whereas before, when I had 6k, it took 12 years and me trying different things and this, that and the third for it to get to that point. And that, you know, the numbers don't really mean what people think it means, and that unless you're already at a high level. Because I think now the novelty of people just having high Instagram numbers and stuff like that is starting to wear off, when people start to really look into or recognize how and why they've got those high numbers. Like, as an example, I find it very confusing when I go on an artist's page after I've found their music, and when I scroll through their page I see nothing to do with their music. I find it really fucking confusing and stuff. Like, if you're a person that does skits and that, but your main thing is that you're a drum and bass DJ or whatever, but if I go on your page all I see is skits, or, you know, you're doing something else, you know what I mean, then it confuses the fuck out of me. But then when I look at the numbers that you've got, it sort of highlights to me, okay, it's not the music that you've got those numbers for, it's something else. But then when it comes to ticket sales, that's not going to translate to ticket sales, because all those people that are following your account from the thing that you're doing regularly on there, which is nothing to do with music, they're not going to follow you onto your music, because that's not what they were there for in the first place and stuff. Like if I was pretty, if I was a good looking guy and I made a thing about that, where I'm modeling, I'm showing off all my fits and stuff, I've got like new jewelry and this, that and the third, because there's guys out there that do that but also claim that they're drum and bass DJs, or they're a DJ of some sort, an artist of some sort and stuff. I've got to accept the fact that a lot of what people are coming to me for is more my fashion, my, say, skincare routine or whatever, rather than I make music and I DJ at events and stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I've got to recognise that that's not going to translate over to ticket sales and stuff. And I think that's what's happening with a lot of promoters and things like that. They're starting to recognise that, okay, when I go on this page, the numbers that I see may not correspond to what I am actually there for on their page, which a lot of the time is the music, you know. I think a lot of things from like lockdown as well, the novelty from a lot of things that were happening in lockdown, that's really starting to wear off now as well. And shit, like a lot of the things that people thought they would be able to do because of the customer base or the fan base they were building in lockdown is not translating over like now, because people have lives. We're all living in a cost of living crisis. Like, money is tight for everybody, even us in the entertainment business and stuff, you know. And I think it's starting to become a bit more grassroots and do or die as a result and shit. Even though in the UK at least, a lot of our clubs and establishments and promoters are shutting down because they're not getting the numbers in and stuff. I think once it gets to the point of, okay, there's not going to be any more like small raves left, and it's good, every time you go out you're going to have to pay 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds for a ticket. When it gets to a point where it becomes a class thing to be able to go out and shit and stuff like that, it's going to get worse before it gets better. That's when people are going to kick themselves into gear, or people are going to start being a lot more smart with their money and a lot more I'm going to say nostalgic in how they choose to go out. A lot of people are talking about the dingy dark clubs and, do you know what I mean, like the small intimate raves and stuff like that. Even though those clubs are shutting down, a lot of people are like sort of calling out for that kind of thing, because these big raves are just the same thing over and over again, the same artists over and over again, which it was before. Nothing's changed in that area and that, but because of the cost of living crisis, it's become a lot more apparent in terms of what decisions you have to make. Because we've been coming out of lockdown and, you know, being locked up in our homes for like 2-3 years and that, everyone wants to go to the big things. Everyone wants to go on holiday and, you know, get out, be outside again and that. And after, like, for me, in my own honest opinion, I believe that's why things have gone the way that they've gone. We were cooped up for so long, and now everyone wants to just do it big. Do you know what I mean? They just want to do it big. I think next year things are going to really start evening out because of all the like changes, all the things that are happening as a result of that. When it comes to hip hop in Manchester, I'll say, as a comparison in terms of underground scenes, when it comes to hip hop, there's a lot more grassroots, cypher-based events starting to pop up. Like in Manchester, there's an event called Raise the Bar. It's only on once a month, but the promoters do everything to make that event, you know, at the end of the month, as impactful, as fun, do you know what I mean, as active as possible. So they've got open mics, they've got cyphers, they've got performances. It's all up and comer based, unsigned artist based. So, you know, they're pushing the fact that you're gonna see someone new, you're gonna meet somebody new, and as a result it's pushing the whole collaboration. Artists are meeting up with each other, hearing each other's music, hopefully collaborating with each other more, and it's starting to build more of a scene again. I say again because it's been a while since I've been involved in that side of things, but I'm going to get more involved because I want to, you know, support grassroots. And I think DJs and MCs themselves are going to have to like start bringing themselves down. Maybe not the top ones because they're used to the money that they're getting, but the mid-level, lower level, mid-level ones, we're going to have to start being a lot more realistic in terms of what we're charging and that for bookings, this, that, and the third, just to be able to actually sustain ourselves in a way and keep things running. We're gonna have to start being realistic about a lot more things. The shit that happened with worship in America highlighted how difficult it has been for the drum and bass and jungle scenes to really pop off in America. So from what I've been hearing from a lot of people, from speaking to people in America and Canada, the size of their continents and countries plays a big factor into it. And that what the musical exports that they're competing against, you know, in America, plays a big factor into it, whether people want to put the effort and invest, do you know what I mean, into these events over there. So yeah, man, unfortunately it is going to get worse before it gets better, but I think a lot of people are seeing that already and are starting to push for people to make those changes and just start being more realistic about things, start being more realistic about the scene. Brady, very much proof. There's local scenes in a lot of places, some bigger than others. Yeah, man, definitely. Zion, man, I wish raves were more prevalent around me. This is it. It's nothing to do with whether or not Dimension Wilkinson and Focus and put money into it and create a super group. It's the local scenes themselves being able to build things up and shit for themselves. And that, like, it's fuck all to do with 4 fucking British guys not seeing the numbers that they saw when they do bookings in Europe, you fucking entitled pricks. Sorry. But it is super fucking entitled, man. That's all I heard and read from that article, mate. The first one and the second one. The first one I only got fucking snippets from and screenshots from because they fucking changed it quick time from all the backlash that they got. And hey, focus on me. Go on. Focus, camera. Okay, now. Why is it so blurry? Hold on 1 second. Let me shut my curtains because it's super blurry. That looks a bit better. Does it look a bit better? Right, yeah. Focusing on me. Come on, focusing on me. Me. Alright. 100% D&B is not as openly accepted here as it is in the UK. Exactly that. But it is affecting a lot of people. I will say it affected me for a long time. It affected my mental health, most definitely. I started to become cynical about things. I started to believe that, you know, because I wasn't doing certain things or moving in certain circles and this, that and the third, that's why I'm not getting the opportunities that I deserve, and that's why I'm not getting the look-ins, that's why people aren't saying my name in spaces where I'm not there, and this, that and the third. And when I realised that that's how it's always fucking been. Like, people who, like, there's a lot of talk about, you know, having to use social media to be able to do this, that and the third. But back then, you know, we were using social media. We were using MySpace to create popularity, to then use that as leverage to be able to get booking agents to book us and stuff. I was in so many clubs trying to network and this, that and the third, just to be able to get DJ bookings, taking so many free bookings in the beginning. You know, I had to put in work, and it's no different now. The only difference is ultimately is that I don't have to use my feet. I don't have to travel anywhere, and do you know what I mean? Spend money going to rave after rave after rave, and do you know what I mean? Doing what could be seen as like almost exploitative stuff just to be able to get a look in. But it has always been, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Always. Even back then. If I was big in with a crew, if I ended up being close with Andy C and Rand Trilogy and all them, guaranteed if I put in the work and I'm making tunes and that, I'm gonna get more opportunities compared to somebody who has no, do you know what I mean, connection to Andy C and all them lot and stuff, mate. It's always been who you know rather than what you know. It's always been a case of marketing and networking rather than the talent itself. Look at pop stars in general. How many times have we seen people that clearly are not that talented, but for some reason they're getting all of the opportunities in the world? Like, it's always been that way. But what I had to realise is, do I want to be in these spaces where these other people are? As an example, do I want the pressures and all the fame and this, that and the third that someone like, say, Boo has got? No, my anxiety will fucking fuck that up straight away. Do I want to be in those spaces? It would be nice. It would be nice. It would be lovely. But knowing what I have to do to go down those routes and get to those spaces, am I willing to do that? No. If that's the case, then I go somewhere else then. I take a different path. I go to where I know I'm going to be appreciated. And now I go to where the music is, like, you know, the Belgium jump up sound is taking over the mainstream at the moment. Cool. I'm not listening to the mainstream anymore. I'll go to where the sofa sound rollers are. I'll go to where the jungle is. I'll go to where the, do you know what I mean, the neurofunk is, the tech funk. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, if I want to stay underground, then I'm going to the underground. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm not focusing on the commercial. It's there. It plays a part, but it's not the whole scene. It's not everything. It's not. It's like when people used to say jungle is dead. Jungle's dead. No one's making jungle no more. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because it's having a big fuck off resurgence now, and Hybrid's always been there. Ares has always been there. Blade Runner's always been there. Zebra, Paradox, Equinox, always been there. Look at fucking Kruger. Look at our very own Kruger. There's always been Code Red Recordings championing the 165, 170s in jungle. These people have always been there. They've just not been the trend until now. Jungle is becoming the trend again. That's all it is. And if it's a case of you're upset because your style of music isn't the trend at the moment, and that, but what is the trend is pissing you off because it's trendy and everyone's doing the same thing and everyone's copying that, then you've got to realise that when jungle gets up there, it's going to be the same thing. Everybody's going to be wanting to make jungle beats and this, that and the third. Look at it now. Near Archives has spurred that on. There's so many more people making jungle now because there's somebody up there in the mainstream representing that sound and stuff. Like, it's weird. Everyone's complaining about how commercial, like, chasing status and this, that and the third is, but no one's saying anything about Near Archives. No one's saying a thing. She's golden girl at the moment. I'm not saying that anybody should be going at Near Archives or anything, but we've got to point out the double standards here. It's okay for Near Archives to be commercial and mainstream because we like her, but because we don't like Chasing Status. Chasing Status and them lot are ruining the drum and bass. They're ruining the scene. They're ruining jungle, mate. Come on. In that. I was having a conversation, we were talking before, and someone said that, like, because I was saying that you've just got to look for what you like, and someone turned around and said, but we shouldn't have to. I was like, that's so fucking entitled, bro, because you're not gonna like everything. That's literally what's happening now. Probably for a time your shit the favorite drum and bass or jungle that you liked was there, and everyone was talking about it. It was in all of the clubs, but then something else came along. And that, like, nothing lasts forever. We always go around in cycles. It's just taking the time to adapt to it and going where you're appreciated, sorry, and sticking to that crew. And everything will be fine. Like, there's so much good music coming out at the moment that isn't in the charts, that isn't in the mainstream, and I'm not looking to find them in the charts or the mainstream, because that's not what I consider, like, the majority of it, at least anyway. That's not what I consider, good music. But then again, Gideon's Charge from Shy FX doubling up everything, and he's as commercial as it gets. Shy FX is up there. Shy FX is signed to fucking, who is it? Is it BMG or is it Warner? He is signed to a major record label. Major record label. He has the machine back in everything. No one's looking at him like, oh, he's destroying drum and bass. But he's up there in the mainstream. He's literally up there in the mainstream. So we do. I think we do. I think we have to take the time to actually, like, really celebrate what we want. Really push and celebrate what we want to be up there. And that, if we want to keep things underground, then stay in the underground. Stop looking at the charts. Stop looking at the commercial side of things. Stay in the underground. Search out the underground, fam. And then celebrate the underground. And if you're like me, where you're just a lover of drum and bass in general, I want drum and bass to be as big as hip hop is right now. I want as many people to be joining the fray. I want it to be as big as hip hop right now. So then there's more people involved, there's more money involved, and everybody in any pocket of the genre has the opportunity to build something for themselves, and everyone can eat. That's the only way it's going to work. There's no point in trying to keep the scene confined to this small thing, but then we want more people to love it. We either want it to expand or we don't. We don't. Like, we can't have both. We really can't. And me, I'm on the side of, I want this scene, I want jungle drum and bass to get as big as it possibly can. I want it to be on the levels of how it is in New Zealand. In New Zealand, jungle drum and bass is the second musical export out there. Yes, intense. What you say, G? Good?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm very good. I wanted to talk to you about this whole thing that you're gone about with the staying on the ground.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so like in my experience, like, I mean, I'm just like now receiving financial support for my music. Or, like, I used to share my music on social media since like 2010,
Yeah.
And it really is, there are people out there who are looking for music to buy, and there are people out there who see your social media posts, and they're not the same people. Like,
yeah.
And like, as far as staying underground, like, it really helps to know active, long-time, quality producers as far as finding the people, because, like, I'll put, like, like, I'll remix an artist and he'll be doing something similar to how my music sounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll come and hear my music because his name's there, right? But that's where it's like, you don't want to touch the people where, like, they have to put out the top 40 DJs supply, right? And they're like, they need, your tune needs to be that good. They don't want, you got to ask them.
Yeah. Real shit. Yeah, man. I tend to stay away from, like, well, not stay away, but I tend to not feel like I need to depend on people like that. Do you know what I mean? To be able to like get anywhere or anything like that, because you already can tell that they're just coasting on the trend. Do you know what I mean? The top 40, they're starting the third and stuff. To a point, it could be said that, you know, they're sort of pandering to just the machine and the system, so to speak. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the same way that like,
right, is like the when they hear a big tune, right? Like the people might the total fan base, it's exploding, right? Like there are going to be more and more people who will hear that tune 10 years from now, and they're going to want to hear, when they hear that tune, they're going to want to hear more tunes that sounded like that tune, right? Yeah. And that's how you get genre locked, and that's when you're like charting, you know. And it's like, but I really like, you know, today I was like really looking for like a specific sample that I had like in my head when I fell asleep last night, and I like woke up with it. A beautiful thing when that happens, right? And it just like occurred to me how many like of these famous bands use the wah-wah on the guitar.
Yeah.
And like I went back and I like most of the tracks on Ready to Die by B.I.G. have a wah-wah sample from a different song. Like, you know, and I'm just sitting there like, and none of these, I've literally spent like 5 hours today, still can't find that sound, you know? And I'm like, do I have to buy a whammy bar and a wah-wah pedal for my electric guitar to get this sample, you know? It's like, I know I've heard this sample, and I'm like, who played it? Who played this song that made me think of this? You know, it's like, it might not even exist. It very well might not even have ever happened, right? It may just be in my head, you know, but it's crazy because it's like a reggae wah, and it's like, wow, 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 wow. It's like, you know, like I can't even vocally mimic it very well, right?
Yeah.
It really puts in perspective on me for like how like definitive the sound design can be over time to like establishing you as an artist, you know? And like that's drum and bass, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's one of the things that sort of, and because I agree with you completely in terms of when people jump into the scene, and what you were talking about before in terms of like getting genre locked and things like that. I have to give credit, at least for myself, for the people around me that'll be like, yeah, I like that, but I like this as well. Have you heard this? And there'll be times where I'll be like, nah, I don't like that, but I'll hear another version, like say Neurofunk and stuff. Like, it took me a bit to get into it because I thought it was like a lesser version of Tech Step, because I was really into Technical Itch and Ice Minus and Line Wax when he came out, Dylan, Loxy, Ink, you know, like Conflict, like that really sort of like industrial type, grimy sort of drum and bass. But then when Neurofunk came about, and it was just as technical, just as industrial, but it just felt different. It took me a while to get into it, but at least people persisted with me. Do you know what I mean? Tear Out, basically. Yeah. At least people that like persisted with me and kept showing me different things. I think nowadays a lot of people just don't do that anymore. It's more like, oh, you like that kind of stuff? Right, well, fuck you then. Rather than, oh, okay, have you heard this? You know? Do you know what I mean? And then when it comes to yourself, like trying to define your sound, I think one of the things that holds me back is like, I refuse to do it. I refuse to just get locked into one thing. I can't. I will get so bored so quickly, and then I'll lose all love for the thing. I have to make different things to keep things interesting for myself, you know. But a lot of people do get genre locked, like you said. Like, this is working for me. This is what everyone's screaming for. So I'm just going to keep making this. And then every now and again, I might try something new. It's like, ooh, but I'm just going to keep making this thing because this is what works. I don't want to try anything else.
Like, I don't think there's anything inherently too wrong with getting genre locked, but I see it more as like when people are like, I'm going to play this video game for 10 years, right? It's like, you know, it's like you can do that, you know, but I'm sitting there like, you know, like when you try to experiment with like what your default philosophy is on tracks, like it can really help you understand like advantages to like mixing it up and changing the diversity of your sound on your like releasable product, right?
Yeah.
And that's what really helps you get a wider audience with the same, like, I mean, you're trying to put your best into everything you put out, right? Like at the core, right? So I had a thought about something you were saying like a long time earlier. I think it had to do with I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I know I can waffle on for a bit.
I mean, you touched on a lot of topics before I even got in. You know, I had to get
mental health, social media, and stuff like that, as well as music and finding your standing. But it is all connected. Like, it is all connected because of how music in the scene has gone down. You know, do you know what I mean? And I think in terms of like what you have to do to stand out in a crowd, if that's what you want to do, or at least try and find your audience, is you still have to work as hard, but the things that you have to do are different. The methods are different. Do you know what I mean? Because of how easy it's gotten with technology and stuff like that as well. There's a lot. It all interconnects, and then for me, it's like looking out and seeing how it's affecting people's mental health, seeing how it's affecting how they go forward with this thing, man. Like, sometimes it can be disheartening. Like, I think I made the joke in the Discord, and if you're not part of the Discord, make sure you join the Discord. But I made the joke in the Discord that I was aggressively confidence boosting someone this morning, and that because they were showing me their tunes, and there's fucking wicked tunes, but because of their outlook on social media, on the current trends and things like that, feeling like you have to do what Mosey's doing, wearing sequined clothes and jumping around like a pillock to like get somewhere, that holds people back from actually getting their music out. But then I said to him, but the music you like, there are people now that are making that music, isn't there? And he said, yeah. And I said to him, and they're getting support, aren't they? And he said, yeah, not like these and not like these. And I'm like, yeah, but they're still getting people supporting them and championing them and stuff like that. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, so how does that mean that you should stop making what you're making then? If you're still going to get support, there's still going to be the people there that want to support you, love that music that you make and stuff. Because both of them, I'm like, this could do so well in so many areas if people just heard it. But because of that outlook and that, because of like how things are, will discourage people from getting their music out there, even though that is the antithesis, like the epitome of being the change that you want to see, so to speak. Do you know what I mean? And shit. But at least giving people that option as well, for them to be able to hear it. Like, they're not going to hear what you believe is real drum and bass or good music if you don't put it out there, you know? And that's always going to be the push for me.
Yeah, so I mean, like, there's definitely this whole like, oh, I gotta time my release, you know, I gotta get, you know, I gotta get in when the flow is good and the market, everybody's ready. But it's really like people have free time when they have free time, and that's when they're listening to music. And it could be a month from now. And it's like,
thank you, bro. This stringent thing that we put, and I still fall victim to it. I fall into it as well, but I am better. Like, but this thing of when a release comes out, that's when everybody needs to hear about it. And if it's not within that short period of time of like 1 week or 2 weeks, we forget about it and it's on to the next one. As people that are releasing music, as labels, we don't need to fall into that trap. It's up to us to keep reminding people that we've got music out there. Like you said, people have got their own time. You know, they work off their own time. Intense. You could be doing fucking obscene amounts of overtime for a month because you're saving up for a mortgage or whatever it is. Do you know what I'm saying? So you've not got time to be looking on Instagram for the latest Spinal Records release. Or so me releasing something halfway through that month and expecting you to know about it, and then not saying anything about it a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later. Do you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. Like, you do have to keep putting it in people's faces. And then when you do look at the mainstream, and you see like all these big artists taking time off to build their projects, build their songs, this, that, and the third, they put the music out and then they're touring it for months afterwards to keep it in people's brains. They're going around the world doing shows, this, that, and the third for months after that release. Do you know what I mean? To let everybody know, to make sure as many people as possible fucking hear it. Like, it completely contradicts what we're doing within the scene. In shit, bro. You know? Yeah, sorry.
No, I think like earlier in electronic music especially, it's like when there was like less artists, like there was more of a thing to like, okay, we want you touring, we want you to be at full blast, you know, we release schedules, you know, there's only so much that comes out, so we need to make sure the people hear it in their group, you know, at their holiday, you know, vacation times and all that. But now it's like, you know, people are dropping things every day. People are putting out, you know what I mean? There are people that are putting out a track every day. And it's like, I if I do that, I'm just not going to put out as good of tracks, because like it helps to like think over your tracks. And, you know what I mean? And it's like, I can't be like, I don't honestly think I'm doing my best if I work every day and just get a track out. Like, you know, and it's like there are still people doing that in every genre.
Yeah, still. Like, I think this is a good question that Mickey just asked. Does the commercial reduce creativity? I think trying to work alongside the commercial machine, and it depends. I think there's two different types of commercial machine. There's the commercial machine that believes, you know, flooding the market. Like, there's the streaming commercial machine, and then there's the physical or digital sales commercial machine. I believe in that. The streaming one is more about put as much out there, so then the streaming people have as much music that they can put in their playlists and keep replaying and this, that, and the third, you know, as possible. But then there's the ones that are focusing on, you know, physical sales or digital sales, like focusing on catching people that are willing to spend money, where you have to focus on the quality of the product. Do you know what I mean? You have to, because you're asking people to spend money rather than, you know, knowing that a lot of people have spent $10.99 a month, so it's gonna be on that platform anyway. So just keep pushing music to that platform, so there's always music there for people to listen to, as opposed to, right, when this album comes out, we've spent money on this artwork, we've spent money on this, we've planned out this many shows, we have to make sure that it works to get a return on our investment. And that, you know, I hope that makes sense, but I believe there's two different types of machines, and it's picking which machine you want to work with, basically.
Yeah, and I think like really, like, you know, just staying full-time in music, like you can actually get burnt out and start doing the same thing, and going outside to do your promotion, your advertising, your marketing, however you do that, and like doing the art as well, can really help give you like a more cohesive vision for where to go further.
Yeah,
and that'll actually get you to try new things and figure out how well they work or not and adapt. And that's like I don't think that, like, I mean, like, you know, there's just so many people who put out like tracks on SoundCloud every like as often as they can, you know, every track, and they put out a lot of unfinished tracks, you know, they put out a lot of like like mashups and stuff like this, and it gets to the point where, like, I mean, I used to do a lot of that kind of stuff sometimes, and you really want to ask as little like of the people as possible for giving them
Yeah.
as much as possible.
Yeah.
In terms of like, you know what I mean? Like you don't want to have them weighed. Like,
Yeah. Like it's a delicate balance, isn't it? It's a delicate balance. Like you want to be able to have the time to be able to put the most you can and the best you can, the best effort you can into your music, but at the same time you don't want to keep them waiting. You don't want to build up that thing, innit?
there are definitely the people who will like listen to everything you put out when it comes out the day of,
Yeah.
and be like, yeah, I like that or whatever. But like, it, there's more to it than that, you know. Like you want people to have like personally, I want to change people's lives with music. You know what I mean? I want people to like think differently, enjoy the music, you know,
Yeah.
and like really just remember something, you know, like.
Like it's mad. Like I'm just gonna like get onto these. 1 second, but I've got a question for you because it leads into something that a lot of people have been debating recently and stuff. But Zion saying, I wonder if people that are on the top eventually stop getting the rush of being up there and just lose interest in music creation. Yeah, I believe it does. Sometimes there has been a few like artists that have come out and been like, yeah, I got up here, and because when I got up here it was such a machine, it was such a conveyor belt of, right, you're here now, keep doing the same thing to guarantee making money. They just lost all like love for the music creation and stuff. Then you have the ones that really fight against that kind of thing, but then get into the whole label disputes, or the label gets angry and wants to shelve them for months and this, that and the third and stuff. Like it can get like that from what I gather and stuff, from what I've seen, like from interviews and things like that. And for me, that's where like, okay, I want as many people to hear my music as possible. I want my music to get out there. I just don't want to reach those levels where it completely changes and I lose all creative control and stuff. And that's where it's like, if creative control is more important to you, then self-release music, release the music yourself. Release the music. If that's more important to you than making it, so to speak, then learn how to release music yourself, learn how to market to a level and understand that the path that you're taking is not going to lead to certain opportunities, you know, and that's okay. Like that's what I believe, at least, anyway, you know. Mischievous, I'm feeling what you say. I enjoy quality more because I feel it is more well-rounded than the commercial tracks, but that's just me. There's a lot of people that do feel like that. There's a lot, really, but we just have to a point, we just have to deal with what's coming to us, coming our way, or we have to put more effort into searching out more for the music that we like. I think, at least, anyway. Shit. It has to be like a drug hit. Yeah. Meat Shield Henry, you said the sun would be here, and you were right. Banger of a day today. That's what we like, Henry. That's what we like. I'm glad it's a nice day for you today, man. We like that. Ricky T, Money Talks, most definitely within every single genre. Even when it comes to like marketing and stuff like that, Money Talks, man. Most definitely. If there's anything that I do wish with my label, I wish I had more capital to be able to push things further for my artists as well as myself and stuff, you know. Most definitely. And that, man. But yeah, going back to what you were talking about before, in terms of, you know, doing things for yourself, creative control, all that kind of stuff. There's a debate going on at the moment in regards to something that Rick Rubin said, where he said, when you're making music, you should be thinking about the customer or the fan base last. Like, you should not, like, the audience should be the last thing that you're thinking about when making music. I kind of subscribe to that to an extent, where when I'm creating for me, but when I'm sculpting how it's going to go out there, I have to think about the consumer. So, like, what I mean by that, like, when I'm creating, like, say, a jump up track or a liquid track, I'm creating it for me in terms of how I want it to sound, how I want it to feel, the direction I want it to go in. But I also have to keep in mind that I've got to think about if the listener is going to be listening to it in their car. Do you know what I mean? Or I have to sculpt it in a way of, could this be something, if it's a liquid tune, could this be something that someone would use to propose to their girl? Or, you know, something that they would play on date night. Do you know what I mean? And shit, like, I think to a point you do have to think about the audience in terms of what you want them to feel when you're making your music. I don't think you can lock them out completely in that. But yeah, that's what I think. What do you think, Intense?
I mean, you know who he's talking to when he's saying that, though, right? He's talking to the producer and the person who's like, I can make this track for you, right? And that gets into the ghost writing of, like, okay, like, if I write a track and I write like 50 tracks a month, you know, I'm not thinking about the audience first. No way. Like,
okay.
And see, that's where it gets into the, like, you know, if you're an artist and you want this to be like the music you put out, you might be putting a little bit more into it than that producer who thinks of the audience last, right? The thing is like, your audience is definitely, when you're like coming up, right? You know who your audience is. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, you know who's buying your music, who's listening to your music, right? And that's the thing where, like, sometimes the audience, like, they want older, better tracks or something, or, like, you know, they like don't have the money, or, like, you know, they don't have the time, and none of that is up to you, right? So it's like, that goes into the whole release thing of, like, I want to put my music out, and I want to take my breaks when I want, and that's why I self-release.
Yeah.
So,
but that's it. You could, like, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. Everyone's got their journey in it. Do you know what I mean? Either their limitations, their time scales, their environment that they can make music, that they can make music in and stuff. You know, so everyone's got to work off what they've got and do the best of what they've got. You know what I mean? So I agree with you totally. I agree with you there.
I mean, you think how many of these artists are on these labels and they have other jobs? You know, it will actually take them like months to finish a track. Like,
this is something that I've been trying to point out to a few people along the way. Do you know what I mean? I can see why there's a counter for every time that I say you know, or you know what I mean. I can see why, because I'm clocking how many times I'm saying it. But it's something that, like, I've tried to explain to people. You've got to clock, you know, where they're coming from with it. For me, because I'm trying to make this a full-time thing, it's important, the money side of it. It's important that I do get a return on investment, because it's going to help towards going towards the label, or it might help towards paying my rent or paying some of my bills, because I'm putting that much into it. But then you get the people that have already got the full-time job, you know, so their approach to it is not going to be as serious as mine or somebody else who you know, who's stating, I'm putting everything into this, I'm investing everything into this, I'm putting all my time, all my passion, all my energy, my blood, sweat and tears into this. Like, this means so much more to me than it being a fun hobby, so to speak. But, which is, like, it's mad, because I was talking about this with Benny Collab from Collab Recordings, People that know me, know my history, know that I had a big falling out with Collab Recordings a few years ago in terms of how they were running their label, and I had to bite the bullet and eat humble pie and recognize like some of the shit that I was talking about when I was calling them out, so to speak, you know, a few years ago. I'm having to eat humble pie and like admit I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about because I didn't see certain things that they were having to deal with and shit, you know. But he was saying himself like, yeah, this is a really cool hobby. This is a really, really cool hobby. It's a cool. I can put music out. You know, I've been able to achieve a lot of things, but I've got my full-time job, and when I retire, that's when I'll be able to just take my time and make the music that I want to make, and you know, this, that, and the third, and you know. But for him, it's a really cool hobby, and it was cool that we could have that conversation about how much we are seeing things, and as a result, you know, how much we're connected to it and how much it means to us. We both love music, we both love this scene and that, but our points of approach are so different because of, do you know what I'm saying, the circumstances that we're in and our life choices, you know.
Yeah.
Just clocking some of these. Entity, yes, Entity, good to see you, my G. Halogenics just explained that he has a job with Apple, and that takes the pressure off of him having to rely solely on the music side to support his family. That's a very good point, especially because he has a family. I know he's got kids. I'm sure he's married, I think, and stuff. You know, making money from music is going to be so much more important to somebody like him compared to somebody like me, where I do want to make money from music. I want this to be my career, but I'm not married. I don't have kids, so I don't have all the responsibilities like compared to someone like him, or compared to like my friend Rowney, DJ Rowney. Known him for 20 years. He's got a mortgage, he's got a wife, he's got kids. Do you know what I mean? My friend Salvage, he's just got himself a mortgage and that. So, you know, he's got a full-time job as well. So, you know, when it comes to making music and getting bookings and stuff like that, for him, he has to compare it to taking days off work and losing money that way. Do you know what I'm saying? Because he's not going to be earning and stuff like. So he has to get paid from music. Like, there's no choice. Otherwise, there's no point, because if he's going to do a booking, he has to get paid for the time that he's away from his job, petrol, this, that, and the third. The fact that, you know, all the money that he's getting in has to go towards paying his mortgage, paying for renovations in the house, repairs, decorating, this, that, and the third, you know, because all of that is on him compared to me renting. And if I have any problems, I just call my landlord and they've got to sort it out. I don't have to fork out for any repairs or anything like that, because the landlord takes care of it, because that's what I'm paying the rent for, you know. So it's understanding people's perspectives and circumstances when they come into it, and having to manage those expectations as a result, you know, because that was one thing me and Benny Collab touched on. You know, he's dealing with loads and loads and loads of artists because he's constantly looking for new people coming in, and you have to manage all of those expectations, those different and unique expectations going into it, you know. I feel like I've veered off the point a little bit, but yeah, you know, everybody's approach to different. Everybody's approach to this is different. Subcortex DB, good to see you in the place. And that, you seen the drama that Amplify put on his story earlier? No, I have not. So I shall have a look. We might as well. Is it on his Instagram story? Is it? Subcortex. Hold tight, Zion. Just put Zion's comment up. I feel like that's the way to go. have the connection you need to publish music, but make it a passion project. Make it a supplement to your life, not your whole life. I feel like if you're not stressing about grinding out music to put out, you get to enjoy it more. Yeah. It's on Snap. Oh, okay, I'm not on Snap. For that very reason, I hate the fact that people can just put up stuff. A label invoiced him for like £700 for a tune he released with them over a year ago. How is that possible? How is that possible? Because as much as that sounds like a ball ache bollocks from the label side of things, how has he found himself in that position where a label is invoicing him for £700? And that sounds like he got something from the label and he owes them money. Because how are they what are they invoicing him for at the tune of like £700? He needs to give more context to that, really and truly. They sent a full breakdown of costs. Yeah, it's things like that, promotion, and this is the thing. So this is why I asked. I have to ask the question: how has he found himself into that situation? My label, I put it out there. That I am covering all costs. So, as an example, I've got a release coming out. There's 4 different artists. Motion Gang Volume 2. That's coming out this Friday. Tripzilla and Vox are releasing a tune. Brady XK is releasing a tune. Dr. Gank is releasing a tune. DJ Direct is releasing a tune. I need to do all the contracts, but I've sent a contract out to Tripzilla and Vox, and that in that contract it states I am covering all costs. It states that for me in that. I've only okay, there you go. You can have some fireworks as well. But I state that I am covering all costs. If costs have to come out for the release of the actual track, and then that has to be stated in the contract as well. And and for me, you have to break down the cost of each part of what's going on with that release. Now, if Amplify has signed a contract where all of that has been broken down, he's not really got a leg to stand on. And that if he signed a contract where it's £250, say, for the cover art, it's £350 for, say, digital marketing, so Facebook ads, Facebook sponsorship ads, and this, that, and the third. They're including, say, promo engine or label engine or in-flight promos in those costs as well. If they're having to do promotional videos of the artwork, so all of the assets in the artwork is moving about in a video, and then the words come up with the release date and this, that, and the third. It costs money. It costs money to make those types of videos and stuff. Same way with the artwork, same way with the marketing and stuff. Like all of these things cost money. If all of that is highlighted in the contract that he has signed from that label, then he's not got a leg to stand on. In that, if none of that is highlighted in the contract, furthermore, if there isn't even a contract that has been signed in regards to that, that's where the label can go suck a dick, really and truly. But at the same time, he can't be expecting anything from the label as well, because you're both moving in uncharted territory. Both of you are moving in uncharted territory. Yeah, he said he's paid. He said he's paid is so he must be tied up somewhere. I'm not sure that you might have to type that out again. Sorry. said he said he paid it. Ah, okay. What, for artwork and stuff like that, is it? Like, he paid for everything? Because he's got to owe the label money for something. If he's saying that he said, I sent you a screenshot on Insta. Oh, okay. Oh! Are you? No, it's not you. No context, where are you? Ah, okay. Right. So, costs and expenses. Promo mail out. £82.50. Wow. Wow. £82.50 for promo mail out. Wow. Artwork, 35 quid. It's cheaper than what I'm paying, so fair play. Media ad campaign, £53. Fair play. Washing machine. What? Washing machine TikTok post boost? 21 quid. Okay. Social media assets, 37 quid. D&B Shack Insta promo, £20. Release administration and PR, 250. Wow. Social media management, £112.50. It's those last two ones. All the others make sense. All the other things make sense. Although I don't know what a washing machine TikTok boost is, but if they're paying somebody to boost a post on TikTok, that makes sense. Like, I paid like £25 to £30 for my Instagram, like sponsored posts and stuff. So, but yeah, it's the last two. It's the release and administration and PR, 250 quid, and social media management, £112.50. Yeah, £112.50. It's those two things that I would be chasing up, most definitely. This is why I don't release with many labels. Got a statement for a tune I released over a year ago. Deep, I've paid a label £612 to release my tune. My label charges £0 to release, and we chart higher than any of these people. Embarrassing. Don't let these people mug you. I mean, that seems more a slight on you than the label, really. No disrespect, Amplify, because either you've just released with the label and not asked any questions, and they're hitting you up with this, but you're saying I've paid a label £612 to release your tune. Why? Why? Like, I have to ask, why? Why are you paying the label this? I would be questioning, why are you paying the label this? Because normally it comes out of the royalties that come back for the release. So no money should be coming out of your pocket. Mad. Embarrassing. Don't let these people mug you. Yeah, man. My label charges £0 to release, and we chart higher than any of these people. It's a shame you're not saying who it is, but man. Who? I kind of wish he would have just named and shamed them, because that That sounds ridiculous. £250 release administration and PR. I don't even know what that means. Social media management. So what, did they take over your social media or something? Or did they have to pay somebody to log into your accounts and make posts or something like that? Like, more explanation is needed. More explanation is needed than that, because it just sounds more like he didn't know what he was signing up for, if he did sign anything, or he just didn't ask any questions and shit, like, because I don't know. It sounds like a lot of money, but, and the fact that he's paid it, yeah, it sounds like he's agreed to something terrible, really, just for the sake of just getting some music out there, and that just comes more from having more money than sense, or like, I don't know any, because he's not an old guy either. Like, he's a young kid. Like, did he not speak to anybody? Did he not get any advice or something? Like, because if he came, I'm told it's Sigma's label, Free Beat Music. Oh, I feel bad for him, man. I feel bad for him. If that's who it is, then wow. But imagine that's a smaller producer who's not clued up on these things. This is why I'm wondering if he asked any questions, or he had the money and he was just gassed and just paid it. Because if anyone came to me, even if I was younger, if someone came to me and said, you have to pay me money for this tune to go out, I would be talking to other people first. I would definitely be talking to other people first. Almost like they're using this to cover the release, not making as much revenue as they'd like. They've got to take that on the chin then. Because that's always the case. That's always the chance that could happen. Yeah, that's basically me. Zero clue how to navigate this space. I didn't even plan to release on labels, but quickly figured out it's hard to get music in front of people otherwise. Did that? Yeah. If you've not got the time to put into like marketing and stuff like that, then yeah. Yes, safe him. The intense. Bless up for coming through. Falling into red tape and that, mate. I wish I could have a conversation with him so we could have more context, because all I'm seeing is numbers and there's not much context into how that has happened and that, and it doesn't really look good, because it's just like, ultimately it's just like, oh, it don't make no sense. It just doesn't make no sense. 100% true in my case. It takes all of my energy to make it when not working. So no chance I could spend time to market. Yep. Plus I don't have that skill set and would need to learn. Yeah. My neck done crashed. Oh. Sorry about that, man. See if I can post the link again. There you go. Just in case the link disappeared. But if anyone wants to jump in, join the conversation. You're welcome to. This is the Viewpoint podcast. Going to be here every Wednesday, 5 till 10. I like the fact that I can say that now. Shit. But yeah, man. But yeah, I feel bad for him, man. Because if like, I feel bad for him, man. Because if that's what he's gone into, and that, I just don't like the framing of it. If I'm honest, I don't like the framing of it and stuff, because it's almost as if he's like he's saying, it's almost as if he's making out he's been conned in some sort of way. Speaking of music, gonna go and hop in the door. Really been slacking and need to get some stuff accomplished. Have a good rest of your stream. No problem, Brady. No problem at all. No problem at all. Yeah, I feel bad for Amplify on that one, man, because that's a really bad deal. That's a really bad deal. No, bro. At this point, like, if I could give anybody any advice going forward, like, please don't get gassed. Don't get too gassed that you forget to ask questions when having your music signed. Ask questions. Like, once it gets to the point of it being signed, just ask them, how does it work in terms of getting money back? How does it work in terms of royalties? Is there any costs for the release and stuff? Ask these questions. Just ask these questions straight away. And if they don't ask you or present you with a contract, ask for the contract yourself. And that, don't take anybody's word for it that they're gonna do the best by you. Do you know what I mean? And that, because as it seems from there, man, £250 release administration and PR. 250. How? Please, always, even if it seems good, always speak to other people. Always speak to other people. Definitely. I will always be happy to give advice. Always, mate. Because it can be easy to get done over, but only if you are too gassed yourself. And it's more important to just get the music out there with this label than it is, do you know what I mean, to, you know, make money or make sure that you're not being caught with your pants down. And a lot of the time, because that's the problem, a lot of the time people are more asked about getting the tune out there that they don't bother asking these questions. They're more gassed about the fact that a tune is going to come out on a certain label or with certain people, rather than asking the questions themselves. Sometimes it may be a case like you don't know the questions to ask, and that's where it falls on the label to just do your due diligence. Or if you're not giving out contracts and breaking things down for your artist before they even think about asking a question, then you're leaving the door open for things to get fucked up. You're leaving the door open for you to be able to take advantage of people, because if there's no contracts, then there's nothing for anybody to be able to fall back on. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. And it's like, I can't, for me, it may be a bit ignorant of me, or maybe a bit arrogant of me to say this, but the amount of times there's been horror stories of labels taking the piss out of artists. It wasn't long ago that fucking Kanye West was crying about his record deal that he's signed to, where he's basically signed up to just make music for the label for the rest of his life. Like, he cannot actually get out of that contract. I don't know if he is out of that contract now and shit, because somebody must have worked something out for him, because he's releasing, Vultures, his last two Vultures albums, he's released himself fully independent. So he must have been able to get out of it. But yeah. And this is the thing, even with Kanye West, that you were signed to Rock Nation, you were signed here, you were signed there, you're in the thick of it and stuff, man. You've got the opportunities to get lawyers and this, that and the third to look over your shit. And somehow you ended up crying about your contracts that you're in, that you signed, because you had every opportunity when, like, College Dropout came out, because you were first signed as a producer, Kanye, to Jay-Z's label. So you first signed to a producer. You had every opportunity to be able to get all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed. I've got to shoot up, or I'll have a good stream. No problem at all, Subcortex, mate. Bless up for coming through. Mischievous. It's disgusting how these labels can use these new producers to make money make more money than they should. Yeah. Because they know, especially with young producers, they know that they're just going to be gassed. They're just going to be gassed. More than likely, they're just going to want to just get the music out there and get that signed. How do I know this? Because I was exactly the same with Collab Recordings. I was so gassed that I was going to be on the same label as Heist and all these other people that have released on Sumo Beats and Collab and Calypso Music and, do you know what I mean? This, that and the third. So gassed. And that I didn't ask questions. And then a year we fell out because looking back, it was because I felt like I had been caught with my pants down. And that because I wasn't asking questions and then I'm asking for breakdowns of this, that and the third and seeing that I'm in the red for a release, like no money has been made. If anything, I still owe money on that release because of all of the costs that were involved that I didn't ask any questions about. Even though I was at a stage in my career where I'm like, I want to make money off my music now. I've done this for so long for free or little pay and shit. I actually want to take this seriously and make this a career. But because I was so gassed, oh, it's Heist is gold, he's engineering. This may happen and that might happen and A year later, I'm not happy about something. I asked for breakdowns. I'm not happy about what I'm seeing when I could have asked about all of these things a year before. Sometimes you do just get gassed. Sometimes you don't ask the questions because you're scared of rocking the boat. You don't want to spoil anything. There was a long period of time where people were saying, nah, I don't ask for contracts or I don't get an agent because I don't want people to think that I think I'm bigger than what I am, and then they won't deal with me and shit. I had loads of people say, oh well, yeah, when I asked for a contract, they just did stop talking to me and didn't sign my music. That's a red fucking flag. Instead of making you feel like, oh, I shouldn't ask those questions, it should make you think, rah, what, you don't want to pay me properly? Okay, I won't deal with you then. I'll go somewhere else where they will. Do you know what I mean? But for the longest time, people thought the opposite. The amount of times I'd heard, contracts don't mean anything anyway. You need to have a lawyer look at it and this, that and the third. No, you don't. No, you don't. Unless it's like a 25-30 page contract with so much jargon in it that you need a lawyer to be able to interpret the language, then that's a fuckery. But if it's a basic agreement, i.e. I want to release your track on this label on this date of this month of this year, I will hold on to the rights of this music as it pertains to selling the product. I will withhold the rights of this product for a certain period of time. So we're talking about copyright there. So we'll withhold it for a certain period of time. As a result, the artist is not allowed to do this and the third with the product until this period of time has run out. Any royalties that come back will be split said way. Royalties will also go towards costs if it's deemed so, or not. Like myself, I cover all of the costs, so all of the royalties are just split when it comes back. I've got my 25%, the artist has got their 75%, and it's done. Simple contract like that. In terms of copyright, I would be holding the copyright for a fucking, do you know what I mean, a year to 2 years. And if I can't sell and make a return on investment within that time scale, then it's cool for the artist to be able to take that music, re-release it on their Bandcamps or whatever if they want me to take it down. But after that year, it's up to them, completely up to them what they want to do. But the contract will still stand in terms of royalties. If they don't ask me to take it down, then the contract will still stand in terms of royalties. 25% to me in terms of the company, the label, 75% to the artist. Done. Simple as that. I've had everybody be like, nah, it needs to be 50-50. Nah, you've got to hold on to the rights for longer than that. It may change over time. But for me, for how I feel, from how I've seen other labels go, out there, from how I've been dealt with in the past by labels, and from what I've learned in the last nearly 3 years of relaunching my label. That's what I want to try. I want to see if the artist has more incentive, then we can work together to be able to push the music more, because they know they're going to get more back. It'll give me more incentive to push the music, because I've got to make that 25% work. I have to. You know, Mischievous got to go now. Have a blessed evening, fam. No problem, Mischievous. You too. Blessings to you and yours. And that's lit, by the way. Yes, Zion. Thank you, man. That's super respectable. Yeah, man. Thank you. The way I see it, the reason why I say I cover the costs is because, as an artist myself, I understand the work that goes into making music, the cost that can go into making music. Buying a computer to like have the DAW on there is not cheap. Do you know what I mean? Buying like MIDI keyboard controllers, buying decent monitor speakers, producing headphones, microphones, decent microphones to record vocals, synths and stuff. All of this costs money. All of this costs money. You know? And it's a bit unfair to just sort of write all of that off. Do you know what I mean? For the artist, as, oh well, that's just part of the game. Do you know what I mean? Like, especially after like 10 years of doing it, and not what you spent is just what you've spent, and that. But what I've spent into promoting this music, I have to get it back. That didn't make any sense to me. That didn't make any sense to me, especially with the fact that if it wasn't for you giving me your music, I wouldn't have anything to release. I wouldn't be spending any money on that, on your music or anything like that. I wouldn't be wanting to be like, it all starts with the artist first. It all starts with the product first. It'd be different if it's just me releasing my own music, then everything falls on me. But if I'm doing it for the artist, a different artist to myself, obviously not me, obviously, then I have to respect that fact. And a lot of the times, because big business is big business, and it's all about profit and making money, do you know what I mean? Then a lot of the time, that's not thought about. And over time, when practices are just the norm, then it gets to the point where people believe, there's no money in music, because all that happens is people take my music, they put it out there, and cool. Hopefully, I get some bookings from it, because the real money's in bookings and that. And they don't think about how much people are actually making money off your music before it gets to you. It's crazy, and it's disheartening at times. And that there's no money in music. Well, there is, but you have to make some compromises, and you have to do some things yourself. Or you have to accept that if a label is doing more for you, then they're going to want a more of a cut than you. But now, some labels are like that. You know, it's a weird one. But at the same time, like, if you take the time out to just research what it takes to run a label, what the costs are, even if the label isn't doing that for yourself, you can go on YouTube and there'll be people breaking down how to run a label and shit, like the cost. There's a YouTube channel that I follow called Top Music Attorney, that breaks down how all the law behind releasing music, sync, licensing, copyright, masters, all that kind of stuff, as well as how to release your music yourself, how to set up a label as a proper registered company, trademarks, this, that, and the third. So you don't technically need to wait for your label to break things down for you. You can go out and find that information out yourself, because there will be somebody on YouTube that will break it all down for you in terms of the basics of how to run a label, how much things can cost, you know, trademarks, licensing, this, that, and the third, the whole shebang. There's so much information in regards to all of that out there. And then after that, it turns into, okay, how do you choose to run your business? How do you choose to run your label? I only found out today that Ram Records is 85% to 15%. in the label's favor. So the artists get 15%. And it's been like that for the longest time. For the longest time. A lot of people will be like, yeah. As soon as I said it, Zion straight away in the comments, fucking excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. Now, there will be, because the label has done so well for so long, there has been a lot of people that have accepted. Oh, sorry, Intense. I've just clocked that you were in there then. Really sorry. If you want to jump back in, you can do. So just hearing that information, and if it's true, not to discredit who told me, but if it is true, and it's been like that for the last, like, say, over 10 years and shit, a lot of people have had to accept that is the case, but what's more important is getting the release on that label in the first place. Because if the release goes on a nightlife CD, or if Andy C's playing it on a regular, then that's going to boost sales. So then hopefully that 15% will add up to more in terms of what you actually get back. And Ram Records will justify that, because we'll try and justify them having that 85%, because they're the machine. They're spending all this money on cover art and promo and billboards or whatever, and do you know what I mean? They will try and justify it with how big of a label they are, all the resources that they've got, and everything that they're going to put into it to get a return on their investment, because they want to make sure that they get as much of that 85% as they could possibly get, the value of that 85% as they could possibly get from how much that they've spent with that. So a lot of people have had to accept that that's what's actually happening, and then that can lead to other people, other labels thinking, oh, well, if Ram's doing that, then I can do that then. Like the whole 50-50 thing. 50-50 is the norm. Do you know what I mean? 50-50 straight. Even though a lot of people would disagree in terms of how much a label is doing to deserve that 50-50. Been shit. It's a mad one. Is Ram still going? Yeah, apparently it's still going. I don't know if it's had any releases. I've been hearing that there's been announcements that it's shutting down, but I've not been able to find them on the internet. So if anyone else can find like where they've announced that they're shutting down or anything like that, that would be amazing and shit. But from what I can gather, like, still releasing music. I think the last release that I saw on Ram was a couple of months ago, like the beginning of this year and stuff. Because I'm subscribed to the YouTube channel, so if it's Program or Ram Records itself, the track's always like coming up in my subscription feed on YouTube. So they have recently had a release and stuff. But yeah, what are you saying, Intense? The internet sorted?
Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on how you were talking about like the whole like paying for promotion and marketing thing.
Yeah.
Like I actually took like a day or two out and did a lot of research on it, and like, I mean, it costs like way more than it used to like get somebody to like make posts to promote, because I mean you're competing with everybody for internet marketing, you know, for just straight up like, and they like want to charge like $100 to write blog posts and stuff, you know, and it's like it's like, so I mean as far as like social media, it really is like very effective to like you're really competing against people on their phones. You know what I mean? As far as like, so like, I mean, I think essentially like Discord, YouTube, and Bandcamp are like Discord for the traffic, YouTube for the catch-all, because you can get people interested in any video you got, interested in all your videos.
Yeah,
and then,
I need to focus on that. Yeah, you're right.
And then for Bandcamp, I mean, you're dealing with the people who have money and buy music, right? So that's already like the core of the people that, you know what I mean? And that's like, I mean, I wish I was releasing on Bandcamp the whole time now that I've, you know, like, So
Yeah, same, man. So when I had the fallout with collab recordings, and I saw that red. Do you know what I mean? That was in the red. I was like, it didn't make any sense to me at the time. I was like, nah, but I've had Radio 1 plays and this, that, and the third, and it's got all these streaming numbers and and I'm just thinking to myself, there's no way that this EP after a year has not covered how much it cost to actually put it out, the artwork, the promo, the mastering, and because some labels charge for mastering as well. All of this, when I actually broke it down, and that it's like 250 quid per release that they're spending. And that me myself, I'm spending at least £150 per release, at least, and stuff. So it's like, and if I'm only depending on, you know, that brief period of time in the first week or two, do you know what I mean, for all the DJs to spend the money, you know, on Juno and Beatport to buy it, and then after that it's just streaming numbers with Spotify and Apple Music that pay the least, you know, and there's no focus on Bandcamp or anything like that. There's no focus on actual paying stuff, which is what a lot of labels do. Bandcamp is a last fall for a lot of labels, isn't that? Because what I've clocked as well, with me being signed up with Cygnus Music in terms of distribution, Bandcamp is competition for a lot of distribution platforms, isn't that? So if you're dealing with like a big distribution, they discourage you from dealing with Bandcamp because it goes against them being able to get all the return through their distribution, isn't that? And I clocked that, and I ignore that now. The moment that I started doing monthly pre-orders from Bandcamp, so if you pre-order on Bandcamp, you get one of the tracks early, that's where more money started rolling in, rather than depending on getting a smart link for pre-order to Juno or Spotify 10 days before the release. It just makes no sense. It's not like, I'm trying to get people ready for this release to come out a month beforehand, putting effort into the promo and the build up, but I've got to wait for 10 days before I can get any kind of pre-order link. Whereas I can put the release up on Bandcamp, set it up so you can get one of the tunes early if you pre-order a month beforehand or pre-order before the release, and money's already coming in from there. It's the machine. It's crazy. It's crazy. The moment I started doing it, even with Motion Gang Volume 2, pre-order. If you want to get Chainsaw Rhythm early, pre-order. Already had four pre-orders. Doesn't sound like much, but that's more money than 100, 200 streams on Spotify or, do you know what I mean, Apple Music. And that's money I can turn around and give 75% of that to the artist. At least, again, might not seem like much, but at least it's more than what you were getting from these streaming platforms, and it can build. It's something that we can build on, because if you can see that, okay, I'm actually getting paid from that, you put more effort into what you get more of a return off. Whereas the rest of the scene will be like, no, Spotify. Look, you can get all of these numbers from Spotify. You can look at all the numbers that you can show to your friends on social media. Look.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always that incentive that you can just I can just make a new artist name and start over and make a completely different kind of music, and that'll be selling at the same time. It's like, but
hell no. If
you're actually just bringing the people who like your music that you made with your philosophy on good music to hear all your music, then and they're getting emails when you release, right? Which is no one else is doing that, and it's just
yeah, man. I remember being on Coffee Talk and who is it? QBRD, I think it was QBird. QBRD came on. He was talking about emails, using the emails to be able to promote, and I was kind of against it because I hate spamming my emails as well. But it flipped. It's completely switched around, because every time I hit that pre-order, do you know what I mean, release button on Bandcamp, 135 people that a notification email is going out to that this has come out. I know that because every Bandcamp Friday, my email inbox is full to the brim of so many releases that have come out on Bandcamp from pages that I follow and shit. Just things like that right there that are completely detached from social media that we're just not utilizing or using because it's not what everybody else is doing, or it's not what we've been sort of forced into thinking that is the way that we should do it. Because as an example, and I'm wary that I do ramble on a bit, do you know what I mean, and go off on my tangents, but how many YouTube channels are out there on how to grow numbers on Spotify? Fucking loads. So many people have made YouTube careers on trying to give out information on how to grow numbers on Spotify, and they're getting paid more than you. It's fucking crazy. Yes, Underground Rescue Channel, how you doing, my G? Hope you blessed, Dragon. But it's crazy when I clocked that was when I was like, yeah, no, this is way too much of a brainwashing machine, moving you away from what is sensibly the better way for an artist to make money for themselves. Why are we so focused on Spotify when Spotify is the one that pays us the least, but we want to sustain a career in music somehow? Crazy. But I could go on about this all day. Really and truly. But no, man. But how are you, Rescue Channel? You good? Hope you blessed. And that, but yeah, man. It's a madness out there. And it's things like that that end up leading to like poor mental health and that, because you're wondering why things aren't working well and this, that and the third, because you're trying all of this, you're putting all of this work into all of these things, and you're just not getting that return on it. And it can depress people, man. It can depress people, which is sad. It takes away talent from the actual scene. Have you seen the latest AI music generator? No, I've not. No, I've not, Dragon. That's interesting. Alright, I've got to get going. I have to be inside this house for this treatment and left my headphones at home. Big up, Dilly. Great stream today. No problem at all. You want to jump in, Drags? You want to jump in, Dragon? If you've got the time. You can tell us about this AI music generator. I'll get on Google, to be fair. AI music. Oh, is it the Udio one? Is it the Udio? I think it is. I've been seeing a lot of stories and news reports about Udio. Hit me up if you want to play Destiny anytime. Yeah, I'll probably be jumping on tonight after the show. What is it? Udio. I've been Udio. I've been seeing a lot of like stuff in the news about it, and like how many like things, laws it's bypassing and shit like that. But it's been getting used for a lot of stuff recently. I use Udio to make cheesy birthday songs for people. Yeah. If anyone's been following the recent like rap battle beef between Kendrick Lamar and fucking Drake, as well as Metro Boomin. Metro Boomin made a beat called BBL Drizzy, where the vocals are like the vocals are AI apparently. Like it's supposed to be in the style of like 60s Motown and jazz and, do you know what I mean, and funk and stuff, but obviously put to like an up-to-date trap beat and stuff like that. And apparently like Udio is responsible for a lot of this stuff, but it's under fire at the moment in terms of the fact that within the terms and conditions, and also breaking down how it works, Spotify is a big part of the sort of machine learning that it's using. Spotify and YouTube are a big part of the machine learning that it's using to be able to sort of make these songs in the style of the 60s and the 70s and things like that. Yes, DJ Kid, what are you saying, my G? I hope you're well as well. I'm good. I am good. Bringing through the Viewpoint podcast and that, chatting to the people, them being intense, you know, chatting away about things going on in music and shit. But yeah, I hope you're blessed, man. But yeah, this Udio thing, have you heard about it, Intense? Yes, Dragon.
I mean, I'm yeah. Go ahead.
No, go and say what you're saying, Intense, mate. But have you heard about it?
Oh, I was DJing before Spotify. I never got it. You know, I don't know anything about. Like, I've heard what these AI things are doing, and I know like a little bit about how it works, but I no. As far as actually knowing, I'm like,
it's kind of interesting because they just did an update that allows you to do full songs, lyrics, everything. I've noodled around with it. It made a Chicago house track in like 2 minutes. I tried drum and bass prompts with it.
Yeah.
It's exactly what any producer today would be making. It is frightening. And the other thing is it's learning scraping the internet and more prompts. So the more users that get in there, the more feedback it'll get. And then it actually asks, hey, how did I do? And you say, yeah, you did pretty good. And you go, okay, I learned that. So it's really scary.
Yeah.
And most of the users are on there are just making their own tunes. It's like AI art. Everyone says, oh, AI is going to revolutionize the art world. No, everyone's just making a copy, right? So now we're not getting into the production part of music. We're getting into the copying part. So it's going to be very interesting.
Man, it is. Ooh. Like, I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about it, to be fair, if I'm honest. I'm still trying to figure that out, but it's cool though. It is cool though.
Absolutely. So let's say from a producer's standpoint, right? You want to get some motivation, some ideas. It'd be great to just like say, okay, I'm going to put some prompts in, let AI generate it and spark the creativity for a producer, because I found that it doesn't do key changes in vocals, so everything sounds flat, right? It tries to put in too many elements when it comes to fills and breaks, so it hasn't learned that part yet. But it doesn't do male voices very well. It does female voices perfectly. So it's kind of interesting. So for me, and on the production side, I say, yeah, it's like a sticky note and a pen and paper, right? Yeah. And then you can go from there. And then obviously with real production values, you can make a great song. But for somebody who's going to be 99% of the users, they're going to be people like, I want my own song, I want to make my own stuff, I have no production value. I'm a producer all of a sudden. We've been dealing with this for decades, right? I'm a producer, I'm a DJ, you know. Now it's just putting more computing into the hands of just regular people. So it's really, really interesting. I know, you're just going,
I just don't know how to feel about it, because it is scary how good it can be, but then at the same time it's like, oh. But you touched on a good point. Yes, Ultimate Toasty, good to see you, my J. Okay, you touched on a good point though. We've kind of been dealing with the whole companies trying to make things so easier to get trying to make things easier to get the technology into more hands. We've been dealing with that, like you said, for over decades, basically. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So hopefully, as a result, it's the more creative people that come through that are using it that sort of lead the way with it. Do you know what I mean? Rather than the lazy people, because at least as it stands at the moment, you do have to let it be known that whatever tune it is AI. Do you know what I mean? Even on the Metro Boomin thing, in the credits, it is stated this is like parts of this is AI generated and stuff like that and stuff. So it's not at the point where it can be hidden if people aren't doing the due diligence to like find the information for it.
Absolutely, and this is a natural progression. If you take a look at, for me, AI it's not going to revolutionize anything. It's just another marketing tool. So if you take a look at the AI image generators, they give you free credits, but then you have to buy credits to finish your composition. Same thing with the music thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's like here's 100 credits. By the time you get to the point where it's like, oh, I got a song going, you got to buy more credits, right? So it's once again, I don't think it's going to be that revolutionary tool.
Yeah.
It's just another marketing thing, right? And I saw you guys talking about using socials and about getting your label stuff out in your labels and stuff like that. Like everybody's got an idea. Everyone's got the get rich scheme on how to get your music on the internet. So now you've got hungry young people or hungry people who want to make it, which is great, but then they're taking these tools to fabricate something and then using those tools to get it out into market. And I know I'm going to say might be a broad brush, but when it comes to house, trance, drum and bass, everything, dance music wise, you've noticed the watering down of everything, right? Like you're seeing the lines blurred, genres blurred. No one's staying in their lane. Is basically what's happening. And now we're giving tools for anybody to say, oh, this is what I want. This is a genre I'm going to make. Okay, well, it's not really that way, but okay. It's just watering more stuff down, especially for production guys like you guys and people who are trying to make it with production labels and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
It's really, really, really hard.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's like it's not affected me just yet, I'll say, and that. But then again, I'm not at the levels of say, I don't know, a Taylor Swift or maybe, even lower down than that. I'm not even in the mid tier at the moment. I'm still trying to find my way up. So I'm not feeling, I'll admit, or at least put out the disclaimer that I'm not feeling the effects of it just yet.
So that's a good point. You've got this segment of the population who's into popular music, and a lot of the dance music is marketed to a large portion, and then you've got this subsection right here of the people who love the music, love the producers, love the culture, and it's a very thin strip. And I can see the frustrations for all of us going, what are you doing? Why is this being marketed here? Because of marketing, right? So the pie is only big. Go ahead.
Well, I've talked to some artists before about it actually, and they're actually really concerned, But
yes, Scott.
Sorry. From what I can tell, it's mostly doing songwriting, right, and not sound design. And if it was doing sound design, which I can't fathom it doing easily with language, right, with language prompts, right, is so that's the science of the art right there. But if it was doing sound design, I would absolutely use it, and I would absolutely just find some GitHub code and do it myself, and not even go by this you know what I mean? If it actually
I can't lie, I can't lie. If I could just go make a frog sound like the bass line from, do you know what I mean? this thing, Synplant. Ooh, that looks cool. That looks so good in terms of AI generated synth sounds and stuff. That looks really cool. But yeah, I can't lie, I would jump onto it, because in terms of synthesis, because I'm not that great with synthesis, I'm learning, I'm getting better. I have got an analog synth, I am, but in terms of really complex stuff, I would end up leaning a bit to stuff like Synplant for the generative tools for it. But yeah, sorry to cut you off, Intense man.
No, I mean, I just like I hear about like news where it's like, oh, these kids are getting AI to write tracks to bully other people, and it's like, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, you could do that with your mic on a battle rap, right? But it's like, but the whole thing is that like the songwriting that they're doing is like very formally like, you know, already in the culture, right? So it's not like what they're doing is making new music so much as that they're filling in gaps of music that hasn't been made yet because the artists are like trying to go ahead of the game with the whole thing. And like I really think that like the whole like coming up with a sound part of the process is way more work than like the songwriting usually is. And that's why like the AI is like, you know, and it's in beginning stages to where like it could become a problem, right? Like you could reverse engineer the process that you do in your DAW to make it a problem. But in terms of like how long that'll take, it could take decades. It could take 100 years.
Yeah,
I think shorter than that. I'm talking, I think a year. The way that algorithms are working right now. So, Intense, I totally agree with what you're saying, but you have to remember the frustration comes from our point because we're seeing music that's just like visual art being memeable, right?
Yeah.
It's that accessibility. To me, it's memeable music because I'm creating something and I'm sharing it with my friends because it's funny, you know? Like, a majority of the stuff that's on Udio right now is like about testicles and you know, it's like fart jokes and poo jokes being synthesized in genres of music. So to me, that's memeable music. But there's going to be that small segment that's going to take it and try to pass it off as their own production. But it's not there yet, but it's really close. And that's like visual art too. Did you see that? Who was it? Microsoft put out a new version of their AI. Was it Microsoft or Google? I can't remember. Where they take a still and actually completely animate it. So what they're talking about now is complete video production industries and stock footage industry being decimated because you can AI generate your own stock footage now.
Yeah.
And that's kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah.
But those tools you're going to pay for, and that's going to be a professional tool on a production side. Where I see visual arts and music, same thing. You know, you're going to get like a AI Cubase module, and you pay like $1,500, and you have like an annual licensing fee for their AI generative stuff. So, you know, like Dill, your synthesis or drums, right? Or you put in prompts or upload a visual or upload an audio clip, and then it'll take that and the AI will go, okay, you want to make that frog into a bass line? Give me a frog sound that you like. Okay, how's this? You know, those tools, but those will be like highly paid tools. It's like having a mechanical pencil and a pencil that you sharpen. There's two differences there. They do the same task, but which one is going to be the more creative, more able tool? You know, when I'm doing drafting, I'm using a mechanical pencil. I'm not going to use a regular pencil, right? So that's the way I see that AI is going to sort of go. But for now, since it's so accessible to everybody, it's a marketing thing. It's about taking people's money, you know? Like, we've gone from crypto to AI. So there's that shift, right? It's like, oh, crypto's going to be the biggest thing, and it's like, it didn't happen. All right, AI is going to be the biggest thing, so we're going to pour all our money into AI. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm trying to hold on, present. I'm trying to like show the UDO website, and I'm not sure if it's actually coming up. I don't know how E-Town done it on here. I'm having difficulties. But is it okay? No, but yeah. Right, let me just like switch this off because it's not working.
I think you're mostly right about all that.
On the tools
I mean,
part?
what I would say is as far as the whole crypto thing, like, I think people want a digital form of secure money that isn't like the currency of the country that gets taxed and like, you know, all of that. And that's the thing about crypto is like people are always going to want to move from country to country and keep their money. So you can do that with crypto. You can't really do that with.
So for me, the way I see digital currency is where we're at is like anything on a global scale for society. It's you have to get everybody used to a thought, right? So right now we're at the part where everyone's like, oh, what's crypto? You know, it's sort of like that whole thing. It's like, oh, what's a telephone? I don't know what a telephone is. I've been sending letters in the mail. We're at that point now where we've sort of got it into society, into global culture. And I think with the crypto thing, it's not going to take off as my personal money until we get something which we have universal basic income. So you've got people who don't have jobs, still need to function in society, and well, you'll have governments transferring money. It's like digital food stamps, right? Until we're get that point where basic universal income is globally accepted and rolled out, digital currency isn't going to be there. We're not that far into the future yet. That's my opinion, though.
I don't see governments wanting it because if they can't control and tax the currency and they can't moderate the flow of currency, they lose wealth control of society that can lead to their own downfall.
But they will. We're at the point now where we're showing that computing power's gotten cheaper, right? More readily available, and that you can actually track currency, right? You can't track $5 bill going from hand to hand, but I can show you where that transfer of digital currency is going in between. Governments will tax it. Governments would want to do that because they have a way of tracking it, right?
That's why it'll never be as versatile and widespread as cash.
When you have universal basic income and you don't have a job and the government pays you, you're going to have to accept their type of currency. They're not going to give you cash. They're going to give you something. But
then the government isn't paying you, are they? They're just giving you this currency.
Well, technically they would be. It's just like being on the dole.
But it's not the same as when you can earn cash, right? Like every single one of your neighbors has cash, right? You can't get their digital currency if the government gave it to them and they have to buy food, right? Like in terms of UBI, like I'm on food stamps. I can't go and sell other people my food. That's illegal.
No.
They'll take my stamp.
Right. So, to me, crypto is going to end up being like the digital food stamps.
Oh, that's entirely possible. I mean, they give you a card. It's already there. Like
right. Along with the basic with your income, and if you have external income, it'll probably, I don't know, it's still going to be gold, silver, you know, some type of paper,
and that's
right?
the thing is that it's gold and silver are still that, right? But they're not cash, and the reason they're not cash is because good luck flaking off a piece of your gold, you know, for every saltine you're buying.
Yeah, you've got to walk around with a chisel everywhere you go, just like chipping off bits of gold to be able to pay for stuff. I mean, there are gold coins. People do make gold coins, to be fair.
Do you take
which is cash.
So, to me, right now, it's just a way of getting society used to some type of digital tracking for a currency. There'll be a global economy. I'd say probably the next 15 years. There was a great article I was reading. They said that basically there won't be a global economy until we get astro mining nailed down. So basically just taking resources from space, and that decimates everything on Earth, right? Your gold prices will plummet, oil, like silver, copper, everything would plummet because now you've got astro mining. So when that collapses, there's got to be a way for people to still make a life, and governments to function, right? And obviously somehow people, well, we know about profiteering, right? So I still think we're 10, 15 years away before we see some type of global economy.
Oh, fair play. I will say,
I
like,
mean,
crypto and stuff like that, I know next to nothing about and things like that. So it's interesting.
I know
like,
what it is,
listening
but
to both
I
of you.
don't care for it. So
I think the global economy is actually like emerging in a big way, you know, especially with things like Bandcamp, because you have people from all over the world that don't like YouTube too, you know what I mean? But as terms of like the centralization of the exchange, that's like way more important than like, oh, you can buy things from like eBay that are from China, right? Like that's like the level 1 global economy where you have corporations using the global exchange.
Yeah.
And now it's individuals that can use the global economy to their advantage. And this will help you mitigate like time sensitive like crashes like COVID, right? Did not impact every country equally. You know, there are people in other countries that are going to have jobs forever, you know, and they're going to be using cash forever, and they'll still contribute to the global economy. And this is how I look at it in the long run, right? Is that this whole global economic collapse thing is really like governments are incentivized to stop world trade, right? But the governments themselves are dependent on the market.
Yeah.
They really are.
oh, it's evident now. If you take a look what's happening in Ukraine with Russia, it's Russia's trying to do a land war, but they're losing because land is nothing anymore. It's resources.
Yeah.
Right? That's what runs it. Wars of the past don't run that way anymore. And I think China sees that too. They're like, yo, we don't want to get involved because we don't want to screw up our food supply and our oil supply. So we're just going to hold back for a bit. So
Right.
they understand how it works, right? So yeah, it's just resources now. And he's right. Wall Street did invest in crypto. It'll be figured out. It's just not for us right now.
Okay, interesting. 'Cause I've been looking more into because the whole crypto craze of lockdown and 2021, 2020, 2021, and NFTs and all that kind of stuff. That's all sort of cooled down now, and I think all the rug pulling and that could have been done has been done. So,
AI is the new NFTs. That's the new buzzword. That's where all the capital is going into now, right?
AI is the new
AI.
NFT. Okay. Rich people
it's
things though, innit? Do you know what I mean?
That's right.
I ain't
That's
rich,
right.
so yeah. I ain't got $3,000 for one Ethereum. Do you know what I mean?
I still subscribe to the old school mentality. It's like it's the night people's job to take the day people's money. And
Yeah.
Artists, people who work in bars, in the entertainment industry, we're the night people, and it's our job to take the day people's money, and everyone else is the day person. So
Yeah.
there'll always be that segment.
Yeah, mate. Night walkers.
Oh, it's so true. It's so much easier to make tracks at night when it's all dark and you don't have to look at anything else, you know?
Yeah, man. Nah, definitely. That's why I'm buzzing off these headphones as well, man. I can't believe it's taken me 20 years to get a decent set of fucking production headphones. And that,
What
the only
did you
thing
get?
is bad for the Bayer Dynamic DT990s. Good
Nice.
night, mate.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. You're like a professional now.
Oh, is that sorry?
Oh, sorry. I said you're a professional now.
Yeah, I'm a pro streamer now, man. Yeah. And they don't know, they're really good. I can see why a lot of people do get them. They are really good. I have to remember that it is the novelty of having my first pair of production headphones now. So there may be better out there, but for now, these are really good. I'm hearing a lot more than I was hearing before.
So what you need to do is go old school. So you got your good production headphones, and you go get a pair of Fostex T20s, so you can do your mix on the crappy pair of headphones, and you get some iPods.
Oh yeah, I've got the
headphones.
AirPods.
AirPods,
Yeah.
and then do your mix on that. And then you take it and run out to the car, and you listen to it in the car.
I know, I need salvage. I need my mate salvage his car again, man. Thanks. Because I don't have a car myself. But I need to go be out. Oh yeah, I've got that. But I've got like a hi-fi system that takes Bluetooth, that has Bluetooth on it, but it's rubbish. It's like old Bluetooth. It just keeps crackling and cutting out every like 5 minutes.
So just master your music for like compressed streaming audio, and you're fine.
Yeah.
Just bump up 12K and bump up 250, and you're good.
Okay, nice one. No. Just the chat saying that it's a little hard to hear you over the music that's playing. I've tried to turn your volume up, but it doesn't seem to be.
I'm at
that
work,
much.
so it could be this stupid computer.
No, fair play. That's fine though. As long as you can
As you
hear
can see.
and turn down. Yeah, you got the zoo. You got the work. Well, how's things going with your streams? To be fair, and that I
Yeah,
think,
they're okay.
yeah.
You know, it's fine. I don't do the traditional DJ show, so it's up and down, whatever.
Yeah. That's
I don't. The way I see it, to me, it's not my bread and butter, right? It's my side hustle, my hobby, and I enjoy playing for people in the community. That's about it. Now, I'm gonna get a bra top and some hot shorts so I can get some more subs, but that's about it.
Things going well with Bonsai's maiden stream. She did things have been picking up on her stream at least.
Yeah,
like
she's
the
doing
in
well.
real life stureams and stuff like that.
Yeah, we've
It's
been
cool.
doing IRLs, so that's a lot of fun too.
How is it setting up things like that? Because I've wanted to do an IRL stream, but to the quality where you've got like microphones and Rode mics and stuff like that. Like, is it easy? Is it complicated setting up that kind of thing?
So, well, it's funny you should say that. I built a technical document and links to YouTube videos on how to do it, so I could always share it with you if you ever want.
Wicked.
And because I'm a extra kid, I like to add that extra production value, right? Because I'm in the AV industry. But as far as phone streaming, there's free tools that you can do it with. But the biggest thing when it comes to IRL is when you lose signal, you don't want people to be going, I cut out or whatever. So you want like a bunch of be right back clips to keep people still engaged in the chat, or let them know you'll be right back.
Yeah.
So that disconnect feature isn't cheap. So there's two ways of doing it. You can do a virtual OBS server, which costs you like $500, so like £300 a month for that service. Or what I do is I just have a different scene for all my live stuff with the Be Right Back, and then I've got 2 free pieces of software. So when you disconnect, it tells, basically I use StreamerBot, my chat bot, hey, there's no connection, flip it to this scene, and then next thing you know, it's like, might be right back. When the connection comes back, it goes back to live. So I've been phone streaming. You've seen the guys like the backpacks, the little camera, that's like $3,000-$4,000 for that setup, and it's like about $1,000 in data and services online. For me, when I do my IRLs, I pay $10 for a license because the developer, wants to make money on his free app, or not free app, on his app. I'm totally cool with that. $10 a month. I can use my phone to stream. I can have my OBS set up at home, and I can travel the world if I want, as long as I can log into my computer to fix things. And it's really, really easy. So yeah, I'll send you that document, Dill.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool. But then it gives you that polished, professional thing, right? So yeah, you could, if you wanted to do a walkabout, that'd be perfect, because you can be in the studio right now, and you go, okay, hang on, let's go live. Switch to the scene, walk out of the house so you don't dox yourself, although I know where you live.
Yeah.
Press,
don't make it sound too creepy, Dragon Mate.
No,
Don't make it sound too creepy. Okay.
Hit go on your phone and you're live, and everybody on your stream sees that you're live, right? So you've walked from the studio out of your house You walk about and go, hey, let's go back in the studio, hit stop. When you get in the studio, flip the scene. It's just like this seamless transition. So I did that for Bonsai on their cooking stream. We were out shopping, getting provisions, and it's like, all right, let's go into the kitchen now. So it's like flip the scene, and there you go. It's like it's really cool.
So it's just set up as like another scene, really, in your
OBS.
Right.
Yeah, and then your chat bot, which would be streamer bot, handles the connection. So it's like, no signal, I flip to this scene. Signal's back, I go to the live scene off his phone. It's perfect. Your chat doesn't miss a beat, and then people know, hey, he's going to be right back. He's just got some connectivity. If it's a low signal, it just shows low signal, so people aren't freaking out.
Have they sorted it out so streamer bot's actually working for Mac yet, or like? Because it's so annoying. Because streamer bot only works on PC, and I think
there is a way of doing it for Mac. I'll send you a link.
Okay,
so you can do it.
Because that would be amazing. I wouldn't mind doing like walkabout streams, but actually decent walkabout streams.
You don't think about it. That'd be perfect for you, Dill. If you want to do a mental health stream and you just need to get out and walk and have your chat, see your chat and interact with people, that's perfect. You're out of the house, you're not cooped up, and you still get to take your community with you. I think that'd be a perfect thing.
Yeah, man. Now, I've got 2 phones, so I'll be able to have one phone for the actual stream and then get one of those like phones for wrist holders that you guys have got. I've got 2. I've got
perfect.
2. Soon to be free.
There's there's a free iOS app, and use Lyrics is another one. Like I said, I'll send you the links, and you can stream off your iPhone, no problem. I'll sort you out.
Nice. You sorted me out already with Fourth Wall, and then I'll take some more tips off you. No problem. And speaking of Fourth Wall, you can see in the chat, if you want to join my members club, it's right there for as little as £1 a month, and get some tunes for like tier 2 and tier 3. And if you're a bad man and you want to become an executive producer on all of my streams, you can do the tier 4, becoming an executive producer. But that's if you're a bad man, bad gal, bad in between, non-binary, all them kind of things there. We don't discriminate. Yeah, tier 4. I've got 4 tiers. Soon to be 5, because they brought out the free tier, the absolutely free tier. So for people that just want to sign up and get updates and stuff like that, and that they can have that one, which I'm going to use to replace the $1 tier. And that I might use that to replace the $1 tier. So like, if people just want to keep up to date, then they can.
Did you see that Fourth Wall implemented the free tier, right?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the free tier. Yeah. I'm going to add that soon as well. But yeah, man, thank you for the heads up on that. It's actually really good. I love doing giveaways through it. I love doing it. Just like I think I've given away about 8 mugs. Using it as soon as if I stream, might do 2-3 giveaways per stream and stuff. I'm a bit skint at the moment, so no mugs for everyone at the moment. But next time there will be.
Fourth Wall's pretty cool. I think they just did another update on their app where you can actually manage a lot more of your stuff. You can give refunds back on the app. You can manage all your products on the app now instead of going to the desktop. So
nice.
If
you're wondering what we're talking about, Fourth Wall is a creator's website, basically, set up where you can set up a shop, you can set up memberships. It's actually, depending on the template that you can use, you can actually build a full website on there and stuff, basically, all for free. And then all the costs come out of you actually either selling products, they take a percentage from you selling products and stuff, or digital products as well, which is where they take the least of a percentage. I think it's like 2% or something like that for the fees and things like that. So you can get set up with merch, memberships, and that kind of like Patreon, and have a pretty decent website as well for free, just through fourthwall.com. And why do I feel like I'm doing a sponsored segment?
Because this is the sponsored segment of the show.
fourthwall.com.
The great thing about Fourth Wall too is I've had some people lately
Yes,
saying,
LMFs.
you know, subscriptions are kind of expensive on Twitch now, and how do I support you? I'm like, you can go to my Fourth Wall, you can tip, or I've started doing like the membership thing. I haven't really rolled it out, but that's a good way for your community, other people to give you a better cut opposed to what Twitch is taking, right?
Yeah. Well, now that like Twitch has actually put them up, I'm using that as a selling point. Like, yeah, for cheaper than a Twitch sub, subscribe to my Fourth Wall, and you'll get a lot more for it. And that, unless you really want my super cool, cheaply made emotes, and that, like, for the, you know, if you really want them, then yeah, I appreciate the Twitch sub. I really do appreciate it. But if you want some music and like, you know, like cool stuff, then yeah, like, subscribe over on Fourth Wall. Link is in the chat. Bosh. Plus I've got a new drop of like merch coming next month as well to celebrate 5 years of Forward Motion, 3 years of Spinal Records, my record label, 6 months of Fourth Wall memberships, or as it is, and stuff. And yeah, halfway to 3 years of being on Twitch, being a Twitch affiliate, and that, which will be in November, and that. But you know, we can celebrate the halfway point if we want. You know? Of
course. It's your stream. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. Okay.
No crying.
All right. Don't tell me what to do.
Okay.
It's my stream. How's it going, chap? Yes, Ella Whips. Yes, Ultimate Toasty. Yes, Dr. Gank. Yes, Entity. I hope everyone is blessed. Welcome to the Viewpoint podcast. We're having conversations about life, music, mental health, everything in between. That the new version. I need my version. That's what I'm gonna say. Not the new version. My version of Coffee Talk and stuff, because you know, coffee. I think was it you, Intense, that said that he's going to be bringing it back, or he might be bringing it back.
Yeah, I mean, he was it was in Grow's I want to say 3-year anniversary raid. It might have been his birthday raid. It was like 2 weeks ago, and he was like, I want to bring it back. He doesn't want to do it every week, and he wasn't going to do it on his channel. He had like Coffee Talk with a K or something. I assume that they'll, like, you know, talk about it on their own channel as well. I mean, that's what, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying that he wanted to do it on a separate channel as well. Yes, Kruger, what are you saying, my G? You want to jump in? Jump in, my dog. Get yourself involved. I wish I could flip in, actually pin the comment, but I can't. I'm trying to use my phone and that to be able to do it. It's just not letting me do it at all, even though I'm supposed to have mod controls and stuff as well. But yeah, man, and that's good if he does bring it back and that. But yeah, he did say he had he wanted to set up a separate channel for it and everything to do it. So yeah, man, good. It was good for me. It was good. It's good for me. That's why I'm jumping back. DM me a link. Let me get a cuppa and I'll jump in. No problem.
Hey, Dill, I'm just going to send you a link to that document, and then if you ever want to do a Discord call or whatever, I can walk you through everything. So we'll get you set up for your IRL stuff.
No problem. Yeah, man. That will be wicked. Thank you. Just trying to do this out, alright. Everything is changed. It's all weird. I don't like it. That's the link. There we go. Bosh. Right, we've got it sent to him. Nice one, matey. Why are you leaving me, Dragon? Are you leaving me?
Never.
You've got work to do.
Never.
It's fine.
Friends,
if you
do you remember the first time I met you and I said I loved you? I said you're fucking awesome. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And it was all weird and stuff.
Yeah, because you're a big guy.
Big guy. but you're supposed to make it weird. You know, tell people that you love them. Make it weird, because we need more of that.
Weird. We need super.
And look at us now. You know.
Yeah, mate. Pro streamers, absolutely
Yep.
killing the game.
We actually met in real life. You know?
Yeah, and you brought me that lovely maple vodka as well. You and Bonsai. I met both of you.
I can send more anytime you want.
I mean, it was good. It was actually gorgeous. I started drinking it. I actually started drinking it straight. It's just like, it was just too nice on its own. I didn't need to put any like mixer with it or anything. It was just way too nice.
Sipping liquor.
Yeah, but I'm there swigging, just swigging shots out of the bottle and shit live on stream and stuff like that. It's well nice. Just showing it off. It's like, oh, maple vodka.
Well, I'm working hard on the hillbilly retirement program. I'm buying lottery tickets all the time so we can come back and visit you. So
nice. I need to actually get out there to Alberta. I've been to Vancouver. I've not been to Alberta or Calgary yet. So I need to get out there. It'll be fun. I like Canada. Canada's cool, man. Shit. I'm going to be going Rotterdam next month, which is crazy. My first time ever going to Rotterdam. Yeah, play some jungle music in Rotterdam. Chris in perspective.
Nice.
That which will be cool. Yeah, man. Looking forward to that. I need to actually start saving for spending money, to be fair.
Oh yeah, it's euros, right?
Yeah. The old euro. Which is stronger than the pound at the moment. Which is a sad state of affairs, but you know, it is what it is.
$1, that's for sure. So.
Yeah. I am going to leave you two for a second to entertain everybody. I've got to pop to the toilet and get myself another drink.
All right.
I shall be back in a sec. Okay. Careful. Be gentle with him, chat. Be gentle with him. Okay? No bullying. Okay?
It's not
be nice.
No, please bully. That's my
nice.
whole fucking thing.
Alright, back in a sec.
So Intense, how have you been?
Dude, I've been so good, like super good. like I almost want to say the best ever. Like,
right on. So what have you been up to? Do you do production?
yeah, you know, I want to say I found Twitch about a little less than 2 years ago, and I started trying to game stream and then production stream, and then I started doing the DJ stream, and I had been DJing like years ago. And I'd say honestly, these days, I pretty much need to only DJ stream, because I tried doing like music videos, and I'm just not at the level where people have enough interest in my music videos to make it worth making a music video. And I'd rather just make the music, right? And the thing about production streams is that like what I want to do when I produce and maybe stream it, right, is like totally different from like Twitch, where everybody shows their face, interacts with chat, you know, like it does, like it's very, very not what the people are used to. So
You just have to remember there's a lid for every pot, right? So
right, and I have to like watch my own production streams and be like, do I honestly want to be there through the whole stream to watch? Like when I look through my VODs, do I watch the whole VOD in one sitting, right? And it's like,
right.
No. Like there are obviously parts where it's like, okay, I'm looking through samples. Okay, I'm like, you know, adjusting the flow of the samples, you know, and it's like, this is not the quality of the stream that other people are putting out for their stream, right? And normally that's why I usually only stream when there's not a stream that I want to watch, right? Which is like, but that doesn't help me produce, right? if I think so, I've been producing a lot more off stream to the point where like I might as well not production stream, right? I might as well DJ stream. And DJing stream helps get me like back in the flow of mixing for mix downs, and also like keeps me up to date on the current music. It helps me listen to more music actually, where like most of the time when I listen to other people's DJ streams, I'll be more familiar with a lot of their music if I go there a lot and stuff, right? But like with me, it's like when I DJ, there was a point where I was like 16 and I started DJing. I was like, I want to DJ every track one time, and I want to like mix it with the best track. And it's like you're not gonna find all the best tracks to mix in with every other track. Just like you can't. Like, you know, the jigsaw puzzle is too big. So.
Have you watched any coding streams, like people who actually like code or produce with like bots or stuff like that? Because I find that their streams are very similar to like a music production stream, and just the way that the whole community and everything works. It'd be a good way to take a look at things.
I didn't know there was such a thing for music. You know, I've seen other people produce on stream, and they're talking with chat. You know, they're fine not finishing the track after 5 hours. And you know, when I make, you know what I'm saying? Like when I produce music, I'm there to produce the music. You know, and sometimes that's even hard for me too. Is just sitting down.
Stop it all.
And not taking a break, right? And that's like there was a point where I fell asleep on stream, you know, and it's like I don't have a cam, so it wasn't a big deal. But like I don't want to be doing that. Like,
well, you know, sleeping streams are very popular and they can be lucrative.
Oh my god. It is the weirdest thing in the world. I've seen so many people in streams just watching somebody sleep. It is so weird. I fell asleep on my own stream because I got drunk. I earned 40 quid apparently. People just started subbing to me whilst I was asleep.
Oh my God.
I'm just here on the chair like...
Oh, Dill.
This is the thing. I got 40 quid. Because Sam, like, I think Cabin Fever and somebody else was in the stream and they were like, yeah, we were trying to ring you to wake you up to get you to stop. But they could see people like subscribing.
Hey, like I just said, there's a lid for every pot. Someone likes that stuff. Oh, what's this guy doing? Oh, he's sleeping. I think I'm gonna give him some money.
Yeah, that'd be nice when he wakes up. Like I'm hoping that's the reason. That's a nice surprise for him when he wakes up. It's $4.99. Half of that going to Jeff Bezos. Here you go, mate. I hope you had a good sleep. Oh, thank you. Oh. I'm gonna set up a stream. It's just the inside of my elbow.
I bet you Dr. Gank is gonna make at least $50 off that stream.
Yep,
Someone's
guaranteed.
gonna pay to see that elbow. If he has his elbow done in a right way, it could be almost TOS, right?
Yeah, you see, great minds think alike, Dragon, great man.
Yep.
Yeah, Gank, mate, make your elbow look like a pum. Raking it in, mate. Raking it in.
Webcam, that's all you need.
I mean, pum elbow streams. It's the new wave.
If you flex once in a while, you could probably get some more subs, right?
El Bussy.
El Bussy. Oh, man.
Oh, my days. Gank, you need to get in here as well. There's 2 jokes, mate. And right. Okay.
What's next?
I'm gonna get into something. It's always been a hot topic, and that, but I think because of who this involves now, I think it creates more of a discussion. Andy C has been doing 360 live events. He's been caught using sync. A lot of people are in disbelief. A lot of people are defending him. My opinion has always been the fans don't fucking care. They just don't care. they're not as asked about it as we are, the people that are in it, the people that believe our skill is being questioned, this, that, and the third. But how do you lot feel? As somebody that's not in the same genre as music as us, but does DJ, do you know what I mean? How do you feel? Dragon. Let's start with you.
Train spotters are going to be train spotters are going to be train spotters. Nothing is new.
You know what?
And it's
You get the air horn for that.
and DJs have never paid my rent, so I really don't care. You know, I've had, everybody's had this. You know, either a record skips. You know, I know some of my records, it skips on a certain point. I'm going to play that record because it's my only copy. But if it skips, I'm going to throw my hands up, whatever. You make do of it, right? But with the sync thing, I really don't care. I really don't care. It doesn't affect my daily life. And if people are concerned about it, they got other things to be concerned about.
Yeah, man, no, definitely. I mean, we were talking about it earlier in the Discord, in Natty Dub Discord and stuff. And I think at this point, I think it's more, people are more against the excuses that are being used rather than the fact people are actually using it and stuff. Especially for me, at least, anyway. Entity, looking at that D&B Awards thing, I decided to check out Moses' set. And it's really about the double drops, the quick 2-bar switch ups in the next tune coming. So it's really fast bringing in tunes with sync. It's just an evolving style of mixing, man. And I say that at this point because for me, the reason why I've not had that much of a problem with it outside of drum and bass is because if you're a multi-genre, DJ, and that sync is going to come in handy to be able to get things rolling, at that vibe quickly, especially if you're trying to bring in like a Motown tune into a breakbeat tune and they're not really supposed to go there, but you're using technology to be able to create those mashups. How do you think all of these mashups that we do love so much, from like Craze and the Executioners and all these like battle turntablist like routine
go
DJs
even further back, like DJ AM, right? Like that's back, right? You want to go back? Bad Boy Bill dropping 100 records in an hour. It's nothing is new. The tool is there to just make sure it's tighter. That's it. It's like anything else. I can have the same records as Dill, but I won't play my records the same as Dill. We can do a back-to-back set with the same music, and I'll play it differently than he played it differently. It's the same thing with the sync button. It's just a tool. Who cares?
Yeah. It's a tool I will say I can't use because it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like in actually trying to use it on my controller and in record box. I've been told the record box sync is like pretty horrible. It's like it's pretty sketchy and stuff. I've tried it. It fucked up my mix. I didn't know what was happening. I switched it off. I've never touched it again. So there's even a learning curve with using sync in itself as well. But sorry to cut you off there, Intense Me.
You're cool. I think really what this case is different from like the advantages of having, because like Andy C is definitely practicing his set. You know what I mean? He definitely knows what tracks are going into what tracks before he plays his set, right? Yeah. So I think it's what it really is that he's not doing it on vinyl, and if you're not doing it on vinyl, it's an entirely different thing to be beat matching and like mixing on a controller. So you might as well use the sync button if you know it's going to work and you did it during practice, right? And I think it helps a lot during practice because you can just hear like two tracks on top of each other at the same BPM. That's different from vinyl, but like I think that's where like the vinyl mix, like there's still a real skill as far as like the battle DJing with like not using any sort of sync and just like I mean, what is there even on like DVS, right? But like like knowing where in the record like your beats are and stuff, that is going to cross over to every record and set you spin. So that's where like it's a skill to not use sync, really.
Yeah, defo. Like I don't use sync myself, but I will say I do use cue points because that is more or less the same as being able to know where the drums start on a vinyl record. You're looking for the dark bits, do you know what I mean, for where all the drums kick in, so you know where you can start mixing from there and things like that.
But
Different tools, like you said.
Creative tool. Is a creative tool because you can jump between the cue points and now you're chopping it up and mixing it up differently, right? It's like having pads. So are pads cheating? Should it be needle drops all the time? Like, come on! Like in my studio for my turn, in my studio in the studio at home, I got a Roland looping guitar pedal just for my turntables because I do a lot of loop mixing, right? So I can't loop the record unless I got a tool. There's my tool. That's no different than using a sync or a cue point or looping on a other device. Is it cheating for me to loop a vinyl section and then mix it in digitally or mix it with another record? No, it's just a tool. That's right. That's right. Yeah, if you don't have a piece of paper and a needle and you make a big cone, you're not a real DJ, right? It's gatekeeping at its finest. We should be beyond that now. It's the 21st century. Turntables have been around for over 150 years. Nothing's going to change. Like, come on. You're right there, because I do liken it to the elitism of fucking turntables back in the day. If you've not got Technics 1200s or Technics 1210s, you're not a real DJ. Are you using a controller or you're not a real DJ? Right, go away. Are you using sync? I've seen kids scratch really good on an old pair of Newmar direct drives. Like, what? So what? You know, are you entertaining me? Cool. You got good song selection? Cool. Don't jump up and down and tell me how to count. That's all I care about. I don't care about the sync button, right? Don't get on the mic and count for me. I know how to count. Just play the music, right?
Yeah. You're right. In terms of even like scratching, I've seen some wicked CDJ scratches.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely been doing some crazy stuff on CDJs, but scratching, like, it's like the only thing that they've got to get used to is just not having that resistance as they're pulling the sound back and forth. Do you know what I mean?
But modern CDJs and other digital players now have a tensioner on it, so you can get that feedback, right? You've got now platters that are direct drive. Once again, the turntable thing, right? So you get that feedback. So, what is it? The Rain 1? Right?
The Rain 1, the new Pioneer Rev 7 that has got motorized platters. There's Newmark controllers that have got motorized platters. Denon as well has got motorized platter stuff as well.
That's totally cool. That's great for scratch DJs and turntablists. But you know what? I think people should be more outraged where there's no more crate digging, right? The song selection has gotten watered down, right? So don't tell me about sync. Don't use sync as an excuse. Let's just talk about, the stuff that you have.
Crate digging.
Lost art. Complete lost art.
I miss it, though. I miss it. I miss it because it is a lot more involved than just scrolling through YouTube, like digital crate digging. There's digital crate digging, then there's like actual crate digging and stuff. But even digital crate digging, like, people don't do that enough because it's easy. It's just as easy to go on Splice or Loop Cloud and get some samples from there instead of actually like, oh, let me. Because that's what I used to do with Millennium Jazz Music. We would get the topic, the challenge of finding Japanese jazz. Do you know what I mean? And sampling from Japanese jazz. I don't know any record shops in Manchester that might have Japanese jazz in there, but I can go to a YouTube channel that has a lot of it on there and dig through there and find that amazing sample chop that just sets your production right and amazing. Yes, codename Leo. Crate digging and crate surfing. I like that, crate surfing. I think a lot of people are crate surfing rather than digging because it's all surface level. Yeah, it's all surface level.
This goes back to the conversation we had earlier, right? Once again, it's the masses. You see, everybody wants to be a DJ. The masses are here, and we just stay at this point. Nobody wants to go below, right? You know, you get people who say, "Oh yeah, I'm really underground." Dude, I can name like 10 other people that have the exact same songs in your crates because you guys are getting it all from the same source.
Yeah.
Go find me something from 30 years ago that no one else has, you know? Good luck. You'll have to go get a physical copy of that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's not digital, right?
Crazy, right? But yeah, man. I think at this point, especially with really big DJs, especially in drum and bass, really big DJs like Andy C being seen using it, I think it does change the dynamic and the conversation. I think at this point, it's not going to be that much of a thing anymore. You know?
Is Andy C? Is he with Pioneer or what is he?
No, for the longest time he was free turntables using Tractor. Time coding and Tractor, and even then there was like accusations of him using sync even then because he had a little controller in front of his mixer to be able to use to switch between all of his songs and stuff like that.
I'm going to say no because Tractor sucks for sync, so that's a no.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I've never used Tractor. It scares me because it just looks so different from everything else and stuff. Like it's just like I don't know about it, but yeah. For the longest time, I thought, yeah, he must be using sync. He's hardly touching the platter, the like pitch adjust, the pitch adjust on the platter, on the turntables and stuff. Like hardly touching it. But then again, a lot of music is being made at the same speed in drum and bass, either 174 or 175. It's one of the two. That's it. Like unless you're playing a lot of jungle, then it's between 165, 170s, 171, 172. You know, so there's more variety in speed in jungle than there is actual drum and bass and stuff. So there's not much of a challenge in terms of like beat matching.
Pretty sure NBC can do DJ math, so I'm not worried about that.
Yes. That, bro. I think if anything, it's the fact that he is making that jump to more CDJs than turntables. Because before he could command having his own setup in a lot of places, and not because he is Andy C. So having his separate table with his turntable set up enough, you know, vibration dampening so he can do his thing. He does sound checks with his setup as well to make sure that everything's working the way that it should be. He's big enough to be able to command that. But if he wants to play in the smaller clubs or the venues that refuse to do that for him because it's just not set up like that, and that, then he's going to have to switch and start playing on more CDJs.
Well, it's conforming. It's conforming to the industry standard, which I think is bogus, right? So long gone are the days of actually saying, "Hey, I need this setup." Now it's like, oh, everything's the same, right? So it's like I think what Andy's issue is, yeah, he's got to steer away from Tractor. He's got to go to the smaller venues. Everybody understands, like, if he wants to play out more and make more money, he can't go to the big places anymore, right? So
yeah, you can't just stick to the stadiums and the festivals and stuff. Like,
those are done.
Yeah, even though he's probably getting good money for them, like, like 15, 20 grand for a fucking festival booking. That's his rent sorted out for what, 2-3 months.
Now, yeah. So, but if he was an EDM DJ playing in Vegas, he can make 10 million for a residency for like 6 months, right?
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? Deadmau5 got 10 million to pay for 6 months in Vegas for a residency. Yeah, and this was back in the early mid 2000s. So,
oh, kid, now, good work if you can get it, son. Good work if you can get it. No, I can't.
Can't fault
knock the
anybody for
hustle.
making paper.
Can't knock the hustle at all. And I will warn people, I am getting excited because it's nearly curry goat time.
Oh. Hey, speaking of curry goat, I saw an article. There's a lady in London for over 20 years has been selling Jamaican jerk out of her backyard. Like literally, she's got her whole kitchen in the backyard. You can't do that in my country. You can't do that in Canada. That's like illegal.
Really?
You can't have a backyard kitchen. It's against the law.
That was a regular thing. I remember my mum used to take me to another house in the area just to get like good curry goat or plantain or, do you know what I mean, patties and stuff like that. You know, like, yeah, it was a regular thing where people, if you were a good cook and you could cook really good Caribbean food or Indian food, they would, like, especially if you were a housewife as well, you're at home all the time, your kids are at school, yeah, they would set up their own shop in their own home and like sell food out the backyard and stuff. Like, yeah, man, you just get your own, you know, Tupperware pot of jerk rice, do you know what I mean? Sorry, jerk chicken and rice, and with ackee and saltfish, and do you know what I mean, all sorts. Just go around, pay them the little £5 or £10 for whatever portion. It was always big portions as well. It was always big portions. Yeah, man. Go home, scran up some good food. Shit, mate. So yeah, I am not surprised by that at all. 20 years out of her own backyard. Yep.
I've never seen
most
that
definitely.
in my life. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, man. That's why we're so cool in the UK. I love that.
It was definitely different being there because I can see a lot of the things would be like, yeah, this is totally common sense. I don't see why it's regulated or whatever, comparatively to Canada, right? Like I come back here and I'm like, why don't we have this? Oh yeah, laws, right? So
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
So you can't by law not allowed to sell food out of your own home or sell anything out of your own home.
So I can sell food out of my own kitchen, but I have to have a separate kitchen from my home cooking kitchen as part of a commercial kitchen.
The laws are very strict on the kitchens.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So it's not
Get
like
approved.
Here's an example. We have an influx of Southeast Asian people coming into Kruger. So good to see you.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Sorry it took so long. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man. Loud and clear.
Good.
Loud
I
and
can
clear,
make sure
Bridget.
because it's a little bit different wiring to how I had it before when I was doing the thing with y'all before, and coffee talking team scene. So, hello, how you doing, Intense? How you doing? You see, I was tapping in earlier, but I had to make a quick run out and run back, and then fix the cup and jump in with y'all.
No problem at all.
How's everybody doing?
I'm just happy to have this setting again with you because I missed this. I have missed being able to just chill and chat with you like this, man. It's been sick. So sorry to get overexcited when my brethren coming, but you know what I'm saying? It's like my dog. He's my doggy from Brownsville. You get me? My brethren,
It's good to see we still got other like-minded people. That's you know what I mean, like just on a positive level also, because I was tapping in with y'all for a hot second before even saying boom, all right, law jump, and I'm like, hold on, let me see what this discussion is about. Like, oh, this is nice, I want to jump in.
Yeah, man, definitely, but sorry about that, Dragon Man. Carry on what
That's
you
okay.
saying.
We've got an influx of Southeast Asian people coming in, and some other ethnic groups, and a halal butchery from someone's garage got busted, and they were selling goat and lamb out of their garage. So like literally the car is there, and they're butchering animals here, and then selling it out of the garage and selling it to halal markets in Edmonton and Calgary. And
Yeah.
we have laws for that. So I understand about the backyard cooking, but the backyard butchery is a little different.
Yeah, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. That really, like
But I'm
cook up
jealous
in your
about you
kitchen
getting-
and that, but
Yeah.
like slaughter and meat preparation in your garage.
Nah, be
I'm just jealous that you're getting goat because I love goat and oxtail.
It's more mutton. It is more mutton. It's because goat is expensive compared to mutton, so it is more mutton a lot of the time. But
Yeah.
you can get fresh goat. You can get like proper like curry goat and
Right.
stuff. But for cost purposes, like a lot of the time it is mutton. Isn't it? Like, and a lot of the
Whatever.
time they do state that it is mutton rather than curry goat. They will say
Oh.
it's curry mutton rather than being curry goat. But as a force of habit, do you know what I mean? Like we just always say curry goat and rice. Isn't that like,
right.
so
It's
we-
preference. It's preference for for where you're at also.
Yeah.
Because like out there in the UK, I hear them a lot. They say curry mutton a lot. So like over here in New York on this side, it's curry goat, and it's very few like places will say curry mutton. Very few.
Okay. But is it goat as well, or is it mutton? But they just don't say it's mutton.
Nah, it's goat. It's
All
goat
right,
because
yeah.
over here, it's easier to get goat because it's cultivated out here on a regular in Midwest, down south, everywhere. So it's easy to get goat on this side.
Yeah, because you have so much more land.
Yeah,
So
like-
much
Way
more
more
land.
shit. Yeah.
But to be fair, out there in the UK, y'all got a lot of good land out there too, especially down south.
Yeah, but we're snobs. And it's like, no, we must not destroy this forest. Even though it yields no food for us, we must keep Nottingham Forest because Robin Hood is famous from there.
What the fuck?
We've got lake districts and shit like that where it's just like, preservation, because this is royal land.
Y'all got
This is
good land
Queen's
out there,
country. Well, king now because Queen is dead, isn't it? This is
Right.
King's country. Whoa!
Yeah,
What?
When I was out there last year, and before I got to ended up in Croydon, I was out there in Southampton, right? So one of the homies out there, he does like training for the dogs to be like canine and like different training with the puppies, them and whatnot. And he carried me out on one of the Rothschild's estates,
Oh yeah.
and the land out there is like beautiful. You see me? It's beautiful, vast, and everything. I'm like, I don't know why cultivation don't be going in out here. And even for them as Rothschilds, they should know the importance of like, I don't know why cultivation not going out here. Y'all could have been beating a lot of countries out in like certain things of nutrition if the land was used properly with the,
But
They
it
could
looks
just-
so
they could stick
beautiful
goats on that
though.
land and just use them as lawnmowers and then sell the goats off after. I'm telling you, it's a win-win.
Yeah, well, goats are unpredictable in this shit everywhere, and we have to keep up appearances. We must. It'd be
So they're just like
terribly awful.
children. Like
Yeah.
kids.
Yes, they should be. Put them in the barn. They should be seen and not heard. Terrible, terrible animal. Drink your tea, Kruger. Drink your tea.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah. There's a remix of that. There's a remix of that. But yeah, man. No, I think that's the problem with the UK. We're more concerned with the image, do you know what I mean, than actual function. It's more form over function in the UK rather than anything
If
else.
you
At
guys
least
are concerned
America is
about
just
image-
like, no, we make money. That's it. That's all we care about, motherfuckers. Make money. Shut your fucking mouth. Like, whereas over here, it's like, no, it's not like that, really. It's like, we must present ourselves this way. But underneath, it's like, we want to be like America so much. They're making so much money. Look at the control that they have over their health system. We must have that for ourselves. Like, yeah. We're sneaky and conniving. Our racism is hidden. Your racism is blatant. At least you know where
crazy-
you stand.
The crazy part about it is it's sort of oxymoronic in a way, because for what industries can make the UK at least a bit better, let's take it from even from our perspective as jungle drum and bass producers, right?
Yeah.
The one thing that stifles us, the one thing that makes us money and the labels money is physical product. Let's just put it out there, right? Physical
We touched
product.
on this earlier, yeah.
So if you hinder the mailing and the resources of such physical product, and you have you notice, and like as the upper heads in government, it's no secret to them. They know this. They know what's going on. There's been an outcry on this shit since before pandemic.
Yeah,
Even more so after one of those big lacquer warehouses that burned down at the top of pandemic. The one is like two main big lacquer warehouses that make all the plates for everybody's records, and one of the major ones had burned down right at the top of lockdown.
Yeah, I remember that.
Even with that,
But it's different in the U.S. Like even on the East Coast, right? You can actually have an artist go platinum in their own state. Like they can move units, right?
Right.
Where that's to me that blows my mind. It's always been that way in the music industry in the U.S. Even back in the '90s and the '80s and stuff like that. You know, you got a regional artist blowing up platinum sales and you've never heard of them, right?
Yep. But see, here's the problem with it. Here's the problem when it comes on to jungle drum bass. The majority of the buy-in base of jungle is in the EU, and like the major part of it is in the EU. We have our good consumers over here stateside as well, but the majority is out there. So now when it comes down to mailing, now the whole mailing situation fucks everything up, because now you're dealing with the high prices of mailing and which couriers to use in mailing such products. And are you going to turn around and take the hit, or are you going to make the customer take the hit? And what weighs out? You know what I mean? And I always say this, and I know Dilly heard me say this from before when we was on Coffee Talk. The number one thing that started that, and I blame that solely upon is Bumblewall, Boris, and Brexit, because the moment that happened, everything with the Royal Mail and all of that, it turned into a domino effect all across the world, because it's like a chain. It's a link it's like every continent and every country is a link in the chain when it comes to this mailing thing. No matter how big and no matter how small, if everybody's in cooperation, the cost is lower. So when they separated themselves in Brexit, it fucked the whole world up, because there's so much shit we get from the UK and send to the UK.
Yeah.
Even trying to relay it, like going to a European distributor and then going back to the UK, same thing. It still gets hit. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, import, export.
If it was just US, and jungle was as big as a genre out here, and that's the other thing that pisses me off. See, over here in the US, jungle has been used on Daniel's every video game, Daniel's every commercial, and is not considered as a main genre in the same pool as you would get country, rock, hip hop, R&B, jazz.
Yeah,
never thought of as such ever. And you know what? I can't even blame the majors, because even the majors tried time and time again, all of them, to bring it across to the US. And still, there's no. If it was big and enormous over here like it is in the EU, shit, it would make sense to have pressing. We have enormous pressing plants over here stateside.
Yeah,
we have numerous of them over here. Even we have new ones opening over here stateside.
Yeah,
man.
Of course, you Boris, you know. Rascal.
If jungle is out here to the maximum effect as how you would see all the other genres out here, then it will make a major difference on both ends, for all three ends, for here, Canada, and the EU.
See, with drum and bass and jungle, it's nothing new. It's the marketability, right? It's that the industry can't find a way to market it the same way they can rap and hip hop or pop music, right? You have stars in your own genre, but they're not marketable like they would be like a Britney Spears, or a hip hop artist or whatever. So they don't put the effort and the time into it because they don't see it that way. But it's true that the people consume it, but it's still about the marketing portion of it. It's been like that since the 90s and the 80s, right?
Yeah.
It's like anything.
Yeah.
That's why when I blame vodka and cigarette companies for the explosion of EDM, because they couldn't put that money back into advertising to the US because you can't market cigarettes and liquor to children. So they took that and they put it into dance music. And that happened in probably like the mid 90s, right? Decline of the rave scene, and then you get the club scene, and they put all their money in marketing into that because now it was an experience. Drum and bass wasn't that marketable section when it came to dance music in Europe, and they missed out on a lot of that money. That's the way I've seen it, right? So
it was strange as well because, especially being someone that coming from the UK, for me, hearing jungle on Powerpuff Girls, I was like, oh, is this it? Is that like it's in cartoons? It's in American daytime cartoons. Like, is this it? Let's go. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like how much more in people's faces can you get? Like the Powerpuff Girls, Nickelodeon, jungle rhythms. Do you know what I mean? As well as like the computer games. Like,
I think I heard.
I'm like, bruh.
I think I heard jungle in a couple of the themes of the Venture Brothers.
Yeah.
Like Adult Swim is already on Adult Swim. William Street always been on point, but it's only for the more mainstream where it needs to really touch. Because even there in Adult Swim, it's still a subconscious notion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's still a subconscious notion in background music to whatever is put in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that comes in.
For 12 seasons, I DJ'd for the Oilers, so NHL hockey, right? And I would do broadcasts, so like every Saturday or TV broadcast. And it was funny because Pacific D&B told this story on his stream a couple of years ago when I came in. I'm like, oh, I know Pacific, right? And it's like, hey, how you doing? And he was telling the story about him and his friend were watching a hockey broadcast, and all of a sudden they heard Pendulum during the puck drop. And his friend picked up the phone and he lost his mind saying, who's that DJ in Edmonton playing drum and bass and blah, blah, all this stuff. And he goes, oh yeah, that's Dragon. So I didn't even know this, that no drum and bass was ever being played in hockey. So this is like, I think 2004, 2005.
Right, yeah, when Pendulum was just coming out at that as well.
Yeah, but I had no idea. I just liked the tune. I liked the music, and I thought it had the great energy, especially for a sports thing. For me, it just worked. I didn't call myself a drum and bass DJ or anything like that. I just liked the tune. But yeah, it was kind of funny. I had no idea that it was that unheard of to hear high energy music in a sporting thing, right?
Man.
Of that caliber.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, the majors even tried. Numerous artists over here tried. Shit, I'm over here in Brownsville. MOP tried. Remember? That man had a map.
Yeah. Breakbeat Chaos as well. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Remember? Redman tried. Him and Ronnie Size. I Got a Secret. You know what I'm saying? Like that's that song on the album. That's the name 2000. They did the track. Certain artists was already up on the Schweppes already with Jungle. It's just not taken serious
Intense.
like that over here.
Intense. We're gonna get to, but I've just got to say this.
No, it's not good.
Ronnie Size's remix of Simon Says. Ronnie Size and Die's remix of Simon Says by Pharoah Monch. Oh my days! Days!
And look at the look at the irony of it. What label is that on? Raucous.
Yeah.
Raucous originally was a drum and bass label before hip hop.
Yeah. Yeah. Mad. That's mad. I heard about that. And then he went on to
Doing hip hop and shot up from there. Never look back. But see, stuff like that right there is like a homage to what they were in the beginning.
Yeah, I've just seen that. The other night during the NBA game, the arena DJ played Badadan during timeout.
What?
Mad. Yeah, you know what? Air horn for that.
Which game was that? Which game was that? Because I want to catch that back on YouTube. Please, Kobe and Leo, enlarge up yourself. Same way. Which game was that? Because I was lightly looking at the Knicks game the other night. Because you gotta, me being a Knicks fan, win, lose, or draw, you can't sit there and watch the whole joint because you will be stressed out. Because year after year, we get right there. I lose the blowout. Be so.
It's like our England. It's like our England football team.
This year.
Yeah, that's okay.
This year we got this shit.
My team's in the playoffs, so I don't care.
This year, I come prepared.
Ooh.
When we get there, I'll put these on.
Ooh, tasty.
Haven't been worn yet. That's
Tasty.
in the back.
Game 1, Denver versus Minnesota. At 6:30.
Minnesota's gonna wipe them out. Joker has nothing for Jamal Murray. Oh, what his name is? Yeah, not Jamal Murray, for the dude on the opposing joint. They call Baby Jordan. He has nothing.
We got code name Leo. Heard the DJ Oddie tape in of all places, Alabama, around 98, 99.
Odie was honestly, Odie was running shit over here on the east side for a good long minute.
Yeah.
Drum bass.
Because I say around that time, the only name that I was hearing from like overseas that I'd recognized as like someone from America was is it AK 1200? Is it?
Yeah.
AK 1200, and then I started hearing about Diesel Boy, and who was it? Diesel Boy, Hive and Keaton, I think it was. There's somebody else who's important, and the name is just escaping me right now. It's so bad.
There's a few of them my mind can't drop on, but
I'm going to ask you something. So do you think that the influence in the 90s from underground hip hop and drum and bass, because of the fashion clothing at the time? Because there's that crossover of like the baggy, the European cut stuff coming over to the hip hop side in the Americas in the 90s. Did you see
especially with
that?
like FUBU and with like Wu wearing FUBU and shit like that?
Kickwear stuff and other stuff
Tommy
like
Hilfiger
that, right?
and shit like that. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for us in the 90s, it was Moschino and Moshi. What was it? Moschino.
Yeah, you saying it right.
Avirex jackets came over as well. For the Stoners.
Baseball jackets, Carl Kanai, cross colors, all of
Carl Kanai. Oh my God, Carl Kanai. The Carl Kanai suit that I had. Oh my days. Yeah. Oh my, I loved my mum forever when she got that for me, mate. I was the flyest 15-year-old going to youth clubs in my Carl Kanai waistcoat, yeah, and my spliffy hoodie and my baggy Carl Kanai fucking pants with Carl Kanai embroidered going down the leg and shit. Fuck off. Oh my, I wish I
try to find that brand new type of sitting from back in the days. Now y'all pay a hefty penny because those are like, you know what I mean? Those ran in like series and whatnot.
Yeah, like spliffy and Eclipse stuff as well, especially Eclipse stuff. Like, do you know what I mean? If you could get stuff with the actual spliffy guy, with the little spliff in his hand and that, you're paying peas for that, for that kind of stuff now.
Yeah, Pele, large up Soul Rebel Sound. I see you.
Yeah, Soul Rebel Sound, large up, man. Good to see you there.
It's kind of interesting that whole rave and hip hop culture in the 90s got blended together. So you get that drum and bass and all of that like harder dance music in the 90s, and you got the hip hop heads. They shop at the same stores for the clothing, and it's sort of like just makes sense, right?
If I could talk about physical sales in the U.S. for a second, because I'm born and raised here. I've been to a lot of record stores over the years and stuff and all that. But like, I've never actually seen someone who just only DJs vinyl in my life. In the U.S. And the thing is like, as far as like records and stuff, like I can remember in like the early 90s, 2000s, like when I was like, in high school and all that, they were still selling tapes and CDs, and they had records. They would get their records when they did all that sometimes, but the actual record sales were so much harder because they were more than the tapes and the CDs.
Right.
And they could sit on the tapes and CDs forever. Whereas like the handling for the vinyl and the like taking it places and the actual quality of the vinyl that they were making was not like the tapes and CDs are and then nobody does tapes anymore. But I still hear people my age talk about having their CDs and listening to their CDs, and when I like make CDs for like CDJ sets, it's like, this is awesome, right? So
definitely, man. How old are you in Sense, by the way? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 31 now, and
cool.
Okay.
Like I remember going to the biggest record shop in like Northern California, that is like on the whole West Coast, and it's like 2 stories of like, some people have bathrooms that big, you know what I mean? It's like and every time I go to like a used record shop, there's always copies, and it's mostly old stuff, like 50s and 60s stuff is still out there, still hasn't sold, and so this whole like crate digging thing, I don't think it ever really took off in the US the same way CDs did. And they're still selling CDs. So
it depends what age group you're in. Crate digging's been around for a lot. I'm old, so I remember when vinyl was new.
Yeah, like if I go to the right shop in the right part of the right towns, I can find like jungle. You know what I mean? I can find like good UK stuff. Like
prior to you getting into the scene, it was usually like the like a lot of the clothing shops that were like urban clothing shops that would have that type of music, right? Places that sell the fanzines and the CDs, and they'd have vinyl as well. Before the CD part, they'd have a lot of records, but they'd be selling T-shirts and pants and stickers, and and fat caps for your Krylon cans and stuff like that. It was all about the culture, right? So it's a culture store, and that's what's missing is we don't have the culture stores anymore. So like everything's on the internet, right? Like, you just saw Sam Ash is closing down after 100 years because they can't compete online. That's a culture store. There's big artists that went and bought a guitar at a Sam Ash, and now it's gone. They can buy it online. The kids are buying it online. So I think that's what's missing is we don't have a place where people go hang out and talk about the culture. And that's what the record shop used to be, right?
Because you can sell CDs easier online, you don't need the record store middleman, right?
Yeah.
You don't need it to be on the shelves, right? And so that's like...
No, you're right. But the other... I do... As much as, like, it was expensive to buy records, and stuff like that, going into that record store, seeing your other DJ brethrens, or like people that have been to the rave the weekend beforehand, do you know what I mean? Or the event promoters that you've caught sticking their flyers in there and hanging up their posters and stuff like that. All of that, being able to talk to people within the scene and that melting pot in the shopping. Do you know what I mean? I do miss that, defo. I do miss that.
It's like a barbershop aesthetic.
Yeah.
Basically.
That's a cultural thing, and that's what we're missing. Honestly, that's in my opinion. That's what we're missing from dance music across the board. That barbershop mentality, that culture center where you go and share ideas. Not complaining about people using sync online. Having real conversations. That's what's missing. Right?
Yeah, man, I'll agree with that definitely. Yes, Hunter MC. Good to see
really
you there. Hope you bless up, my G. But yeah, I definitely like can relate to that side of things because things have definitely improved. My enjoyment of making music in general has definitely improved since I started having people coming round into the studio physically every Monday and Friday, like the beginning of this year. In that, so I work with a crew called Four Hidden Prophecies, especially two MCs called SK and Big Jen. Every Monday, every Friday, we're in the studio, chopping it up, making new music, writing lyrics, talking about ideas, concepts, this, that, and the third, talking about the scene itself. Do you know what I mean? All that kind of stuff, and that having that interaction and that space to be able to talk things out and things like that, like it's so important to me. And that all of us in the studio writing lyrics and bouncing off each other with ideas and stuff like that, like it's so important to have that culture of everyone meeting up and, do you know what I mean, really getting excited about a common thing that we're excited about. And yeah, I miss that. I miss that with the youth clubs. I miss that with the record shops or the skate shops and stuff like that. Like I miss that wholeheartedly. I'm jealous of America because yous have got the record shops and pressing plants and stuff like that, but it's just not utilized for jungle drum and bass like it is for everything else, really.
And then if it was
Yeah.
utilized for jungle drum and bass, it still would be a hindrance on a part of mailing.
Yeah,
On a part of mailing
Because of-
and a part of mailing and a part of quality control as well. Because guess what now for everybody that's in jungle drum and bass, they only trust a certain amount of engineers or a certain amount of people to handle their product. So it's either the people from 1087, it's either the people from Subvert. It's either, you understand? It's either a certain like they do the plates and everything. So
yeah.
now consider this. Now, how would that work out? Would they send the wave or the AIFF to whatever set plant to do it, and then like how does that? There would have to be a system to work out with that, one, or two, or does the plate get mailed to them and then they do it? Because it's like how that quality control thing right there comes into question now. If that works out, and then again, there's the other thing of mailing. Again, that comes into the part of hindrance. If plates got to get mailed out for that, because it gotta be mailed in a delicate form because this is the actual stampers.
Yeah.
So I know that a couple of mastering houses lost their well-known people in Europe with retirement, right? And
Yeah.
if you ever play vinyl, you look at the hub and you can see who the mastering guy was. His name is on there, the catalog number's there. So you know who that person who mastered it. And you can look by name and go, okay, this is gonna be a quality press. I recognize that master guy. So that whole aspect of pressing has been gone. There's not young people trying to learn how to be a millwright to etch a plate, right? And they don't understand like about mastering for vinyl. So that's like once again, crate digging, lost art type of thing. There are people who are passionate about it. There are some places in the US that actually have some great mastering guys now, but they're primarily doing like short runs, like 7 inches and full LPs. It's more like rock, right? Or punk labels.
Yeah.
But they understand it, and it's going to take time to get those guys into a good mastering house for dance music. You know, like the mastering guys aren't there. But I understand what Kruger's saying. Find yourself a good mastering guy in the US, and then it's cheaper to send out the plates to the house.
Yeah.
What is that? Like usually in-house when it comes to pressing, it's like, okay, we're pressing it, we're mastering it, we're gonna do the plates for you. It's all in one house. Or you want to provide your own plates? Well, that's extra, right? So how do you defer that cost? It's all about the cost, right? What's your overhead? You know, what's your return on investment? If you're sitting there going, okay, cool, I mastered it, I got it on the cheap, it sounds great, pressing's great, and then they're going to charge you an extra $1,500, you know, for every 100 run. It's like, okay, I've just lost it. Do I go back to mailing it? You know, it's got to be a better courier service. Here's the thing. There's a Filipino company that uses FedEx and they ship stuff between Canada and the Philippines half the price that it would take from the regular carriers, and somehow they've done this special brokerage. Has anybody looked at doing a special brokerage for vinyl? You know, starting like a brokerage company, because that'd be the smart thing. Then you go, okay, we got people all around the world who are doing pressings. We got dance music artists. Doesn't matter what genre, but find a way to leverage the brokerage part so you can distribute the product better. You know, and that could be someone's side business. It's just taking a look at that aspect.
Right. That should be something that both Bandcamp and Red Eye UK should be looking at, because the majority of the blacks get bought between those two aspects when it comes on the Jungle Drum race, for the most part.
Or like Bandcamp and Crates, Qrates, Crates, in the UK, because Crates is directly connected. They're not partners, but they're connected with Cygnus Music, which deals with the majority of the UK distribution for jungle and drum and bass. So that's where I'm doing all of my distribution through for Spinal Records. But they have a connection where I can get a discount to be able to release vinyl through a crowdfunding type situation through Crates, kind of thing. So at the moment, the main thing is sort of building up the audience to be able to start doing things like that and releasing on vinyl, because it's better to have at least more of a guarantee of how many we can sell by having that audience there and stuff. But if there was a direct thing between Bandcamp and Crates that I could utilize using Cygnus, do you know what I mean? The fact that I have got a long-standing label as well, but I'm using Bandcamp as a part of that. Do you know what I'm saying? Then that would make things so much easier, because people are used to going to Bandcamp to buy vinyl rather than anywhere else at the moment.
So is it the actual freight cost, or is it the brokerage cost that's eating away at your profits?
It'll a bit of both, I would say. I'd say a bit of both, yeah.
I got to put Red Eye on blast for a second, okay? Like 6 years ago when I had a job and I was super passionate about this stuff, and I was like, I got to buy M-Beat, I got to buy Dillinger, I got to have it now, because it'll go up, you know? And it's like, but like I got 3 records from the UK on Red Eye, and it cost me $30 to ship each one. And I even messaged them, I'm like, hey, can you put it all in one? So I just pay the customs once. And they didn't respond. They just took the charge. They didn't refund nothing. And it's like, I even heard that like B-Style or something will do this for people, where like if you want to get it overseas, he'll like buy them and then pack them and then pay the customs anyway, right? So it's just like the fact that they don't even bother to do that, and that's like their business model. You know what I'm saying? Is paying customs more, and you know, it's like what is that? They're not getting that. Like,
wow.
It's so grimy, dude, because they're even selling them at UK prices, but the customs are the US prices that we see. You know, it's like
that is crazy.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Be a loophole. There's got to be a loophole on that. There's got to be.
$30 per record. Oh my god!
That's highway robbery.
Back in the day when I ordered like 15 records from overseas, it'd be like a flat rate in a pizza
Flat
box
rate
style.
altogether, yeah.
Yeah, like that's just gouging, right?
Yeah, there is no reason why they can't send it all together for that one charge, or even if it's okay, send them all together, but it's $45, $40. Do you know what I mean? Instead of $90.
Least say no. At least say no if you're not going to do it.
Word.
For $90. Jesus Christ, man. Wow.
So are you guys finding that you want to leverage more Bandcamp for distribution of vinyl? Is that it?
I would love it if there could be more of a connection between Bandcamp and like vinyl distribution.
Do they offer anything like that right now?
No. We can sell through them, but we have to handle getting the actual vinyl in, sending it out, postage and packaging, taxes, all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, and we have to figure it out for each country as well in terms of shipping costs and taxes and stuff like that. And
All right.
So, Yeah, it's a bit of a mad one because I've tried doing like t-shirts where I've got like 150 t-shirts like printed myself well, not printed myself but bought in bulk with the designs and stuff like that, and then I handle all the postage and packaging. And especially when it came to overseas orders, it just became a madness trying to figure out what's right and what's not, and do you know what I mean, and stuff like what's fair to charge people without when you don't know. At the time I didn't know, so it's just like, oh, America, 15 quid I think. Yeah, which is like $20, $25. Do you know what I mean? But I'm just thinking, oh well, that's normal. Like, man.
Let's
Fuck
take
me
an
up,
example
mate.
here. So you have a fourth wall, right?
Yay.
They have a ship station integration, so they handle the shipping for you.
Yeah.
Have you looked into that?
Yeah. Because in terms of the products that I use on there, I only use products that ship to all four, because it's EU, NZ,
Okay.
US, and CA, and Canada. So I only ship to them. But in terms of the deeper details of the delivery itself, I've not looked that much into it now.
Maybe I'll do a deep dive and I'll do a model for it, and I'll take a look if it's viable for you guys to use fourth wall as your distribution point. So you get it pressed, sent to you, and ship station. The way it works is you do the order comes online, they print off the shipping label, and then just come and pick up the parcels when it's ready.
Yeah, because you can do physical orders through fourth wall as well. That you can actually set it up to do physical orders for yourself
Let me dig into this, and if I can find a solution through fourth wall, it would make sense, because now you get to keep the profits, you still keep your fourth wall store, and now you can distribute your physical vinyl product or merch, made merch, not their merch, through the store.
I might look into it myself as well, because I'm going to be going through all of my vinyl, like especially like my mum's stuff, because there's going to be loads of like stuff that I know I'm not going to pay, but people may want in their collection and may want to buy, and rather than using Discogs, it'd be cool to see how it works through fourth wall instead.
Yeah, I've sold quite a bit through Discogs, which has been pretty good. Other than the people ask me, hey, can you make a digital rip of this song? I just want to hear what it sounds like. No.
Oh my God.
I'll pay you €1. I'll pay you €1 if you can send me a pre-listen. Like, no, man, it's not gonna happen.
Oh, mate, I might do it.
I know why they do
a 1 minute clip. That's it. 1 minute clip. You don't even have to pay for it. 1 minute clip. There you go.
Yeah. Halfway through the drop. Halfway through the body of the jeans. Yeah, there you go. You ain't getting no intro. What do you mean, chorus? What?
Do it Viewpoint style.
Yeah. Do it Viewpoint Juno download style.
Because they don't give you the whole song. They give you enough so they know that, all right, this out of two and how it go. All right. You want to buy? Yeah, man. You want the 14? Oh, once you get a message back, oh, can you do it from the intro? It'd be good to hear the intro. The guy go, suck a dick, mate. Fuck off. Fuck off. This is all y'all gonna get.
Yeah. Set cool on yourself. Yeah. You see it there, you must get what you're giving and like it. Yeah.
No Bandcamp thing around here.
Yeah.
Bandcamp will let you play the whole song, but you still have to buy it. And they limit you on Bandcamp too, because you only get to hear like certain amount of records and then they'll stop your ass.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you can turn that off.
Yes, they know the Schweppes. They know the Schweppes too.
Oh, 3 plays and then you have to pay. Oh, yeah. You can put that up to 10. You can put that up to 10 if you want. Do you know what I mean? Like, I put it up to 10 and then I clocked like people were ripping the shit in it. So it's like, right, 3. And I just brought it down to 3. Yeah, it was like, so standard.
There you go, Dill. You can actually integrate your Facebook and Instagram into fourth wall, so you can sell your music through Facebook.
Have they
Just
just
take a look.
added that? Because it wasn't
Yeah.
Facebook before. It was Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. So I think they might have
Facebook,
just
Instagram,
added.
shopping, so you can set up the shopping through.
Have they actually set it up proper? Because
Yeah.
I knew it was a thing
Yeah.
that was coming.
Yeah, it's
Because
in the
it
help
might be
center.
there for you lot. It might not be there for us in the UK. Especially with Facebook. Facebook is not an option for us in the UK at all. It's just Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube.
Yeah,
Sorry, we're
take a
nerding out
look
about e-commerce. But yeah, no, if that's available, then I'd love to get in onto that. Is this Coffee Talk V2? Yeah, kind of. Yes, Confide. Yes, Alice. Yeah, kind of. It's not in competition. I just miss doing stuff like this. I just miss this whole.
Yeah.
There's no coffee.
That's
Oh,
what I
Dill's
like.
got coffee.
Slip a lick right now.
Yeah, I get caught by that as well, man. It's all good.
Oh.
But just
Right now it's
reach
called
up your
coffee
headpiece,
talk.
me see it there. Yeah,
Nah.
man.
Free
up yourself.
You get that cough where it like you hit the split first time, you get to the belly of it, and the shivers and all that go up and down your back, like ooh. Like you just got a nice splash of warm water on your back or something. Yeah. That.
Yeah. Okay.
my bad.
Nice.
Y'all gotta pardon me. I'm still off on these muscle relaxers too. That's why I got the scarf up here for the arm.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, I saw that picture as well, man. What is it that happened? If you don't mind me asking, mate.
It's three situations in one. But the main thing is ulnar nerve pain. Whereas it's shooting from the back of my shoulder all the way down to my elbow, all the way down into my wrist, and this part of my hand right here is numb.
Yeah.
I can't feel to the touch, and I can't bend this fully.
Fuck
So
hell.
without the muscle relaxers, I wouldn't be able to function. I wouldn't be able to jump all with y'all because I'll be wincing in pain. Right now
Yeah.
I'm decent. That's why I could, smoke draw. That's why what I'm drinking is Bustelo. I ain't drinking no tea because I need to stay up.
Yeah.
'Cause that shit will put you to night.
Yeah. Fucking hell, man. And that's
So I'll
in your
go
hand
see-
as well.
I go see a specialist tomorrow morning, and they'll be able to determine everything and let me know what type of therapy and what type of treatment I need to get on to bring everything back to normal.
Right. Okay. Fucking hell, man. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed, man. So this is killing me.
Yeah.
That's why, I've been off in the job for 3 weeks, B, and I only been able to complete 2 damn tunes. I just started lining up the preference for your remix because with the pain, I can't even concentrate to like sit back and be like, I want to do this for this and this for that because I need both hands to operate. So now trying to do everything, busting off everything on the left, it's like, it's frustrating me.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Before they gave me back the muscle relaxers, what they had me off on is Tylenol, Advil in a combination, along with something else, and I was still feeling the pain. So it's like that shit wasn't doing nothing. That's how I ended up going to the emergency room 3 times. It's like, this ain't working. Like I need attention, B.
Yeah.
How much Advil were they giving you?
Advil was the regular strength, and the Tylenol is the extra strength for arthritis.
So if you get the extra strength, I'm not a doctor. I just read a lot. So you can do up to 1,200 milligrams of Advil. So that should help with the inflammation, especially in your shoulder,
Right.
For your nerve, right?
Right.
That's what the Advil's for. But if you need to front load yourself, like you're having a bad day or something like that, I'm not sure which painkiller you're taking. You can take that anti-inflammatory, pop like 3 Advil, and you should be okay for a bit.
Yeah, but this is just a this is just a temporary fix. I was actually doing something of that too because I was doing it in different combinations because I hate pill popping. I just really hate. I was even trying to find all natural stuff to try to ease it out or whatever have you. But it's a deeper problem because the last time when I went to the emergency room, they did a CT scan on me, and what happened was they found like it wasn't no breakage in the joints, but it's coming in like my joints are compressing a set of nerves, and that's what's happening. to all this right here. So this is why I have to go to the specialist tomorrow so that he can figure out how to just release them and get my hand back.
I don't know. Right, I don't know if Intense is feeling it as well. It's like I'm getting a phantom sympathy pain in my shoulder or some shit.
Oh, I
Do
mean,
you know what I mean? As you're talking about it, it's like,
no, I had a bike crash, and I get that every now and then when I'm like sleeping.
Nerve
And
pain is
like
real.
eaten too much, and like, but I mean, like my mom has a much more like that problem with her foot and stuff, and like, I mean, diet is like fucking important, you know, very.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, and you know the thing I noticed also the last time I was in the emergency room, I was in there for like 10 hours straight, and what I noticed, like a good portion of the people that was coming into the back part of the ER was based off of nerve pain in different parts of the body and age range. I'm 49, about to turn 50 this year. Cats I seen rolling in is between 40 to my age. And it's like about 13 of them. Like ER was crazy on Monday, and I'm seeing this. I'm like, yo, I'm not the only one. This is madness. Everybody getting cortisol shots, Motrin shots, and yo, I'm like, why is this coming about? Like, I never, like, this is like, it was unheard of to me, but it was just weird.
Yeah.
Like, you figure they're younger than me. I could say yes, the perils of getting old or whatever the fuck. I'm hitting a half a century. So I've done a lot of whatever. But these are younger cats that's way more better than me.
More than half.
Yeah.
Just started my half.
You know what I mean? So for me, I expect it. I expect it. But
yeah. I mean, I'm 42. I'm expecting certain things. Like, definitely my diet is really starting to affect me. So it's like I've really got to look at my diet.
I'm looking forward to my birthday. So this year I actually get to order off the Denny's seniors menu at the back. So
yo, you just reminded yo. You know what? You just reminded me, right? Just reminded me. Like, I thought about that shit watching a fucking AARP fucking commercials. I said, yo, this year I could go all out with my motherfucking birthday. Y'all motherfucking tip. I could get all the discounts every motherfucking restaurant. That's why I'm over there downloading all these motherfucking apps. All of them going, all y'all motherfuckers. I'm gonna see y'all now. I'll save all my money. I'm an old person now. Well, fucking. See your discount all the way around the board.
Yeah.
There's benefits to getting old.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That made me laugh though.
The things you think about while smoking weed. I watched the AARP commercial middle of the day, and I thought about that shit because I'm like, because you know what made that thought come on? Because I was talking to somebody like an hour prior to me seeing that commercial, and somebody was asking me if I was gonna have a birthday party this year, and I'm like, I really didn't think about that shit. I really didn't. It never came to me. I've been so far removed from doing the clubs. You got to remember, before I was a club DJ regular before pandemic. So it's like I came out of that scene like a year or two before pandemic really hit. So it's like I'm more disconnected from it, and just due to the fact of, one, the quality of music, two, the quality of crowd, three, like a lot of clubs closing, a lot of things turning into small lounges. And just it's just the politics of like cool little crew you gotta get a part to be a part of to get into a spot or trying to grow following in order to get to play in these spots. That's most important, because a lot of these spots don't have no regular crowd or following, so you have to bring a following in to their establishment and whatever have you, which seems retarded to me, because why the hell you open for business for if you don't got no regular customers?
Yeah. Supply and demand. Come on.
So it's like my homie DJ Big Blue put up a meme a while back talking about back then the DJ used to come in and the crowd was there. You did your job to move the crowd. Now the DJ has to be the DJ, the promoter, the fucking the caterer, you know what I mean? And that shit don't make no sense. Yeah. So that sort of made me disgusted in a way, because I seen that wave sort of change over in the club scene and the lounge scene out here.
Right.
Granted, there's a lot of good spots still. There's a lot of good spots still that do have their, you know, their regular crowd and this and the other. But it's like who you know to get in where and here and there and what's going on now, music wise and whatever have you. And that's why sometimes I love staying in my lane of jungle drum and bass, because I don't worry about that shit. Just come in and play and do your motherfucking thing. They will come.
I mean, one time we got like a touring van to visit our friend's garage for as like we labeled it a venue. Like you can definitely get away with like a lot more than you think you can if you just jump the shark on like, you know, the regular crew and their friends and I'll come smoke out.
But it's because of jungle drum and bass nowadays, you build it, they will motherfucking come. Like, I think that was the case with fucking this crew, Driven AM. Don't quote me because I don't really know for sure, but it's like they've been growing every year. Driven AM, they located, I think, downtown Brooklyn, like somewhere in Williamsburg or some shit like that. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, build it, they will motherfucking come, but we need more of that out here. And what I've noticed as of late, jungle has been really creeping in the back ends of my damn hood, because I see little people putting on like drum and bass events on the back end of Brownsville with a line of like Bushwick and like Queens back in these areas. So that's great, but still needs to come more, you know, and you need more of it to make it something. Whereas, look here, left the trap, put the drill back in the toolbox.
Please, man. You know what I mean?
And if you need a DJ to incorporate that shit with the regular shit, here we go. I'm right here. Because I tried many occasions when I had my spots. Many a time. If I had to pay Doodle Brown in a session, trust me, I'd try to drag in 2 jungle joints in the midst of that. Anyhow, because that's the closest thing. Think about it. Luke Doodle Brown, I Want to Rock.
I know it.
At the time when I was in the clubs, playing. Anytime I had to draw that, around the time of All About the Benjamins, Diddy got Ming and FS to do 2 mixes of All About the Benjamins and drum and bass. I drug that into that Ross. You know what I mean? I try. That's why I was naming those records off like that, because I try to drag them into the segment, because it was usual suspects that people knew but didn't know they was on this wave.
Yeah. Okay.
It's changing, right? The demographics changing. The age is changing. When it comes to the clubs and the scene, it's always like that, right? You've got younger people who've been exposed to drum and bass and jungle, who are now getting to be club age, and they're bringing that with them. So it'll happen. Stateside's always been up against the wall when it comes to jungle and drum and bass. Always.
Yeah, but I'm glad it's coming across with things of like Chase's status with Ira. And sidebar, I see, this is the thing, and I'll be trying to get into his like DM and whatever have you, try to pester him a little bit. I know he's busy on the artist side, but I'm trying to get the pester him to go back to also doing. Remember, Ira used to do the voiceovers for the with the cartoons of Jamaican. The remix show. He needs to do more of the remix show, the refix show, and incorporate it into the, because it helps. It helps because people know him from the. You know how many people over here stateside know him for the refix show, but not for Badadan?
Yeah, this is it.
You understand?
This is it. Yeah.
This is where he need to make that fucking connection between both of those, and plus drop a couple of his regular grime shits too, outside of dealing with Chasing Status as well. Bring that shit back, because he's an awesome grime artist. And on top of that, he's the closest person that sounds to Vibes Cartel that Vibes Cartel himself approves.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, man.
He got the trifecta of a gift right there.
Yeah,
so
baby.
You can bring that shit over stateside a little bit more, homeboy. You'll be an icon, and you help things come across, because you don't have nobody like that really over here.
I think from what I can gather, though, I think
And it's
he's at
appealing
that
to the
stage.
people over here.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I was gonna say, like, I think from what I can gather, what's happening is because he's gotten a lot bigger now, especially with him moving with Chasing Status a lot and them like signed to like big labels and all that kind of stuff. I think it might be a case of they're trying to control what his outward image looks like. So that's why the whole like voiceover thing has cooled down a whole lot compared to how much he was doing it before. Like before, it was daily. You would have a new skit. Do you know what I mean? From Ira, and it was absolutely hilarious. When it came to politics time and like general election, he's going in on the politicians, bro. Like he's going in. Mate, I made a couple tunes based off like some of his skits, like "Brook Up Boris." It's Ira who's talking about him going broke up in Bomboclat. Make no mistake about that. And I sent it to him. I sent him a clip and he was like, "Send me the whole thing." I was like, "Yeah, G." He was like, "Yeah, man, that's safe." Do you know what I mean? Go far, soldier. Bless up. I was like, "Yeah, safe." Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, G. He's a done. He's a done.
Yo.
Sorry.
and then just the you remember when he did the mask? When he did the mask series?
Yeah.
Yo, V. The mask series and the Thundercats series.
I need to watch them again, and that, especially the Thundercats one. Oh, my god. Oh, and he was ended up being in competition with what's his name? That psycho guy who did he did the theme. He started doing themes for all of the old school cartoons and shit. Like yeah. He did for the Thundercats. He called it Thunder.
Yeah, I remember.
Thundercats. Yeah.
I never knew.
Jump over trees, there be crowbars. She a swing from the vine and a crowbars. Thundercat, I want the bomber cloud, even have a dopey cat. Yo, coming afraid of Mumra. That way me vote for the Tundra. Bro.
All the shits is out at the same time. You're definitely right. That was out.
Yeah, mate. There was a couple that were on it, but he was only doing themes. Ira was doing loads. Like he was doing Postman Pat.
It was all
doing whole episodes. Yeah, mate.
That's all. Like, yo, that would help so much now in what he's doing and to bring it across stateside too. Because like with us, how we love our Marvel and DC and this, that, and the third. Can you imagine doing a refix show episode on some shit, either Marvel or DC style? And it crosses over here, then people go down the rabbit hole and go find them with Badadan and the UPF point and all these other things and all that connect. That's another way where people can connect with them.
Yeah,
there you
man.
go. And
and
Codename Leo, what you said? Who said that? Who that? Confide? Yo, who's that? So Rebel Sanders said, "I personally despise MCs over jungle." Unless they're in the tune.
Wait. How?
Hold on. I agree. I have an oxymoronic opinion on that.
Wow.
Because of
I
one.
feel personally attacked.
Because of one. Hold on. I understand where you're coming from. Because some MCs get on the mic and chat pure fuckery.
Yeah. No, definitely.
You understand?
Definitely. And don't know when to shut up as well.
So get a person like Double O, for instance. You can't say that with him and his Rupture. He sounds like the fucking record over the mic, over whoever's playing. So you can't say that. There's certain people that really naturally handle themselves properly and know when to shut the fuck up on the mic while over, you know what I mean? But I actually do agree also, if the MC is already in the tune, you don't need to say nothing.
I think for
I feel bad now. I feel like I'm like, let me take this off because I feel like I'm just putting him on blasting. Like everyone hates Soul Rebel now. He hates MCs.
No.
I'm sorry, babe.
I understand where you're coming from with it because there's some you can hear from old mixed jungle tapes that you see on YouTube. Some man just needed to shut them back up.
Yeah, that was the thing. That was always the thing that fucking pissed me off. Like,
Yeah.
as an MC myself, especially coming from hip hop and that, and then going over into, I just don't get where the idea comes from to spit
know what it is.
over lyrics and just not stomp and not stop.
I
Do
know
you know
where
what I
it
mean?
come from.
Like, I don't, because even in Jamaica, we weren't that bad. Even in Jamaica, we weren't that bad. Do you know what I mean? Even
Wait,
in Jamaica,
Wait, hold on one second. Before you start, URG, that's exactly where it comes from. Listen to old dancehall, tapes or old dancehall sessions where
Yeah.
we have the bag of MCs and they play the dub plate first, they play the A side first. Their job was to talk on the mic as much as possible to get the people involved and make them come into the dance and pay the money to come into the dance. That's how they knew the joint was live. That was just the general consensus across all sounds and everybody who will keep a dance. So they try to incorporate that also into the jungle setting, but it's how you do it.
Yes.
That's how you do it. When you doing it in over excess and it don't make sense and it just sounds like a talk about shit,
That's what I'm saying. Like, Clash
that's
thank you, Soul Rebel. Clash MCs were different. These MCs in jungle drum and bass, they just love the sound of their own fucking voice, even to the point where they can clearly hear there's vocals in the Pussy Clark tune, but they're not shutting up though. It's like, nah, I'm gonna talk over the shit. Everyone needs to hear me because I'm so important. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. I've turned people's mics down. I've unplugged them when they've just done it too many times. I don't give a fuck. I'm an MC myself. Don't chat nothing to me. Do you know what I mean? I know. As soon as I hear a vocal, I'm shutting up. Because I'm not making the crowd compete with what they're trying to hear. Do you know what I mean? Like,
right.
I'm not making them do that. Do you know what I mean? They're hearing two people speak at the same time and trying to figure out which one's it saying. I hate it at the best of times in normal conversations, and people have heard me kick off in coffee talk when too many people are talking. Shit, I hate it. I ain't gonna make the crowd do it. What are you lot on about? I'm sorry. Shut up, man. Take your break. Have your drink. Rest up, fam. Like, that's a prime time for you to chill out, innit? Somebody else is talking for you. You're still gonna get paid. It's not like you're getting paid by the word or some shit. Shut your mouth, man. Sorry. Sorry.
But like, you can even hear it on like the old rave tapes. There was like MCs that they like knew the tunes that they were going on, and there's MCs who were like, "Oh, there's the vocal. I'm just gonna keep going."
Yeah. Cause I know.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what Soul Rebels. That's what Soul Rebels talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm down. No, I'm down with that. I'm fully behind you, Soul Rebel. Them kind of MCs need to get dash in a bin, quick time, and then dash in a river, quick time, and then done in it. Cause them don't know how go on. Them not have no etiquette. Them just want for chat maca.
Okay, I'm out. Thank you so much, Dill. I'm glad you're doing this again. I'm going to jump in next time you're on. Love you very much. Kruger, so good to see you. Intense. You guys have been
that's
awesome.
the URC. Yeah.
You guys have a fantastic week. And remember, tell somebody you love them and make it weird. See you guys.
Yeah. Especially to make it weird part. Bless up, Dragon Bait. Bless up. Love you, Santa. Yes, confide. Old time Santino. Yeah, but I'm buzzing.
Make it weird.
Yeah, but I'm buzzing that we're doing this again. I'm looking at it because I was going to try and do it weekly, but you can only have 20 hours a month in it. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to do it fortnightly, just so then we can have it. If the sessions need to go over 5 hours, then they can do, because I'm only doing it twice a month rather than 4 times a month kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Until it gets to the point where I can afford paying for it each month, and then we can have more time, more people added, all that kind of stuff. And then, because at least we can have a good session. Because me thinking about it, like for me, I've been on for 4.5 hours, but you've only just jumped in yourself, Kruger. like recently, so I don't want to cut it off just when we're just getting into the things with yourself. Plus, I wouldn't be surprised if Ashley jumps in if she sees what's happening. Do you know what I mean? I won't be surprised if there's a couple of other people that will want to jump in and shit as well.
Yo,
so
hold on, Dilly. Not to interrupt you, I might have a solution for you with as far as the StreamYard thing.
yeah,
So we'll talk off the air. We'll talk off the air about that.
okay, yeah, man, no problem at all.
All right.
And that, but
So don't worry about going overtime.
Oh, okay, cool.
Might have a solution for you.
Wicked. And that, 'cause I had to check it out for at least a free account and stuff. I had to check it out.
Of course.
It's like $25 a month for the next one up. And shit, which works out, say, about 18, 19 pounds in the UK. So just under £20 a month or something like that. Which is not that bad, really. It's not that bad, really, if I'm putting a lot more focus into streaming more and like actually like doing more in terms of content for everybody. It's better. I'd be happy to pay that rather than paying for Netflix and Disney Plus and shit. Do you know what I mean? That's 20 quid there. That's 20 quid right there that I've saved. That goes into actually doing stuff for the supporters and that. Do you know what I mean? The viewers and stuff like that. So I don't mind it at all. I don't mind it. But yeah, we'll have a chat afterwards, so man. We'll definitely have a chat and see what I want and shit. But big love to everybody who's locked on, locked in. Yes, real duppy do.
Yeah, we
yes,
can definitely have
rebel.
You definitely have a chat there for after. I just had to check on something real quick. And
Yeah, man.
We're gonna be to the good. We're gonna be to the good, B. Word.
That big smile on your face. Yeah,
Word.
man.
I had to check something real quick because I had to remember something because when we came off the air for Coffee Talk, you gotta remember I was using that our talks sort of like subconsciously like therapy.
Yeah. Did it? Yeah, bro.
I used to run the fuck home to catch all of us.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what the fuck we was talking about. I'd run the fuck home, fight, being on a crowded ass bus after lifting bodies to the morgue, all type of wild shit to run home to be on here with y'all because it was a release. Even more so equal to my music making, like for real, because it's just enjoying seeing people that's either like-minded or came from like everybody that's on the panel never came from not one piece of silver spoon or a couple spoons. You understand? So I understand when we're talking about shit, it matters. Yes. No matter if we fucking around or you understand, it just matters and it's good. You know what I mean? It's sort of like subconscious serotonin, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? When Intez comes in, it's cool. I love it. Like, you know what I mean? Yo, that's the homie. We have conversations. Like, you know what give you an example. When MF Mama had jumped in and she was letting through a situation, this, second, and a third, I look at her whole situation and her completely differently. I think I subbed to her page and all that shit. I give her 1,000% support, B.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't notice if we didn't have the conversations here.
Exactly. This is what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. Like, the reason why I'm doing it, I miss this. I missed having this connection to the community. This is a unique way of being able to connect to like regular members as well as new people coming through as well. You know what I mean? And for me, that's why it became a bit uncomfortable. Not that I'm throwing E-Town under the bus. He's understandable because he's at that level where it is a full-time job for him. So he has to think about the money. He has to think about certain things. But it just became a bit uncomfortable where, for what it was, the focus became a bit too much on, you know, whether it's making money or not, or, you know, this, that, and the third and stuff. Like, it became a bit too much on that rather than it just being us having great conversations and learning more about each other and Do you know what I mean? That kind of stuff, you know.
It also came about of not offending the audience that probably was subscribing. We both saying the same thing, but it's more in detail of that.
Okay.
Because then what happens? Because then what happens there? And this is not even playing devil's advocate. What happens there? I have seen within Twitch, whereas people go on a campaign and bash a certain people's pages, whereas if they heard something that they didn't like or something of that accord, and then it'll affect them, and especially if that's your primary source of income, it's like your head start get chipped now. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, my money a fly with car. Man say, and you don't want to offend the man on things array, and you had to keep in mind, we had all keep in mind of that. Not only just all of us in general.
This is why.
So in a way, that's why I can't get mad. I had to respect that as well, because like I said, people are making their bread off of Twitch.
Defo. I think for me, it was the indecisiveness. At some point, you've got to make a decision. Either it's what you're doing or it's not. Because if it is affecting you to the point where you're getting that upset with it, then you do just need to make a decision. That's when I offered to do it on mine. It was because I'm a smaller channel. I've not got as much to lose. I'm fine where I am. I am more asked about the conversation than the monetary side of things. There's other things that I can use in regards to in regards to making money and stuff. I appreciate this. Do you know what I mean? The communication, the connection. Do you know what I mean? The collaboration as a sense. You know what I'm saying?
Your audience is less sensitive to the content of the stuff on your channel as opposed to E-Towns.
I'm still building.
That's really what it is. Hold on. Think throughout the years, like from you doing the little YouTube things, them, and the you know what I mean, like
yeah.
Definitely. In general, they take on to like the same wavelength. So doing it here is more a lenience of, because we know y'all speak on our minds from a good place.
Yes.
Nothing vindictive, nothing of, you know what I mean? That's you know what I mean? So if a person get offended, there's nothing really to we not lose nothing. You know what I mean? Like,
it's not like
you go to more come.
This is it. Like I value the conversation more. Yeah,
you go
this
back
is
there, two more forward. Come on.
This is it. Yeah, no problem. But like, this is it, man. Like, and that's why I don't want it to seem as if this is something in competition with what E-Town's doing or anything like that. He's got his rules for his channel. I've got my way, his ways or rules for his channel. I've got my ways for my channel, and stuff like that. And both can coexist at the same time. Absolutely fine. Do you know what I mean? And stuff. And that for me, it's just setting though. It is just setting those things in place. What is it that's more valuable, you know? And he has got a lot more to lose, a lot more to deal with, because he has got a bigger channel. I'm sure he's close to 8K on his channel, and I'm just hitting 2.5. You know, so you know what I mean. We can definitely coexist.
Like, it's Twitch though, you know, like if people are gonna unfollow you, they might be back, they might not, they might have just totally, you know, I don't think it's like for me it was great, right? Like I literally got onto the schedule where it's like, no matter what it was in life, it's like my whole Wednesday, you know, is like
it is. Trust me.
It was
Trust
that long,
me.
you know what I'm saying? It's like it got to the point where like sometimes it would be like, oh, I could have done something else with Wednesday, right? But like usually it's like, no, this is like being invited into a home. This was like when I had roommates that were my friends, you know. These are the good days when we like, you know. Like,
yeah, man. No, for real.
So, like, yeah. I just think like towards the end of it, I went sober, and like everything changed. in terms of like what I'm gonna do with my time in life, and like it happened in so close together that like it was just a very it's the kind of thing where like I didn't notice that difference for so long in my life.
Yeah.
But
okay.
like the difference that I made in my own life was so much different as a result of the mental health, of
Yeah.
the group therapy, that
Yeah.
like, you know, yeah.
No, definitely. This is it. It was like, for me, I had my therapy. Do you know what I mean? But in terms of being able to talk things out to an extent with other people, where it's kind of the same. Like, we are building a history with each other. It's the same as building a history with my therapist, you know. But in terms of judgment and things like that, because we all have an understanding of each other, do you know what I'm saying? It's a lot easier to, you know, to be able to talk these things through in this type of environment. So I was the same, even though in the beginning, I remember I was always late by about 2 or 3 hours. I was always late because I was always doing stuff. And then when we started taking it seriously, it was like, we're going for like 10-12 hours straight in shit with the shit, like, because it's good conversation and stuff like that. So, and when, like I said in the beginning, when it stopped, it got me down, man. It got me proper down in shit, because it's just not having that connection again, in that, with the community, with regulars like yourselves, and having the opportunity to speak to new people, giving them the opportunity to come through and meet new people and speak to new people themselves. So that's why I had to bring it back. But like you said, it's Twitch. I think what adds to, you know, the whole thing as well is there is monetary value involved straight away. And that, like, at least in the normal drum and bass scene, you've got to work up a bit before you even start getting £10-20. And that, like, here it's like maybe a week's worth of work, and then you can start getting subs, and then that's where the competition starts for a lot of people that jump on here. And that's removed from here. I don't care. It's the conversation that's important, you know. Like I said before, I've got other ways of being able to make money, and this is not a slight on Clint or anything like that. For me, this is just what's more important, regardless of what happens with my channel. Being able to do this every Wednesday, and that is more important, you know. And I'm happy. It's like yesterday, I did my show. And then I found out that, like, I don't know what I've done, but I'm able to start doing production streams again and stuff. So adding this to, you know, the mix as well, like, it's just, I'm happy. I'm very happy right now. I'm very, very fucking happy right now. You know, being able to do all of this, having things like this, being able to do production streams again as well, man. Yeah, man, I'm happy. I'm happy, because more important than anything is bringing these types of things to the community and being able to connect with the community. That's it.
Dilly,
I even found it hard to produce without streaming. It was like, no, it felt weird not having people watching me and having that sort of pressure of being held to task. Like, it's weird.
Dilly, when last time you was here?
Last week.
That what I am right now.
Yeah, man. You see it, man. You see it. And it'll dry out your mouth. A good bowl of cake, it'll dry out your mouth, man. I'll dry it out, man. Yeah, man. Hydrate. Hydrate, man. It's sweet, but it dry out your mouth, so.
Yo, for those who don't know, it's a Jamaican delicacy, bulla cake. It's nice, it's sweet, cinnamony. It's great, but that shit'll dry your mouth out faster than a Popeye's biscuit.
Yeah, but it is nice though. It is. It's Moorish, man. It's good stuff. But yeah, no, I've got a Jamaican corner shop, sort of off-license little shop. But they've also just opened up a Jamaican Caribbean restaurant as well,
Nice.
called Progress, and that, which I love because I'm like, yo, I love what you're doing. The fact that you're in the middle of Cholton, there's no other types of shops or restaurants or anything like that in the area. Do you know what I'm saying? And just the fact that they're called Progress, like, and they were supporting my mum as well because she's got sickle cell. The lady who runs it, Sharon, she also works for the Sickle Cell Society charity in Manchester as well. Do you know what I mean? So having that connection, she would bring food to my mum whenever she had any problems or a crisis and stuff like that. So I really want to work with them and help them out and try and do a sponsor or something like that with them. And shit, forward motion, progress. You know what I'm saying, mate? Yeah, it's it.
No brainer.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, man?
No brainer.
No brainer, man. Definitely, man. But yeah, man. I need it. I've been paid in it. I'm waiting for my curry goat and rice because I have ordered it. I've ordered it for him. I'm just waiting for him to turn up at my door. And then I could go shop tomorrow and buy some more butter cake, hardo bread, some more old seasonings and, you know, herbs and spices and some lemon juice so I can wash up my chicken and, you know, and them kind of thing there, you get me? Now I want some jerk or curry. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Go and yam your food, Leo, man. Go and yam your food, man. Fill up your belly, so. Eh? Or fill up your belly. Sustenance.
I was thinking, did I have some yard food when I was out there in UK? Yes, I did. Because I was out there in Croydon. They had the had the big thing right there by the train station where it's like I would like to say it was like a mini indoor mall or something like that. I know everybody knows what I'm talking about from the UK. It's right there on one of the main train stations over there in Croydon.
It sounds a lot like Brixton because Brixton's got the same thing. Like you get a train to Brixton. As soon as you get off, you've got a long road of like markets and food and stuff. And like Brixton's predominantly black, so it's like a lot of sort of Caribbean stores and things like that. Do you know what I mean? As you're walking around there, West Croydon. There you go, Mickey T. He knows.
Yes.
I haven't been to Croydon yet.
Yes. Thank you. That's exactly where it is.
There you go, West Croydon.
I think it's called the Box or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, see, there we go. That's how I went, and I had some Jamaican food over there, and it was actually very, very good. I forgot the spot, but it's inside that little section right there.
Yeah,
wasn't bad at all.
Nice.
I think the only place I haven't had Jamaican food at is in Canada. Both times in Canada, I never got to get no yard food out there.
I didn't try any yard food out there. I wanted to try the shawarmas and a bit more Canadian delicacies, even though I didn't have any maple syrup pancakes and bacon and shit like that, to be fair. I just got onto the lamb shawarmas and that was it. No poutine either.
You lucky.
No poutine.
You lucky. You'd have been an angry soul.
Safe. Thank you. Because it doesn't even look that good. It look bad.
You would have been an angry
nasty
soul.
The
first time, and I don't mean to put the general on blast, right? The first time I go back out to Canada to do Arms House at the top of last year for February the 4th, I think. So I'm out there, it's me, Frankie Guns, and situating me like to where I'm staying or whatever have you. And the first night we went to Rumbleton's crib, which that travel within itself from Niagara Falls to Borough 2 out there in Canada took Dennis an entire day. The GPS said 5 hours. I pulled it up on the GPS, and the GPS had 5 hours, and I told Frankie Guns this. He laughed in my face for like 2 minutes. I said, I was confused, Scrappy Doo face, like, what you talking about? It says 5 hours. I said, that's what you think. That shit took like 10 hours. 10 hours of driving to see the mighty Rumbleton. We crashed in that motherfucker. But the very next day, when we came back down, boy, we was trying to. They situated me in whatever telly and this at the end of the third, but I was hungry. We was driving for a long period of time, coming back down into the city and shit.
Yeah.
And we go grab up some fucking poutine. Brita. The poutine tastes good going down. I was tearing that shit up because I didn't have nothing really to eat. And when I spoke, I wore a bag of weed or a whole bag of weed by Rumbleton and coming down. Once you get in the can, once I got in the Canada, the first thing we stopped at the dispensary and already loaded up a whole heap of goodies and this, that, the other stuff. Smoking on the way going up while I'm there, smoking on the way going down. Oh shit! His stomach like Munchie City. I want poutine. We on that poutine. Brother, me tell you, said no more than 20 minutes after. Bloop bloop. Me I crunch my batty jaw to the time.
Oh no!
Intense for like a hour and change because of it was a mix up with like what room he was booking for me and whatever have you. So once that got sorted out and I got in there, bread off midday in the bathroom, but like an hour and a half, my lord. As soon as I finally get out the shower and all that, cause me down for shit. No.
Yeah.
As soon as I get out the shower and I look at my phone and in my DMs and motherfucking Instagram, Gremlins is in the DMs like, yo, why did this man take you to go get you some nasty ass fucking poutine? I cursed him out and Gremlins cussed out Frankie Guns for that. Like for real. He felt bad. Grems felt bad, and I think the dance was the next night. So the dance was the next night. Before the dance, Gremlins and Lush scooped me up and took me to a good Chinese restaurant in Chinatown over there in Toronto. Because Gremlins know all the spots across there.
Yeah, definitely. What do you think it was? Because I'm sure it's only like chips, cheese, and gravy. Like is the cheese gone off or something.
What's
like,
the great? The chips, the curd is chips, cheese, curds, and gravy.
Cheese curds. Okay. So it sounds cheese curds. You know, they just don't sound good. Cheese curds.
Now, at first, when you see it, when it's freshly prepared, the shit look fucking awesome and smell awesome. Until later on, when that shit hit your belly, I think it's the combination of the gravy and the cheese, honestly. If you really think about it, but yeah, that was not a good first night.
Ooh.
Well, second night rather. It was a great first night. It was a horrible second night. Then the third night was the dance. Yeah, the third night was the dance. And that's what happened.
The poutine routine.
The poutine routine. That's right. Entity. Hell's yeah. Yup.
Oh, shit. Spoken typed with experience, brother.
Yup.
Typed with experience.
You ain't lying. I ain't never touched that shit ever again in my motherfucking life. And ironically, you know what they fucking call that shit over here in the US? Disco fries. Why? I don't know. That's not the type of fries you want to have in the disco. The disco be fucked up. You have them disco fries.
That actually hurt my soul. Like disco fries, you know.
That's what the fuck is called stateside, yo.
Of all things, disco fucking fries, man.
Yo, let me tell you something. After that shit happened to me, it's like I think my phone was it's creepy how your phone listens to you and all this at the end of the 30 give you suggestions. So it's like it's showing me like the American version of what that was. In the midst of me looking at the response from the Gremlins. At the same time, like, oh shit. Disco fries. What the fuck? The fries? The fries have a disco in your stomach? The fuck?
Yeah. Wow. Basically.
Is that what it is?
Basically, like even with
going to the disco in your intestines? Shit.
Yellow and brown does not remind me of disco. I'm just it just doesn't remind me of disco.
Yo, that shit.
It reminds me of my auntie's really horrible 80s fucking wallpaper and shit. Do you know?
The time when everything was just brown.
Yeah.
I seen a meme the other day with an old McDonald's ashtray. I said nobody wanted to talk about the time in the 80s when everything was just brown.
Yeah.
Brown everything.
And you could smoke everywhere.
Yeah.
Indoors, outdoor, everywhere.
On the plane.
Yeah.
All that shit. I don't know how the fuck that shit behooves me to like the knowledge of how airplanes are now. How the fuck could you smoke on an airplane back in the fucking days? Like, they really was pushing the narrative with nicotine, huh?
It's actually fucked. When you think the plane is basically vacuum packed.
Yeah,
it's sealed. Fuck? It's sealed, and we're sat in there just like, yeah,
word,
tobacco.
What in the entire fuck, yo? You ever think about that shit? Because in the 70s to the 80s, this shit was legal to motherfucking smoke on planes.
Yeah, anywhere, everywhere, and anywhere. Like, it was mad. But planes is crazy. Planes is wild when you think about it. Planes is actually wild. Outside? Like, I'm imagining the pilots just like, yeah, with a fucking snake in their mouth, do you know what I mean? And then they drop it on their lap by accident and shit, and they're getting crotch burn, and then everybody dead.
Bro, like, oh, man.
That's why they've got two. No, to be fair, that's why they got two in it, so the co-pilot can take over whilst he, like, puts his crotch out and shit, because he mud up himself.
My whole thing is there has to be some type of level of oxygen that's inside the plane. Whereas, like, how can you smoke a cigarette inside the plane where there's some type of level of oxygen? Wouldn't that bitch ignite the motherfucking plane? Like, what the fuck? What type of shit was you on back then?
Yeah, and all the kids.
That's actually fucked. That's actually fucked. And yeah, the kids. You just got kids on there. Place full of tobacco smoke on the sealed plane and shit. That's actually fucked.
I remember them days because my first flight was going to visit my other cousins and family in Jamaica, and I went on the plane at the time when that was still allowed. I remember that shit was my first flight by myself as a little shorty. Yo. Never forget that shit, because now it's not like I'm just saying it because it used like you see pictures or movies and this. No, that really was a real fucking thing.
Fuck it.
So how is that even possible? If you know there's a level of motherfucking oxygen that gotta go inside the motherfucking plane for people to motherfucking be comfortable.
That's mad. When was it that it was bad? Yes, 02. How you doing, my G? When was it that it was bad? Because I remember, like, the first time I went on holiday with my foster parents, like 14 years old, to, like, Mallorca in Spain. And they were smoking on the plane then as well. And that's got to be, like, 92, 93 maybe?
So around that time, I think it became, around that time, I think they stopped, they started, like, cramping down on that. Like, it had to have been late, like when in there going into 94, because I remember there was like big changes around them times before all the crazy bombers started getting on planes with underwear bomber and all this other stupid shit. I'll never forget that shit too. That shit that fucking made me pissed the fuck off, because now when I get to start flying, now we got this asshole trying to put a motherfucking bomb on his jaws and shit. When I'm motherfucking moving with weed across on the plane, like, bro, you making everybody hot now, bro. Like, what the fuck is you doing? I'll never forget that shit. That shit happened, and then afterwards, I had to go see my pops down south. So I'm like, you know what? This is time to defeat this motherfucking shit right here. It's called metal detector.
Yeah.
The only thing metal in my pockets is my keys, sweatpants, sweatsuit. Nothing else of metal the set inside the bucket, inside the bucket, inside my pocket.
Yeah.
Big thing a bomber clot draw. They ain't gonna say all metal detector. Ain't no metal in the weed. I'm straight through. I went down there. My pops was like, "How the hell you?" I said, "I told him it's cold metal detector, pops."
Yeah.
I said, "What? It's called metal detector."
Yeah.
The dogs will be on me if I was coming from Jamaica. I'm coming from New York to down south.
Yeah.
It's different.
Right. Yes,
If you come from
kid.
Jamaica, of course you can't do that shit because you're coming from foreign land. So now they have all right to bring dogs out, come sniff out your things. No. At that time, it was different.
1 sec. My food reach.
Oh, go for your grub, no man. Intense, how you been, bro? What you up to?
I was just actually reading the article. It's like 93, 95, and I guess
When they stop making allowing people to smoke on the planes. I think that sounds like about right, man. Because it was a lot of things going on in the airplane industry around that time, yo.
Yeah, man.
And I forgot how the complaint came about too. Like what it said with the article. Like I know it had to be like a consensus amongst the passengers with that shit. But for them to stop doing it.
Yeah, but there would have been enough. There still would have been people kicking off, and that, especially in America. And stuff like that.
Yeah. Intense said it was like about 93, 94. He was reading an article about that shit, B.
Yeah, it was
okay,
like, they like had like non-smoking sections, and then I assume they had non-smoking planes, and then like they didn't ban it for pilots until 2017. Okay.
Wow. Wow. Get the fuck out of here. Wow. So the pilot could have been on a bona drawing on the fucking cockpit. We wouldn't have known. Of course, until we got off the plane, though. The plane, but for real, that's crazy. So nobody now smoke on the motherfucking plane with the pilot. But see, it's different it's gotta be a different sentence for them, apart from the rest of the plane, though. As in opposed to like how the settings are like in the cabin.
I mean, they have like a list of a few times they like crashed while they were like the pilots, but like they were like in 1937, right? It's like that could have, you don't know if that was it, right? But like then they're saying like a passenger lighting a cigarette in the toilet and people died from the fumes, and then like a diplomat gets arrested for like for smoking in the bathroom, you know, and then like they landed a plane because two parents, and then they find them or they like, you know, it's just ridiculous, right? But it's like, yeah, at some point everybody was lighting up on the fucking plane, right?
Yeah. Fucking hell, man.
Because they probably came from those days when that shit was all right. That's what it is. When you used to flying and you used to how the shit was and how certain standards used to be. It's like when they start changing, it's like you thinking, are they really gonna motherfucking press this law, or is my money gonna win out, or is my status gonna win out, or is this at like, nah, it's all across the board, homie. You gotta stop this shit. And that's really what it came down to.
Yeah, when that was a fried dumpling. Sorry.
That's what that sounds like. Intense.
I mean, I'm just imagining some freaky mob is like taking over the plane and trying to get everybody, like just leaves it burning in their hand, you know? They're just like, you really want this plane to land?
Yo, that shit crazy. That shit crazy.
I mean, it is crazy, dude. I don't even like planes, man. Like, like I don't even like planes, man. It's like anybody on that plane. You know what I'm saying? Like,
listen. Number one rule for me: And I always tell this to all promoters that want to fly me out. The number one rule for me is, when you fly me out, put me on and exiting on a red eye flight or something close to it. Because the less people, the less botheration, the smoother the flight. That's why I love coming out to the UK. What happened? Red eye flight. 3-seater British Airways. All that shit to myself. Put up the dividers. There's my bed on the flight. There we go. We straight. And it was the same way coming back. Didn't have no problems. No weirdos. No nothing. It was all gravy. Canada is the shortest flight. Take a Porter Airlines flight from Newark to motherfucking Billy Bishop. That's less than an hour. So that's not even, that's not even here or there. Denver then is the same thing. Well, no, not really. Denver is sort of weird. Going from New York to Denver, you experience the slowdown of the fucking time zone. That shit was weird to me. Because I'm flying in and it just feels like time is dragging. You know what I mean? But coming back is like, you just see the whole time zone just flip fast. Like, zoop. Like, oh, shit. It's what time now? I thought it was 2 hours earlier. I mean, you back in New York. Fuck. I want to go back there. Oh, my bad.
Are you good?
No, I'm about to say, I want to go back to Denver so bad. I loved it out there.
Yeah, most of my plane flights have been east-west, so I kind of have always had that there. Like, if I go north-south, I just drive, right? And it's like, I mean, the drive can like take an extra day or two or something, man. But it's just so much more enjoyable for me to like actually like go and have like things on the way, and
from that aspect, I could definitely dig it. Especially if you're a driver, like if you like driving and everything, that's also better because that's like I said, subconscious serotonin. You know what I mean?
It's just also so much nicer to get to where you're going and have your vehicle, right?
Right. And now that convenience of not having the motherfucking rent a vehicle and have to be responsible for that shit and extra costs.
Good luck camping with that, and like.
Yeah. Exactly. It's better having your own V, because at least like your information is tied to your own vehicle, and like anything happen, that's your vehicle right there. Like you could get, you know your vehicle, So
yeah, and there's just something of like the adventure to it, like.
Yeah, and part of that in the adventure is like, yo, this car made a milestone in me. This place, this car made a milestone in this area. Yeah, I get it. I get that aspect of it. Yeah. We talking about like the difference of traveling via like.
Oh no, I heard you.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like sometimes I wish I was driving myself. Do you know what I mean? To have that convenience rather than having to get trains and buses and stuff like that all over the place. But then at the same time, the UK is a lot smaller than America. It's so much more.
Y'all train situation is sort of jacked the fuck up, B. Like every other week, y'all having a strike or some shit.
Yeah. Hold tight, Blonde Joshua on the follow. Welcome. Have we been raided? We've been raided, yes.
Large up all raiders on the inside. Yes, Santa Agnes official. Future legend.
G.
Yeah,
bringing the people through. If you don't know what's going on, this is the Viewpoint podcast with myself, Diligent Fingers. We've also got Kruger and Intense Complex inside the place. We're talking about life, music, mental health, just conversations with the community. And Atnas, man, thank you so much for the raid, man, and bringing people through.
Back.
And shit. And this is going to be happening every Wednesday. Maybe every Wednesday, maybe not. We're going to see in the future. We'll talk about it. And but yeah, it's going to become a regular thing, as well as the Forward Motion podcast every Tuesday, 5 till 9 as well. And stuff. So, but welcome in, man. Thank you for the follow, Blonde Joshua. And hope everyone's blessed. How was your stream, Atnas, man? Was it good?
I might rinse a dub play for the raid, yo.
Oh, yeah, man.
Out of appreciation.
Mhm.
I plus give you a chance to yum some food. Because I know how that be. Because I'm still staring at my bulla cake.
Well, I have got a couple of tunes there, to be fair, from yourself, because I know you sent me a couple. I know you did send me a couple, as well as I got your What You Don't Know Volume 3 as well. And that, which is just bad boy.
I did, like I said, in the midst of pain, of course. I always try to, still work on something.
Yeah.
So I got to clean up and do 2 joints, and then set up the preference for, 780. I don't know if let me see something. All right, quick, one moment.
Yeah, man.
One moment, please, people.
If you want to play it, or you want to send it over to me, and I'll play it.
Well, let me see if this thing, due to the fact my new wiring up on thing, let me see if the thing can play.
Yeah, man. Nice.
I
nice.
just want to make sure certain things.
Everyone who's wondering what I'm eating, it's curry mutton, rice and peas with couple dumpling, two fried dumpling.
And this is from Progress. That's from Progress.
So they set up the delivery. That's why it comes different, innit? Because before, from JS Rhythm, it was all together, innit? So all I need to do is just go to the kitchen and get the fork.
Yo, you need to
separate the team.
For the people in the UK that's watching the thing, you have to let them know where you get the food from. So put them, let's start sending some custodies over there, so you get the whole sponsorship thing going,
Yeah, man. So if you're in Manchester, Cholton come Hardy, Ballamore Road, Progress Caribbean Restaurant. They do takeaway. You can eat in, and they do delivery as well. All your favourites: curry goat, curry mutton, rice and peas, stew peas, ackee and saltfish. All the patties: lamb, chicken, beef. Ackee and saltfish patty, plantain, dumpling, everything, man. All your yard food, steamed veg, everything, man. You must have your steamed veg.
Yeah, for finding out they have like the Uber Eats Connect and all these things for those who's not directly over close to the area, so they could go, they could look them up and see them like on their apps and things and rate and rule. I can find out that
they're not on Uber Eats. They've got their own thing. They set up their own app.
Oh, okay.
And thing, yeah. So no Uber Eats, no Just Eat, and that.
Okay.
Dealing with it themselves. Yeah, man. Which is cool, man. I love that. It's like, okay, cool. They're not like getting hit with surcharges and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? That it'll just be charges for setting up their own thing rather than paying another company. But at least it all goes through them, and they're only up the road, so it's just cooking up the thing, and then they just drop it off, man. So it's like,
nice.
Oh, I'll pay them the extra for delivery and things like that, Yeah, man. But at the same time, I should stop being lazy and actually walk up the road and get the food. Because it is literally up the road. It's literally a 10-minute walk away. But I think when I'm doing things like this, I mean, it's the delivery in it, so I can still chat to the people, them, and yum me food and that. But if I'm not, then I'll walk up. I'm not that lazy, people. I'm not that lazy, honestly. You've got yard places in Brownsville, isn't it?
Of course, we have a few. You know what y'all need out there in the UK, just in general? We have out here in Brooklyn a Jamaican buffet restaurant by the name of Fix Your Plate. They have a couple of locations out here in Brooklyn. where it's buffet style. You pick your stuff, and it's a decent rate for wherever you're at, like in the areas of Brooklyn where they're located and everything. They need something like that out there in the UK. That'll set it off right there, yo. For real. We had that, and also for a hot second, we had Man and Soul Food cooking, whereas it had everything within soul food, but it has everything like little by little from like every major like cultural race in there on the buffet for you to pick from. So you'll have your southern stuff, you'll have your Caribbean stuff, you'll have a little bit of your Spanish stuff, you'll have a little bit of all that. The one that was in my neighborhood got shut down just due to the fact of the building it was in, but there's still like the original location on 125th up there in Harlem. The original location is still there, and I think the one down in Bushwick is still there.
Right. Okay. Yeah, man.
The same type of style and fashion, and the food is good. You know what I mean? So yeah, I sent you something in this. I sent you something in the StreamYards. Sitting Dilly.
Okay. I was looking for it then. I was looking for it.
Honestly, food stamps made me so lazy. I have like this big stash of pizzas and the frozen taquitos and all the fruit and all this ramen and beans and pasta. It's like I'm never going out to eat again for the rest of my life now that I know how to cook everything. Know what I can get for how much, where, and when.
Yes.
It's like,
and that's how it's supposed to be. Hells yeah, man. Shit. And how many different ways you could freak shit intense? Hells yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the combos, the this and that, and like putting the bread in the soup, like,
everything that you got is stock intense with YouTube via like cooking channels and different things like that. What else do you need after that?
I mean, like, I was in college for chemistry. Like, I got that down to a science. You know what I mean? Like, I can cook better than them. like maybe if they've been cooking the same thing and they've been doing it every day for everybody, they can beat me. But I gotta still go there for one meal. It ain't happening. I'm done. Sorry.
I can dig it. I ain't no great 5-star chef, but for what I do, I still claim my title as Chef Dreadyard when it comes down to the jerk chicken and Ghetto Meal 2000, like in any version, dig? Because that's where I come from. So yeah, I do the basics pretty good and beyond basic, you know what I mean? But I do good for what I for what I do. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna sit up here and say I'm no Emerald. I definitely ain't no Gordon Ramsay, so you know what I mean?
I ain't no Gordon Ramsay, man.
I ain't no Gordon Ramsay. Probably if 10 years ago, if I really got into it really deep and wasn't really so hard in the clubs, then I probably would have got into it. But then I probably would have been way bigger than I am now. Shit, I'm at 280 pounds now. So it's like, it don't look it, but that's where I'm at now. But consider I'm 6'2", but it's still like, that's still too enough,
Yeah.
And I got a problem of sometimes I can't cook for just one person. You know what I mean? So that's the next problem.
Right. So we got some fresh things from the One Night Kruger,
Just
one
called
shit last night. Yeah. Last night. Fair play. Okay. All right. Yes, everybody. Let's check out some fresh business. Last night, just finishing on Red Dread from the One Night DJ Kruger. Gives me a chance to nyam up me curry mutton and rice as well. Let's get into it. Everyone hear that all right, yeah?
Yes, sir.
4 o'clock in the morning, and soon the day will be dawning. Session still is rocking, and nobody knows
The vocals is Paul Blake and the Blood Fire Posse. I
Yeah.
don't know if I'm not mistaken. They should be the foundations. I think it's from your ends.
Yeah. Sounds like it, to be fair.
Yeah.
The name doesn't ring a bell, but it sounds
Get
like it,
flat.
definitely.
Every posse get flat.
Yeah.
Them.
Okay. I had to bring that back, though. Sorry. I had to bring second time around.
4 o'clock in the morning, and soon the day will be dawning. Session still is rocking, and nobody is leaving. Every child is rented, yet there's no place against the wall. Takes me somewhere missing, and I think he's been something more than kissing. Yeah, it's got takes me to like Saturday night. Can't stop rocking tonight, rocking tonight. Can't stop rocking tonight. Makes me feel like Saturday night. I can't stop rocking tonight, rocking tonight. Yeah, since Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. 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 Stop tonight. Stop tonight. Tonight. Can't stop tonight. Can't stop tonight. Tonight. No. Can't stop tonight. Can't stop tonight. Tonight. Can't stop tonight. Can't stop tonight. Tonight.
Roger comes by.
Can't stop rocking tonight. Makes me feel like Saturday night. I can't stop rocking tonight. Rocking tonight. No. Can't stop rocking tonight. No. Makes me feel like Saturday night. I can't stop rocking tonight. Rocking tonight. Yeah. Since Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night.
Sounds like a
Monday,
groove off.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Rumble
Friday,
runs this on
Saturday
Saturday.
night. Monday,
Yeah.
Rumble to
Tuesday,
play
Wednesday,
alongside
Thursday,
Paradox.
Friday, Saturday night. Can't stop tonight. Can't stop tonight. Tonight. Can't stop tonight. Can't stop tonight. Tonight. No.
Oh,
Listen,
sorry.
listen on our next one. It's okay.
Sorry. There you go.
I actually finished 3. I just noticed I finished 3 joints in the midst of me being in pain.
Yeah, I'm liking the sound of this one already.
Well,
Bubble
that
are
one's
we
hot.
lying.
I'm bugging the fuck
Bubble.
out. I did finish 3. Yeah, I did.
Mm.
Okay. That's weird, man.
Hey. I don't know why I can hear Kendrick Lamar on this. I don't know why.
I just sent you one more. That's the other one I had finished.
If you never do what the tough we all cheer, make you feel nice,
Sounds of the Kruger. Bubble that waistline. Fresh things. Yeah. Said he's gonna get a drink.
Make you feel nice, only for wheels. It's a top lamp, bubble and make your waistline roll. It's a top lamp, bubble and make your waistline roll. It's a top lamp, bubble and make your waistline roll. Now we say at the first, it just look how them a rave. I can see 1 and 2 hands just a wave. Come in let the people come and rampage. It is how men do for the vibes them a raise. Spell it me when me tell you we a set the pace. Those who can feel it so we a bring up tears. And the others who just spend your money on a waste. Can't even hear for them box up bit.
At the beginning of my own pains, I was working on this record, and I just said, I was like, yo, I had to clap that through, straight through.
Yeah.
Great vibe on that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
leave it with you. I can't afford it right now.
Good homie, the good homie Lion UK advised me to take certain things over to Mark Ranger, because you know him and Mark Ranger for Kemen is tight. So certain things might flow his way. This one might flow his way.
Yeah, man, send it that way, man. Especially
Yeah,
if they can get it pressed for you as well, man. Because it does. It, like you said, it does deserve vinyl. Definitely.
This next one that I sent you, if the right link went through, that one I did when I first got the first set of muscle relaxers and trying to function. It was sort of woozy effect, but
yeah,
for the most part, it's all right. This one, yes.
Yeah. Messy. Yeah.
Yeah.
The difference. Okay. Cool.
Listen to the beginning.
Yeah.
England is different to America. You know, our race issues are more subtle. This New England was built on the Windrush.
You heard of that? You know what it is? Windrush?
I've never heard of that.
No, I'm going. You know where it's from, right? Jimmy Hammer, Andre movie. Andre 3 Stack. Listen.
After the war, Caribbeans, well, West Indian, they got lured to England. You know? Lots of signs all over the place advertising work and jobs. Come on, come over, work hard for a better life.
Yeah, possibilities.
Yeah, but there weren't no possibilities. No housing, no decent pay.
Bless
There's a
up,
class
Leo,
system,
man. Thank you for coming through, my G. Bless up.
Like the semi roller thing. No wild chopping. Just quick.
Yeah. It still sounds good though. And it's still got your signature way of chopping.
Ain't
What
nothing
was that,
deviating,
sorry?
and everything is following the pattern.
Yeah. But yeah. But even then, it still felt like, even with your other tunes where you do have more crazier chops, it still feels like it's in a pocket. Do you know what I mean? It still feels like it's still following some sort of form and function. But it's because you make it sound fluid. It doesn't sound like you're just mashing chops together. Like, it sounds fluid in terms of a drummer could be playing this, literally.
That's the law.
A drummer could be playing this.
That's my programming law. If a drummer can talk on it, I want to make it sure a drummer can hit it.
Yeah, man. Turn it back up again. Sorry.
Yeah, because you got to hit a break.
I mean, people are just people, they're just like animals. Animals are gonna be animals, right? Be picking their noses, picking their asses, and yeah.
Animals are animals, yes. And to the animals, you'll never be. And look, I'm saying this brother to brother. You'll never be nothing to them but a curiosity. And that's the truth. They don't let you up on that stage, they want you up there. They're electric walls. You could be a symbol.
I don't even understand. What are you talking about?
You could be a symbol.
I'm just playing my guitar.
Play music to your people.
My people. They're all my people. What? Every last one of them, they're my people.
Catch that?
Is that the Hendrix movie?
Yeah.
Right
Yeah, the Hendrix movie with 3 stacks.
Yeah. I didn't catch that before, but yeah. It's been ages since I've watched it as well, so that's probably why I didn't remember parts. Fucking amazing movie.
Yeah. Like a DJ Tool record. You know what I mean?
Hey.
If that's something that has those breaks in it that you want to play after or before it,
Yeah.
put the record for you where you can have, you know what I mean, somewhere in that pocket of those drums to switch between or to drop in or whatever. But sometimes I make my records like that on purpose. Ragamuffin Junglist is one of those records where if you have something with funky drummer, you could drop it alongside it or out of it, or something with any of those other drums you could drop in or alongside of it and chop in and out fader wise without having to fucking blend it in and drop it to the next joint to give the next record the next record the hot effect. You know what I mean? Them type of things. I'll be thinking in those type of modes when I make tunes as well. I'm trying to make them shits more DJ friendly. That's why some more time, the least time on it. I think the shortest record I ever made or ever done was, I think it was a remix for, it wasn't a Kratos remix. It was a remix for Rough Territory, I believe. Yeah, Fake Fears. And that was 4 minutes and change, the shortest thing I ever done.
Right, okay.
So it's like, I don't like doing those type of records, but the way that the record is situated, it's enough for you to get a mix in and do what it's supposed to do, because it's an all out. It's only 2 breaks in between. It's 1 break and an amen break, and it's the way our switch is and how I bring it in, and so.
Are you doing any transposing on the breaks as well, or a lot of the time are you just leaving them how you are and just cutting and cutting
No,
and chopping.
I do some transposing.
Yeah, but
Or I'll do it differently. Whereas whatever break it is, if I want a different tone out of it, I'll re-record it through Serato in a different speed
yeah,
and get it
yeah.
that way, or EQ it in Serato and record it in that speed, and then drop it back into Recycle and do what I do with it, and then drop that shit in the Ableton or Logic, because it'll take it as a RX, the RX2 file.
Yeah,
It'll do. I believe it does that shit like that on FL Studio as well. Because I think Optimistic, the good homie Optimistic, he does shit on FL Studio. He be making masterpieces on that shit. He got his YouTube channel and he be getting fucking busy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jack, man. Large up Optimistic wherever he at, yo. He's been tapping in with me since I've been injured. Also, that's the good homie right there, yo.
Right.
He has the song. He has the song on Reinforce. Not the last Reinforce, but the Reinforce Enforcers before that, the one that had Gremlins and Robots, and he has a good track on that also. And I think he just dropped something on Omni Music not too long ago.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So shout out to
Speaking of new stuff, have you heard Shy FX's new thing?
Which one? The one that has the Culture sample in it? Culture Stop the Fussing and Fighting. Yeah, I got the original record, you know that.
Oh no! That's the one that he put out before. No, this one's a fresh one. I think it only came out last Friday. I think
I heard some shit where he jacked another motherfucking wicked tune. Shy FX is going where I'm about to go. But
yeah, right.
Where I'm about to take that Ross is somewhere he won't be able to understand. But since he's going there, see, here's the key. You know what makes Shy FX win? He's going there on the major key. I'm going there on the minor key.
Right.
And that's
yeah. I hear that. Actually,
everything
I do hear
I've
that.
been making is in minor key. Everything he's dropping is in major key. And major key is more appealing to the crowd, to the masses. Minor key is more appealing to the underground. If it's a subconscious thought for all junglers, all drum and bass heads, producers, DJs, and punters.
Yeah,
minor key is more for us underground motherfuckers, because when we hear that minor key motherfucking sub bass hit through the fucking speakers and hit us, we lose our fucking noggins.
Yeah, definitely.
But when we hear the major with some wicked ass shit in combination, that's when you have the winning quotient, and that's where Shy FX has.
Okay.
I gotta give him his fucking props.
Yeah, definitely. I've got to give it to him with this latest one.
Dai. Non arrivano al livello che spinge, noi facciamo solo il sound che spinge. Solo il sound che mira. Mai di fretta, prendi la mira.
Said them rough, them tough, I go on like said them wicked. If I war, then you know when I no limit. See them a pose up with one bag of gimmick. Fuck them one and we ya with one bag and
Non arrivano al livello che spinge, noi facciamo solo il sound che spinge.
Yeah, that's why he's bringing it back.
That's another thing too. It's like you don't fucking forget. You don't forget.
said them rough, them tough, I go on like said them wicked. If I war, then you know when I no limit. See them a pose up with one bag of gimmick. Fuck them one and we ya we see said them timid. Ragamuffin rude boy and we live it. Make them know say the pattern infinite. Circle and we go pay them a visit. In a broad daylight we still kill it. A murder. Bad man sit them. Never talk about bad man sit them. Bad man sit them. Said them real but them no legit. Cause when we take it, out, most of them a mimic. Turn them in a duffy, we could turn them in a spirit. Them a go get a funeral, well exquisite. Put them down in a the hole and then fill it. Rita and Rose, them fans have to bring it. No competition, it's clear and vivid. For my word, me stand firm and rigid. A murder. Bad man sit down. Never talk about bad man sit down. Bad man sit down.
See a record like that. See a record like that is probably 4 minutes to change, or probably like 3 minutes to change, but it does what it's supposed to do.
Literally, like, what was it?
It does what it's supposed to do. You know what I mean?
That one, it's an edit, so it's a radio edit. So that one was 2 minutes and 41 seconds. But the other one, because there's two versions. The other one is 3 minutes, 3 minutes 3 seconds.
Nah,
but
man,
it does. Nah, it does need more, but like you said, it does do what it needs to do. Do you know what I mean? But it is, they are starting to get proper short, man. And it's like, you just need to chill out. You just need to chill out.
Yeah, like all this short shit, like, bro. This is why, and see, this is what fucks me up, because as much as I like his shit, like, bro, like, you're not making it DJ friendly as to a point whereas us underground minded DJs may want to fucking play that shit, but it's like we gotta make our own edits and this, that, and the third for your team. And then if we do that, y'all gonna get vexed. Because y'all gonna say, why man I gotta touch up my thing to go do this and you're not on a bumble clap permission for this and no, because 2 minutes to change and then the regular edit is 3 minutes to change when we used to mixing records that's like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's
minutes.
it.
Give us a chance to get our people involved in our tune.
Yeah, exactly, Mickey T.
That's like, all right, that's great for the like video editing and all this, that, and the third, but where's the motherfucking DJ edit where it's not a microwave tune? Like you doing that, like him making the tune that short, that good of a tune, that short is like you're pushing it towards them DJs that do double drops and all this other crazy shit, playing like 50 records in like a half hour and all this other stupid shit where it just sounds like a whole clusterfuck of fuck. You know what I mean?
Right. Newsflash, quick time. Giveaway in the Bombo Clark chat. Exclamation mark, enter if you want to win yourself a forward motion snapback. Get involved. You've got 3 minutes. Carry on. What were you saying?
Yeah, the short thing can't go on. Like, large up, yo, shout out to Miss Isis. I remember she put a post up not too long ago talking about mama ain't don't, if you want mama to play your tunes, it gotta be longer than 5 minutes, honey. She typed it out like if she was a southern lady, just, you know, but inadvertently, truth in the joke is she's right. And it goes for a lot of people like me, even you, Dilly. I know you feel the strain with that shit, because it's like certain tunes you wish there was a more beat on that joint.
Oh, definitely.
You know what? I'm gonna make a motherfucker.
Because for me,
I'm gonna make a jam. I'm gonna make a jam out of that shit and just lift Jay-Z saying that shit on the end of fucking Reservoir Dogs, because it's the truth. And I'll put no more beat on that joint. Remember you said that like on the end of his verse? In the beat
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, just a quick one. If you're listening, Competition to win a forward motion, official forward motion snapback, ! Enter in the chat is what you need to type if you want to get involved and win a forward motion snapback. For me, the problem has always been we complain about things like this, but yet we're the ones that perpetrate things like this. Not necessarily you or me, but we're the ones who's making 2.5 minute, 3 minute tunes. I think Boo pushed it to its absolute minute with a 1.5 minute tune from that fucking trap phone rhythm. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like that, like the Nokia phone rhythm, and that it was on a dub pack. Everyone was gassed over it. When they actually got it, it's 1.5 minutes long. There's no second drop. There's no breakdown. It's literally intro, drop. That's it. 1.5 minutes. And people were paying £20 just for that tune. There was another tune on there. Yeah, that's how much the fucking 1 minute 50 seconds. There you go. 1 minute 50 seconds was how long it was.
Get the fuck
So
out.
under 2 minutes. Under 2 minutes. And you knew everyone was going crazy for that fucking tune. As soon as you hear that, like, nobody cared about the closer tune. It already come out. So no one's buying the fucking USB for 2 tunes that have already come out. But he's put two tunes that are already out that you can buy for cheaper on there. Mickey T, you've won the fucking snapback, lad. Oh, tight, the Mickey T winning the snapback. But yeah, mate, and I think from there, from people see that he was able to get away with that. That's when other people think themselves, oh, what can I get away with? We're the ones who like, we need to stop saying that the audience has a short attention span when we're the ones who are making the shit fucking short. The audience didn't make TikTok. Bumbleclot developer them made fucking TikTok. Do you know what I mean? The audience didn't make Vine. Bumbleclot developer them made Ross Clark Vine. You get me? Do you know what I mean? It's us who's making these 3 minute tunes. And then having the scene complain that the music's too short. 3 minutes I can understand because of the whole radio play thing. And I know a lot of people are trying to go for more radio plays. Especially with, like, you know, people getting... Especially with, like, Charlie T on Radio 1. So everyone wants to, like, get their tunes to Charlie T. And radio stations normally have that 3 minute fucking threshold, do you know what I mean, to be able to get as much music in, like, being played as possible, unless payola is involved and shit. That's the only time that I can understand short versions of the track, and that's why they're called radio edits. Because not the full fucking tune. See what I mean? Ricky T, make sure that you tab out and click on that link, tab and click on that link and claim your prize, my G. Do you know what I mean? But I'll get make sure you log it in with your Twitch account as well, and then you're good. I'll make sure that you get your prize. You don't need to worry about any postage or packaging. All sorted, my G. No problem whatsoever. I mean, but yeah, man, like, that's why I was happy to put out your project, because nothing was shorter than fucking 5.5 minutes. It's like 6 minutes, 7 minutes. I'm like, yeah, proper intros, yeah, work with the tunes, yeah.
Here's the thing. To see, the whole thing isn't just Charlie T. Because you got to remember, you got Radio 1, you got Rinse FM, you got all these other DJs that's up there on the scene. Like, you got people like Double O, who has his show time and again. You got Stretch that got his show time and again. He just like did, like, Charlie T isn't the only one. I get it, he's prime time or whatever happened. What those other shows, like, you know what I mean? People pay. That's like keeping your ear to the streets when you listening to, like, shows like that.
Oh,
Like I'll
most
give you a
definitely.
prime example. People wouldn't know about Inner Babylon if Double O ain't dropped that shit on the show. People still ask me about that shit now, and that shit's coming out at the end of we're in May. So yeah, with that shit's gonna come out for the top of June, I guess. The end of that shit.
Yeah.
Double O dropped that shit a month ago. I'm at work. My phone was chipping. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Yo, Double O's playing in a Babylon. I already pulled that shit up. I was like, what? Right. So I picked him up, cause me, I contact him. Yo, go looking for that. People's chipping. My shit still after that, mate. See? But that's not a short record. That's not a short record. So people
and that's what I mean.
People can take that shit in and really enjoy the record.
And that's what I mean in terms of like what we were talking about. Well, not necessarily us, but an argument or a debate I was having before in terms of, what you're looking for is actually out there. People go to Charlie T because she's on Radio 1. She's on what's seen as the biggest radio station, this, that, and the third. Right. And normally that's what they go for. I wish Cool FM on Rinse was getting a bit more traction and love than it is getting, really, for what it actually is. But
Rinse is wicked, man. The lineup on fucking Rinse and Cool, be
ridiculous. But because it's a new thing and because of the whole hoo-ha between the old Cool FM lot and the new Cool FM lot, and that's why underground bass has been set up and this, that, and the third, you know what I mean, Brocky and that and all that kind of good stuff. That's why it's not really had the traction as that it should have been, because there is still that loyalty to Eastman to an extent. Do you know what I mean? Because of what he built up with Cool. Do you know what I mean? And there's a lot of people that feel like that legacy has been fucked about with this whole how it was handled with Rinse FM. Do you know what I mean? And Genius and shit. So that's why that's why there's it's not really getting.
I knew there was some type of controversy behind that shit. I never knew.
Like a lot of people are just not happy with how Genius handled it at all, and who should be on there and who shouldn't.
I could tell with the Facebook post that was happening at the time when the whole switchover was coming in, and when they was announcing the whole roster who was gonna be on the station, all the DJs that they have lined up, and sort of the post that was flying out around that time, in between that time, you could tell that it was a little bit disheartening. But for the public that didn't know, like me, looking at it oh shit, this shit gonna be bonkers. My homie Marcus Visionary gonna be up there. Dobbs is gonna be up there. What? Look at this shit. I was happy and I was sort of tight because I'm like, I got all these heads up there. What? Shit, yo, nobody can holler at the kid that could be dead. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I digress.
Yeah.
Marcus let me in on his show. A couple of people are letting me in on their shows when they do their shit on motherfucking Rinse and Cool FM. So big up to them. You know what I mean?
That's it.
In. I'm trying.
That's it,
brother. Let me in,
bro. This is bro. What you're doing with your music and the fan base that you're creating, do you know what I mean? And that it really surprised me, bro. I will say it really fucking surprised me to just have all these soldiers just appear on my Bandcamp. Divine EP, buy, take my money, shut up, I'm like, rah, okay, safe, okay, rah.
I'm grateful for everybody that supports my shit, because you know what it is? And this is another thing. And I think I was talking to Frankie Guns about this a long time ago when I first started doing my thing on Twitch. And I think I was inquiring about how to set up a green screen because of how my joint was. And I don't know. I just said, fuck it, leave it organic.
Yeah.
Leave it organic, dude.
Yeah, man.
Hold on a second. I gotta take this. Hold on 1 second.
No problem. Let me see if I can. No, okay. Mute his mic just so that we're not hearing what you're saying. That, but yeah, man. No, when the Divine EP came out, his supporters came out in force. Do you know what I mean? And supported that shit, especially on Bandcamp. And it's like, excuse me, it's like you were saying, Intense, like in terms of the people that are looking to actually buy music and support music and that. He's found that customer base and that, and it made me rethink not the whole shit, but really rethink in terms of the focus. Like, instead of slightly veering towards, oh well, everyone's over here, so I might as well be over here, it's more sticking to your guns and being like, no, if you want me things, won't buckle out Bandcamp, yeah? Or is it not gonna be on here? No, shut up, Bandcamp. Pay the subscription. Shut him out. I wish that like Batman slapping Robin thing was like live action sometimes.
It might make it live action. All right, now back to what I was saying. The reason I said fuck it, let me leave it organic, because you see like how the back you see my mess. Fuck it. This is my humble beginnings. I'm still I'm still learning in the whole process, in all aspects, in business and production and everything. You know what I mean? So it's like, this is why I call my radio show the Journey Within, because it's the journey. Yeah, like I'm trying to, make my lane. Earlier today I was just holding a meds with myself. Yes, Mickey T, for real with Mickey T. I was holding a meds with like all the past partners I had, that whereas, I know me as myself, I always try to be genuine and loyal and cool with everybody. There's been incidents whereas they always thought like either I'm trying to take the slide or different things or whatever have you to that capacity, and like different miscommunications and misunderstandings happen. And then I look at it and I'm like, yo, is it me? And then I know it's not me. Now, like, you know what? It's too crowded in this arena or this space. I need to find my own space. I find my own space where nobody can fucking follow me. Then I know I'm good. Think about this. Outside of the events that's happening in the back of my area, Brownsville, Brooklyn, ain't nobody in fucking Brownsville, Brooklyn jacking jungle, drum and bass.
Yeah. It's just you.
I'm the only motherfucking one. You understand?
Take advantage.
That's the reason why I said I'm in this fucking lane. I've been loving this motherfucking lane since 1994.
Yeah.
And nobody believed me when I told them. They looked at me like I was the crazy man with the end is near sign.
Yeah.
Looking crazy. No.
Or that you might be full of yourself, like, right, you're not the only one in Brownsville. How could you be the only one?
Think about
it. You know what I mean?
Everywhere you go in the motherfucking hood, all you hear is drill or trap.
Yeah.
Drill, trap, or regular hip hop or R&B or whatever have you. Don't see, you ain't nothing named jungle in the motherfucking hood unless somebody outside of the hood bring it into the motherfucking hood.
Yeah.
And even then it's like it's looked upon like the so-so face. The only person I know to motherfucking do that shit, but it wasn't even on a big extreme. It was on a local type of thing. Whereas when Track still lived in Brooklyn, he used to come up. His pops lives in the Ville, so whenever the pops and them have like get-togethers, parties, whatever have you, come DJ for them. And he slipped in a couple of jungle tunes in there, and they liked it.
Right.
But outside of that, you don't have a multitude of that. You understand? If you had that, then it's different. Like I said, nobody, it's me alone doing it. So that's why I said, let me pick this lane, because nobody else can say like nothing. Can't say, I mean, y'all got my own sound, I got my own everything. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
I'm good.
Yeah. I'm good. Everybody, and then what I come to find out, everybody has their own sound. Everybody has their own niche. My sound is different from Greenleaf's sound. You know what I mean? Where it's beautiful. You know what I mean? That's great.
Yeah.
Like everybody has their own identity in jungle drum and bass. Even for those who make jump up. they have their own that identity of sound and shit like that for the most part.
Well, unless we're talking about Belgian jump up, then no. But other jump up outside of Belgium jump up, yeah, like people are carving out their own identities. Like, especially when if we're being honest about jump up and that, and including this new age rollers in there. Do you know what I mean? Then yeah, there's a few people that are really carving out their identity at that in jump up, especially with these new foghorn sounds that started coming through, or new ways of like using distortion and shit like that. It's jump up. I don't care if you want to call it rollers or Kings of the Rollers called themselves Kings of the Rollers. It's another version of jump up. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. just accept it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd say the new age rollers and that is the DLR sound, the sofa sound, like Sofa King sound, that like live sounding drums and those really like warping sub bass lines that just roll. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, I would call them rollers. Do you know what I mean? Because they just roll on and keep you bubbling. And that, not this stop start. Man, it's jump up. Shut up, man. It's jump up. I'm sorry. It's jump up. It's jump up, man. And it's fine. It's fine.
Everybody has
It's
their own.
fine.
Everybody has their own different flavor, different choice, and different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I don't hate. I don't motherfucking hate at all, yo. I don't.
Yeah.
It's like you got different flavors where you can adapt to where if you could like this, and also you can like this, or you know what I mean. Everybody got their chosen flavor of jungle drum and bass, where they could they could flow with or whatever have. So that's why when everybody got like sub names and subtitles for certain like areas of it, I don't be mad at that because sometimes you do need to identify with whatever it is.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
yes.
'Cause
I'll
sometimes
be
you just
honest.
You can't just plain call it jungle. You just can't plain call it drum and bass.
Yeah, I think this is what I'm saying. I will be honest. I got very defensive of jungle, very fucking defensive of jungle when I started hearing people just lumping the shit together, like jungle's drum and bass and drum and bass is jungle. It's like, no, like stop. Jungle's not dead. So you can just co-opt the shit. There's an army of people that have stuck to representing jungle. Just because they weren't trendy like yous were, doesn't mean that the thing was done. Like, no. There is a jungle sound. It's not just everything and the culture. No, there is a specific jungle sound that has been nurtured from the beginning and held on to from the beginning. Like,
and that's still here. That's still here. It's still thriving.
Yeah.
But also, to be fair and to be honest, there's also a drum and bass sound that's been, that also has been thriving as well. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
And it comes to certain subgenres like liquid, through neuro, through you know what I mean, through tech step, through you know what I mean.
Yes,
So people
most
can't
definitely.
announce that at no time at all, B.
Yeah,
Because there's
like,
been classics all throughout all those subgenres.
Technical HK was coming out with classics. Dillinger was coming out with classics in both arenas. To be fair, in both arenas, jungle and drum and bass, because he was there from the beginning.
Right.
And again, I was talking about AK-1200 before. Diesel Boy, Hive and Keaton. Do you know what I'm saying? Like loads of people on Renegade Hardware, Dylan, Loxy, Inc. Do you know what I mean? Digital and that, like digital and shit. Clue and that, like come on, man. Dom and Roland and shit. Like I could go on. I really could go on. There was enough people there to be able to represent both sides, jungle and drum and bass. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Wholeheartedly, with no problems, and both could coexist. So I really did not understand the whole, oh, we want to fuse both of them together and everyone's a junglist. No, everyone's not a fucking junglist though.
No.
Listen,
listen, not to cut you short, I had to make
Sorry.
a quick dip. I had to make a quick dip out. If you're still on me, I'm gonna pop back in. See?
Yeah,
So,
man, yeah, man, yeah, man.
cool in a little bit. See? Blessings,
No
real
problem.
quick.
Blessings, man. I'll see you back in a sec.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but sorry to get on my soapbox. Moving Shadow, yeah, man. Danny breaks and shit like that, like. Yeah, exactly. Jungle has a story. There was a reason why the name changed. There was a reason why there was a push for the name to be changed from Jungle to drum and bass, because the sound was changing with it as well and stuff like. It's annoying. It is annoying when there's these attempts to rewrite history just for the sake of just letting things roll on and that. Like, I'll be honest, Born on Road let me down a little bit when it came to the jungle side, because it just seemed like, oh, they're just jumping on the whole like jump up like foghorn bandwagon and that, rather than sticking with, you know, the Born on Road jungle that they were known for and stuff. Like, it was a bit disappointing in that when that started happening, but it was because of that why the whole melding of jungle and drum and bass and blurring of the lines started happening, man. Yeah, jungle got a bad rep. Yeah, man. 1994, most definitely. And that, so yeah, man. Sorry to get on my soapbox about it, but it was like, rah, the fuck are you playing at? But yeah, man. Hold tight, everybody. Locked on, locked in. Bless up the chat, massive. You're locked into the Viewpoint podcast with myself, Diligent Fingers, right here with Intense Complex. We had DJ Kruger in before. And that, man. We've been through a lot. We've been chatting about a fair bit today, really, isn't it? We've covered some subjects. What are you going to say, Intense? You've gripped your mic. You're looking like you're ready to say some shit.
Oh, I mean, I was just thinking about, like, you mentioned Born on Road. I'm thinking like Jungle Cakes, you know, just hits me square in the. That's D&B, bro. You know, like, it's got breaks. It's D&B, bro. They branded it so well. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like it happens a lot. Like.
It's mad as well with Jungle Cakes, because I do look at Jungle Cakes and I'm like, but use a more rubber dub style rather than the actual jungle.
Good. You know?
Yeah, it sounds good. It's good, but it is drum and bass, like rubber dub drum and bass rather than the actual jungle. Do you know what I mean? But like you said, they've carried it, they've branded it well to the point where people are just fine with it. Do you know what I mean? And because Decline and Benny Page and, you know, Ed Solo are so legendary at this point, like, it's like, oh, it's fine. And all their bootlegs that they do with like old ragga tunes and some of the new tunes as well, they're at a point where, not necessarily that they are too big to fail, but they've got their loyal fan base. Do you know what I mean? And it's carrying them, because it's not to say that I don't
really
like their stuff.
Tunes, you know. Like,
yeah, that style of music, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's mad. But fair play to him.
That's what you do. You find your corner, right? Like...
Yeah. Fair play to him. Can't knock the hustle at the same time, man. Can't knock the hustle at all. It does. It works. It does work, man. I can't lie, when they did that flip of We Need Jungle, I'm afraid, from that University Challenge thing, and that was like, fair play, and they cashed in with the t-shirts as well and shit. Like, they're on it. When you see Jungle Cakes, you know exactly what you are getting. Exactly. Yeah, they did the t-shirts, the We Need Jungle, I'm afraid t-shirts. And they did their own flip of like the sample as well. and shit, which was pretty cool. And that, but yeah, man, exactly. When you see Jungle Cakes, you know exactly what you're getting. Exactly what you're getting. And that, man. But yeah, I need to pay attention to it more, really. I don't really listen to as much as their stuff as I should do, because I do sort of pass it off. And that, I think sometimes that can work against you. Not that it is working against Jungle Cakes, but they've not got to the point where their sound sounds stale. Do you know what I mean? Like, they've been able to manage to like carry that sound for a long time and still keep it up to date and fresh.
I mean, I know what you mean when you I haven't caught up on like a vast majority of artists that I listen. You know, there's just so much, so often, all the time, and like it really is more of a like you got to keep up the like what brings people to you in the first place, you know, and that's part of like helping to know your audience, right?
Yeah.
So
I suppose I'm still trying to figure out my audience and that, because I do so many different things. It's like I find it hard to settle on one, but it is good when you do settle on one and you are able to see what works for you and what your audience is drawn to and stuff. So yeah, I agree with you, man.
Or just like when they came in, right?
Yeah.
That's like,
yeah. Like when I came in and met you, you were crazy. So I expect you to be crazy all the time, compadre. You can't change now. Yes, Mexican man. Good to see you, my G. I hope you bless. Yes, Confide, part of the audience at the back. Drunk part of the audience at the back. You just got home from work. Nice. Rest up. And that you've quit smoking as well, haven't you, Bexy? Because we've got to say, rest up, roll up, light it up, smoke it up, inhale, exhale. I will admit I am very high right now. I've been smoking a lot all day. I am rolling. Yeah, so he is smoking. Okay, cool. And that, bless up all the smokers. Roll it if you got it. Pass it around in the chat. I need to sit up in my flipping chair. Been on the hash these days. I've not had a good bit of hash for a while, actually. It's stuff. Dilly, grab myself nectar. CS12. How to play with it. Fully support it for logic. Oh, okay. What is it? Channel strip controller. Oh, okay. Let's have a look. See. Oh, I've seen the excuse me. Excuse me. I've seen a few people talking about these. The Nectar Panorama CS 12 channel strip controller. Let's see if we can find a little short brief review video. We can all watch it together like nerds. If it will actually work. Oh no, it won't. I have to do it this way. If it will actually let me do it. I don't know if it did before. I don't know. Sorry. Not very professional. This is terrible. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. Did you hear that? Never gonna own a desk, so I thought it was a decent buy. Yeah, same. I don't think I'm gonna ever get like an actual mixing desk or anything like that. Can everyone see that? Is it showing? No. Percent. No. So I have to go on the thing. Is it showing?
No.
No. Okay. I see double. See, I should have tried it. Oh, I missed out. There it is. There we go. Such an idiot. Right. Let's see if it works. This is Ballisticus's new toy, the Nectar CS12.
Features of the CS12. Now that I've got to use it for a couple days, I really have honed in on a couple things that I like. First one is the select key, and then choosing a parameter on any plugin, effect, or anything in Logic.
Oh, motorized faders. Oh, okay.
The fader or the pan knob. I think just that instant access is so handy, and is something that I'm going to be using a lot. Just that access to it. The next thing is the single point automation mode. You get that by holding the auto button and using the data to go through it. You can select it, and then any automation that's visible on the track that's selected, you can just tap the fader and it will create a point, and then you can move it to set the value. And any point that you're over, you can move the value. You can do that using the select key or turning it off. You can do that with just track volume automation. And so it's a really easy way to create automation on the fly, but not necessarily having to write it in. You can just create it maybe as if you would a mouse. This is one of the handiest things. It took me a minute to kind of wrap my brain around it. Once I did, it was just one of those things that I'm going to be using all of the time. The next thing are the markers. I like being able to add markers. I like being able to delete markers. You can do shift marker to add one where the playhead is. You can do shift marker twice to delete it. And then you can just put it in marker mode and go between the top 10 markers. And so it's a really handy way to navigate projects. I think that for me, I don't usually use more than 10, but I know some people use a ton. You can use key commands. The next thing is assigning bus destinations. You can actually just go on the track and you go into the sends mode. You can do a destination and just use the knob to assign which bus you want to, hit the confirm, and then immediately go into adjust the level. This is going to speed up setting up reverbs or headphone mixes, etc. And then we still have some of those other features like being able to control all of our plugins. The built-in ones are really well streamlined. Third-party ones work, and you can adjust those. We're going to do a video about that separately at some point. But there were a couple things that I've heard a lot. One of the things I heard a lot about was not having a jog wheel, and it's true, there isn't a jog wheel, but you can use one of the seek buttons, and then if you hold it down and use the data menu knob, it acts like a jog wheel to a certain degree. And so it's easy to navigate. It does take both hands, but I think that that's one of those things that's really handy. I will say, kind of a runner-up to my favorite
Fucking
5
nerd.
things would be the ability to create custom user maps of plugins. This involves, for instance, the instruments. Instead of using the smart controls, you can go through and assign a bunch of different functions to the knobs. for things like instruments and MIDI effects and such. And so it's really powerful when creating custom things. It's really easy to go down that rabbit hole. One of the downsides is that it's stored with your Logic preferences, and it's not easy to transfer to a different computer or send to somebody else.
Okay.
What would I add if I was in charge of this? First, I would make it so not just the effects are able to be accessed immediately, but that the instruments can be. I know that all of that stuff is in there already in the code. Logic makes it possible. It's just it hasn't been implemented, and it's probably because many of the instruments have so many parameters it would be difficult. But that'd be one thing I would add, and the MIDI effects. So those two things, being able to instantly grab the MIDI effects and the instruments on this would be so helpful.
Yeah.
Another thing I would do is make it so that the 12 rotors could be just turned into faders, so I can do multiple levels on multiple tracks from those. I know they're not faders, but you could actually do quite a bit with those if you could just assign them, say, across 12 different faders in the project. Could be an interesting way to do it. Perhaps one of the only features on this that I still don't fully grasp the usefulness of is the tempo knob. Why we would need a knob just for the tempo is still something that perhaps somebody thought would be really valuable. However, it's just not something that I find that I will probably ever be using. And I would rather have the zoom knob be in a more accessible place. Otherwise, I'm seeing nothing but an upside with this device. There's so many great things about it. It's subtle how much I'm finding myself using it. It's not taking over my life. It's not taking over my workflow. It's just enhancing it and making it better. And for that, I think it's worth pretty much every penny.
That's good.
Hope this was useful, and more coming about this in the future. I think we're going to use it for a week or two and see exactly where we land with it.
Yeah.
Like I see what he's saying, but the whole like writing the words on at the end of it, and then like
Now,
like, when you have your
2024 here at the
automation,
Anaheim Convention Center.
you're gonna want to copy those automations like for every track and then adjust them. Like so, it's like doing it all over again with the lever. Or with the fader. It's like it's definitely easier to get the more precise setting than it is with the mouse, right? But like that seemed like the main advantage of that for that. To me, yeah. So.
Fair play, man. Because I've been seeing a lot of people coming out with these controllers for like specific doors and stuff like that. I think Softtube, they've got a controller for all of their Softtube controller strip plugins as well. I think who is it? SSL do a controller as well. There's a few out there at the moment, I think.
And I mean, especially the thing is with the knobs, if like you don't have anything that has knobs and you're using the mouse on like VSTs, it just takes you so much longer to
yeah.
So.
What are you? What are you using? You Ableton?
Well, in Renoise, all the default VSTs have, or DSPs they call them, but they're VSTs, right? They all have faders. And you can manually input numbers. So, like, I don't have the dial problem, you know, unless I use a dial thing, right? But, like, when I did, I used a MIDI keyboard, so.
Entity, I'm too lazy to even use my MIDI control.
Which is me now as well, so.
You understand him. You both understand each other. But that looks good though, man. That looks pretty damn sick. And that you will have to do a review on that Confide, Bridget. So then we can see how you are using it and how you've added it to your workflow. But like, do you feel like you've wasted your money after seeing that review, or? That still looks decent to me. Especially with like motorized faders and shit.
Yeah, the motorized fader is pretty nice.
Because it makes recall so much easier. Now, man, from what I played with it, it will enhance workflow, giving a tactile feel. Exactly. Exactly. That's what it's about. And that. Right, I can't lie. It's 11:30 in the UK. I'm just waiting on another little desk for in front to give it some welly. Nice.
Yeah,
Nice,
awesome
matey.
chat, man. Really glad you started this back up again.
Oh yeah, definitely, man, definitely. I'm gonna be back. Hopefully, gonna be back next week. We're gonna see what we can figure out. I think me and Kruger are gonna try and figure out something to keep it weekly, but we can keep it rolling past, 20 hours a month and shit like that. Bless up, confined mate. Where are we gonna raid out to? Because we do need to raid out, really and truly. I'm not gonna stop the stream and have a look and see who's on. And who we can go and share the love with. We've got Bright Soul, we've got Drum and Basics, Chill DVS. Now, I don't know if I've ever raided him, to be fair, actually, or her, whoever they are. DJ 4CR. Oh, Codename Leo's on. Let's go and see Codename Leo. Let's go and see Codename Leo. But yeah, man. Big love to everybody who's been locked on, locked in. All absolute G's. Like I said, we're going to be back next week with this. Going to try and keep this going as often as possible. So if we can have it weekly, amazing. If not, then every fortnight. But we'll work it out. We'll work it out. I shall be back later on in the week because we need to get this month's excuse me, we need to get this month's we need to get this month's sound pack done. Where has Codename Leo gone? There he is. Boom. Bosh. Keep it locked. We're going to be raiding out to the one like Codename Leo, coming through with the midweek drum and bass show over on his channel. Once again, big love to everybody who's been locked on, locked in. And I'm going to be back for later on this week because we need to get this month's sound pack done from the Beringer Neutron for the Motion Gang Members Club. And yeah, man, if you want to watch this back, this is going to be up on my YouTube channel tomorrow as well. So if you missed the beginning, if there was anything that you missed and stuff like that, you'll be able to watch it back with no gaps over on my YouTube channel as of early tomorrow. I'll try and get it up as early as I can tomorrow. But yeah, man, hope you're having an amazing week. We're halfway through. Thursday tomorrow, not long until the weekend and shit. Look after yourselves. Look after your mental health because good mental health is wealth. And as always, blessings to you all.
Ever ready? If you don't know, if you don't know.